No. What sort of posso falar? Eles não estão mutado, né? Moche elaboru, moche elaboye o. Isso tá todo mundo. Moche elaboru, moche elaboye, moche elabo ṣiṣẹ́ o. Èmi ni Adéyínká Ọláìyá, gẹ́gẹ́ bí gbogbo yín ṣe mọ̀ láti Brazil. Kò wà lẹ́yìn mo kí àwọn àgbààgbà, mo kí bàbá wa Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji, mo kí bàbá wa náà Àràbà Awúdìran, Agboola Awúdìran, pé àwọn náà ni tí kì í bá ṣe àwọn mi ò rò pé ohun tá a fẹ́ ṣe lé ní ó tiẹ̀ máa ṣe é ṣe, torí àwọn ló wà ní àwọn ló ní program yìí ṣá, èmi kò jẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tó kọ̀nẹ́kìtì àgbààgbà àti Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji, àwọn náà bàbá làwọn náà. Mo ṣe bá o, àwọn ní ewúrẹ́ tó wọlé tí ò júbà ó dẹrùn àmúso, àgùntàn tó wọlé tí ò bá júbà ó dẹrùn àmúso. Èmi Adéyínká mo wọlé mo júbà o, jẹ́ kí bà mí ṣe o. Kékeré lè mí nínú ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí o. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí n ṣọ̀rọ̀ sọ o. Mo dúpẹ́ o. Ó ṣe díẹ̀ àpẹ́dẹ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nítorí time, àdẹ̀níkà tó dúró díẹ̀ sí, pàápàá jùlọ àwọn tó wà lórí YouTube, èrò ti pọ̀ jù, à ń láti máa select ni. Mo dúpẹ́ pé professor wà ní tòsí. Mo fẹ́ kí a gba gbogbo àwọn tí ó jẹ́ àgbààgbà wọlé tán kí a tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ náà, kí Olódùmarè, kí àwọn rúmọlẹ̀ wọ́n jẹ́ kí ọjọ́ òní kó ṣeé ṣe. I actually thank Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji for agreeing to speak with us on his new concept of Ifá. And I also thank Baba Àràbà, Bami Àràbà Awúdìran for making this day possible. I thank every Awu present, every scholar present. Adéyínká Ọláìyá, as you obviously must have been reading or seeing a few of my works. I share many things in common with Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji. Apart from being a professor of arts, he's also my art mentor. I'm also a divine artist, and I also involve visual arts and Yoruba history. So today I'm just here to make it possible. That is it, nothing more. I'm not here. This is not a program to judge. It's not a program to say who is right, who is wrong. It's a program, it's an event for us to debate and see which is the best for Ifá Òrìṣà. Thank you very much. I will also employ every member, every participant here to please let us observe Ìwà pẹ̀lẹ́, ọmọlúwàbí, as we say. This is very important. So if we are talking, let us know that apart from being a sitting of elders, we all know what it is to respect elders and to respect ourselves in Yoruba land. Please let us talk with respect. Let us address ourselves with respect, and let us not use any approach that will force myself to delete whoever decide to go against the norms. Please let us do it the right way. The God of our the powers of our ancestors obviously will guide us throughout this meeting we are having today. Thank you very much. I think Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji would like to say something before we move ahead. Probably now I have one or two things to say. Moreover, the program is also live on our YouTube channel, so you can as well watch the program on the YouTube channel. After you can go through many times my YouTube channel. Like I say, I'm Adeyinka Olaya. I'm just Adeyinka Olaya. Thank you very much. I think Prof, you please unlock yourself. Unmute yourself.
Okay. And can you allow me to share my screen too? Can you give me screen sharing privilege?
Okay.
Can you give me screens? Can I share? It says I'm not allowed to share my screen. Can you give me screen sharing privilege so I can show images?
Sorry. Yeah, you can share your.
I can do that. Let me see if I can. No, it says you're not allowed to share your screen. You have to have the setting allowing me to share my screen so that people can see what I want to discuss.
Just a minute, sir. We're trying to see to that, sir.
That's okay.
So before G. Sir, can you send me your email, sir, to the WhatsApp? So let me see.
Excuse me?
Can you send me your email so we can
Yeah, I can do that.
WhatsApp?
I can do that. All you need to do is just set something over there to allow me to share.
Yeah, we're trying to do that, but
Yeah, I've sent it to you. Hopefully you can access it now.
okay. Oh, so you can do that. Itu mutada aí. So I think it's okay now. You can share now.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent.
All right. I think before we go ahead, I want to be sure we have the elders present, and yeah. Abiti do mundo aí, para eu poder. Para todo mundo. I want to be sure our elders, Àgbàgbàs, are present. Yeah. I want to be sure Àgbàgbàs are present before we feel that. Please, I want the Àgbàgbàs to please please Àgbàgbà, please unmute yourself and let me know you are here before we go ahead. The Àgbàgbàs. Abawudiro, are you with us? Please unmute yourself, sir. Again, can you tell it? Unmute yourself, sir. What would you know? So, Baba Arabawudiran, please unmute yourself. Yasha, please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Arabawudiran is muted. Please unmute yourself. The Àgbàgbàs, please unmute yourselves if you. Oluwo, Fayemi Fakayode, my president, please unmute yourself. Let's know you are there.
Aboru Aboye Abosisha.
What are you having? Oluwo
Fayemi Fakayode.
Baba mi. Ṣeun sá. Ìyá wa Adédoyin ṣe wà ń bẹ̀.
Mo ṣe ẹ̀làbọ̀rú ẹ̀làbọ̀yẹ̀ ẹ̀làbọ̀ ṣíṣe o.
Ìyá mi.
Ìyá dọ́là ìyá àṣà, mo kí gbogbo ilé o. Ẹkún àtúntò.
Ṣeun ma.
Lórí yẹ̀yẹ́ àsun.
Ṣeun. Ìmọ̀ bóyá bàbá Ṣọlágbadé Olúwo ńlá Ṣọlágbadé mẹ́rin tí wà pẹ̀lú wa. Ilé àṣẹta yìí.
Adeyinka.
Sir,
what's the duration for this exercise?
We are supposed to start by now, but the Àgbàgbàs are not fully here.
Ìgbà wo la máa lò when so that people will know.
Yeah,
2 hours, 1 hour.
Yeah, the maximum we have there is 2.5 hours to talk. But
okay.
Then everybody can. Me more. Baba Olúwo Ṣọlágbadé Baba tí wọlé.
Wọ́n ti wọlé. Okay. Àwọn àgbàgbà mélòó ló ti wọlé?
Àti pé
èmi ti wọlé. Fáyẹmí ti wọlé, ìyá àṣà ti wọlé.
Olómi tútù ti wọlé.
Olómi tútù ti wọlé.
Dúpẹ́ Fáṣetì rẹ̀ lè rí ń bẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Okay.
Baba Fakayode, president ti wọlé, Fatunde Fakayode ti wọlé.
Okay.
Ó kù lẹ́kìn wo Ṣọlágbadé.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bàbá wa Adéyínká, ṣé mo lè béèrè kan?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni mà.
Ẹ má bínú o, ìbéèrè tí mo ń béèrè torí ọjọ́ Mùsùlùkùn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
At least everybody ló ti mọ time tí wọ́n fún wa pé kí meeting bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
I need láti máa waste time ara because everybody ló ní iṣẹ́ láti ṣe. Mo fi àwọn iṣẹ́ kan lẹ̀ lèmi fi wá síbí.
Okay, so ká continue
ni. Ká tiẹ̀ ní wípé ó tiẹ̀ wá pé a tiẹ̀ wá lára wa lóògùn kò yẹ kó ju 10 minutes lọ. Now this is 5:40.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
A ti ń lo an hour láì rí nǹkan kan ṣe. Tí ò dẹ̀ yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni mà.
Kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn.
Tó bá yẹ pé àwọn àgbààgbà mẹ́rin, tó bá yẹ pé 5 ló wà lórí kinní, ẹ jẹ́ wọ́n á máa bá ètò lọ, wọ́n á bá wa ń bẹ̀.
Okay.
Mo kí ìyá àṣà lẹ́yìn, ẹ jẹ́ a bẹ̀rẹ̀. Lórí ká bẹ̀rẹ̀. Mo rí pé àṣà àti tó 5 ká bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Ọ̀rọ̀ yẹ̀yẹ́ àsun.
Ẹ ṣeun mà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká continue nìyẹn. Thank you very much. As I said, we can use both English, we can use Yoruba. lè lo èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì, a lè lo èdè Yorùbá, bó bá ṣe tẹ́ wa
Jọ
lọ́rùn.
Adéyínká, kó tó carry on, àràbà olùṣẹ̀ṣe àgbáyé wọ́n tọrọ dáfárà wípé wọ́n ní ṣíṣe àràbà Owólabí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Awóre ni àràbà olùṣẹ̀ṣe àgbáyé wọ́n ti gbààyè, wọ́n ní kí n tọrọ àyè fáwọn, wọ́n ní láti ṣe nǹkan kan tó ṣe kókó.
Ok, ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú.
Should I start then?
Thank you very much. Ben, sir.
Should I proceed?
Ben, thank you very much.
I thank the organizers of this event. I thank especially Mr. Adeyinka Laya for organizing this event, and I greet all my mothers, my fathers, brothers and sisters seated at the high table, and my special salutations to all of you here in the audience from different parts of the globe for coming to this meeting to enrich our conversation. Let me share my PowerPoint. Okay. I don't know if I've used this type of material before. Share window, share screen. Allow to share window.
You can see it now.
Sorry? I'm trying to share my presentation. I can't find it.
That's right.
I can't seem to find my presentation. I can't seem to find my presentation.
Ọ̀rọ̀ ìṣù.
Allow to share. I can't find my presentation for some reason, though. I can't find my presentation.
Prof, minimize browser. Minimize browser and click your PowerPoint or anything. Look. About to share screen, minimize the browser and go to your file, to the PowerPoint or the presentation you're using.
Okay. Allow to share screen and minimize screen. How do you minimize screen here now? I've not seen this kind of.
Okay, so minimize the browser. Close it. So you can click on your presentation. Is it like the PowerPoint or click PowerPoint?
I've clicked on the PowerPoint.
So enlarge it.
Can you guys see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
And Prof, click it to open here. MRE somewhere present. Then you click on it.
Yeah. Can you see Ifá Tuntun beyond geomancy?
Yes. Yeah, we're seeing it.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. So the title of my discussion is Ifá Tuntun Beyond Geomancy in Ifá Studies. Exactly a week ago, my exhibition titled Beauty and the Beats, Divine Fire and Color in Transatlantic Beaded Art opened in Austin, Texas at the Art Gallery of the Central Library. The exhibition celebrates the movement across the Atlantic Ocean of the 256 Odu Ifá as beads during the era of slavery. The shiny beads used for making the work highlights the resilience and beauty of the Ifá heritage as it crossed the Atlantic Ocean to reinvent itself as Ifá Tuntun in the African diasporas. This exhibition is an invocation and an illustration of Ifá Tuntun. As I show you slides from the art exhibition, I will play a piece of Ifá Tuntun music composed by Olóyè Lékan Babalola titled Yemoja, the Yoruba divinity associated with the vast sea, a divinity that has found greater celebration in the African diaspora cultures than in Africa, where it originated.
Yemoja, Yemoja, mother of the sea, you got me. Yemoja, Yemoja, Yemoja.
It was a crossing of Ifá over. Could you get people to mute themselves, please? Could you?
Baba Adéyínká.
Yeah, move everybody.
Baba Adéyínká.
Sir.
Mo ṣe ẹ̀làbọ̀rú ẹ̀làbọ̀yè ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣé ń gbọ́rọ̀ mi ẹ má bínú pé mo já sí nǹkan tí wọ́n ń ṣe mo gbé Ifá lé àwọn àgbààgbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ má bínú o because àwọn nǹkan tí ò bá yé èèyàn ó yẹ kéèyàn béèrè.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ìyá wa ṣí microphone yín ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Mo ní kẹ́ má bínú mo ní mo gbé Ifá lé àwọn àgbààgbà onífá lọ́wọ́ mo dẹ̀ fi Ọbàtálá mo fi bẹ̀ àwọn olórìṣà tí wọ́n wà nínú àwọn àgbààgbà ìbéèrè tèmi ń béèrè sí ni pé ṣé presentation Ifá Tuntun òun la wá gbé yẹ̀wò ní bíbá yìí àbí ọ̀rọ̀ tí ó ń jà nílẹ̀ lórí Facebook because tó bá jẹ́ pé presentation ni kì í ṣe rí bíbá yìí ló yẹ ká ti ṣe wọ́n máa lọ present nǹkan tí wọ́n ń ṣe yìí wọ́n á lọ present ẹ̀ fáwọn àgbààgbà wọ́n ń jókòó àwọn àgbààgbà jókòó wọ́n á deliberate lé lórí wọ́n máa wá fún àwa lábọ̀ kì í ṣe orí bíbá yìí náà máa sọ pé àwọn present kìíní nítorí kò yé èmi ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ ṣé presentation la wá ṣe ń bíbá yìí because kò yé mi ọ̀rọ̀ Ifá Tuntun wọn sọ ń tòótọ́ a ní gbogbo nǹkan yìí kí mo sọ fún bàbá wa Àràbà Àbọ̀rúbọyè Àràbà Awódìran mo ní àgbàlagbà ò gbọdọ̀ jẹ́ o kó tún sọ pé òun ò sí nílé mọ́ tí ò bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti jẹ́ o pé kẹ́ ṣe kínní èmi ò rò pé ó need tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ present ọ̀rọ̀ Ifá Tuntun wọ́n máa lọ bá àwọn àgbààgbà onífá ni bàbá wa Móyọ wọn ò ń ṣe onífá artist ni wọ́n tó bá yẹ pé nípa ọ̀nà pé wọ́n ṣe pé iṣẹ́ mọ̀ pé Ògún ló ní iṣẹ́ ọ̀nà tó yẹ pé iṣẹ́ ọ̀nà ni wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí la lè sọ pé yes kì í ṣe pé wọ́n jẹ́ babaláwo wọn ò tí ì kọ́ babaláwo wọn ò dẹ̀ tí ì máa kọ́ débi pé wọ́n ká pọ́n tọmọ sọ pé àwọn téèyàn bá máa gbá rìsáàṣì nípa nǹkan tí ẹ bá rí nǹkan kan ẹ máa pe babaláwo 2 mẹ́ta láti fìdí òótọ́ múlẹ̀ because Ifá ìkan tó fi lélẹ̀ ní ọ̀dọ̀ oníkálukú ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni now ọ̀rọ̀ Ifá Tuntun là ń sọ tó ń jà ròyìn lẹ̀ náà ẹni sùúrù ìkejì ọ̀rọ̀ Ọ̀ṣun pé wọ́n rèpọ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àbí wọ́n rèpọ̀ Ọ̀ṣun la fẹ́ tọ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ sí ìkẹta pé wọ́n fi kíní bọ ẹ̀yìn ẹran pé wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ fi bọ́ because gbogbo ìta ìṣe èmi ò rí sí o.
ìyá wa ẹni sùúrù
mi ò rí sí o.
ẹni sùúrù mà wọ́n ṣẹlẹ̀ bó wọ́n ṣẹlẹ̀ bó yẹ o ọmọ yín lèmi jẹ́ ẹ̀mí kọ́ ṣe rí wọ́n sì mẹ́yẹ bọ̀dà wọ́n ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ni onífá ni wọ́n ń ṣe onífá o báwo náà ṣe jẹ́ o gbogbo ìbéèrè lẹ ṣe máa béèrè.
níjẹ́ wo la fẹ́ ṣe yẹn gbà táìmù sí lọ́nà án wọn ò ní àti gbogbo wa láti mọ̀ pé Ifá Tuntun wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ lọ sí orí question ẹ jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn bẹ̀rẹ̀ nǹkan 2 and a half hours tilẹ̀ ní ẹ fẹ́ lò àti lo 1 hour.
tó bá ti parí presentation wọn tó ń sìn ìbéèrè àtẹ̀lé tó téèyàn bá ti sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ tí lè sọ pé onífá ni wọ́n ṣe nífá ọlọ́nà ni wọ́n ṣe ọlọ́nà o.
mo ń yàn ẹni sùúrù ẹ má ṣì mí gbọ́ nǹkan tí mò ń sọ ni pé kì í ṣe irú ìsìn ló tún yẹ ká tún sọ pé àṣẹyìn play kínní everybody ló ti mọ nǹkan tá a fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí rí ẹ̀yin gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tó á ń kọ̀ kínní yìí àwọn ìbéèrè àwọn nǹkan kan wà tó tí mo expect pé kẹ́ ṣe tẹ́ ẹ̀ ṣe.
ẹ jẹ́ kí n máa ẹ má bínú máa ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ ẹ bá ṣàlàyé yìí mi máa.
náà ṣé ẹ fẹ́ gbọ́.
yes
I'm a TV presenter ẹ máa gbọ́ TV presenter ni mí mo mọ nǹkan tí mò ń sọ researcher dẹ̀ ni mí gbogbo wa láti mọ nǹkan tá a fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí bí ẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò yẹn ókè o bàbá wa Òkédíji o nǹkan báyìí ni wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan 3 la fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí o ẹ ló yá ẹ̀yin èèyàn tẹ bá ní ìbéèrè láti béèrè àbí nǹkan tẹ fẹ́ sọ sí people are david.
a sì máa débẹ̀ máa.
níjọ́ wo la fẹ́ débẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n fi 20 ọdún pinlẹ̀ wèrè gbà ó ló fẹ́ já.
ẹ jẹ́ kí n ṣàlàyé fún yín bí a ṣe ṣe. ṣe rí afún
ẹ máa ṣe lọ. ẹ máa ṣe lọ gbogbo eléyìí èmi ò tọ́ mo sọ fún bàbá wa Àwòdìran àgbàlagbà gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ owó kó sọ pé òun ò sí lé mọ́ gbogbo eléyìí èmi ò rí sí kì í ṣe yí orí ìkíní tí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn máa ta yẹn tó jẹ́ oníṣẹ̀ṣe àti òjẹ́ oníṣẹ̀ṣe la máa fẹ́ di ara wa síta tó bá fẹ́ present kankan kọ́ lọ bá àwọn àgbààgbà babaláwa simple as ABC ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ síbi nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe kí yẹn kúrò.
ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n sọ ṣe rí táwọn máa fi sọ̀rọ̀ wọn kò ju 30 minutes táwọn máa fi sọ̀rọ̀.
ok nígbà táwọn bá sọ̀rọ̀ 30 minutes 1.5 hours ti pé.
irọ́
àní kì í ẹ wò kì í sọ̀rọ̀ pé bóyá kìíní èmi ò ṣe kìíní èmi ò mọ ọ̀rọ̀ kan pé bóyá kìíní eléyìí ò ń sọ̀rọ̀ ìjà bẹ́ẹ̀ fáàtì lèmi máa sọ fún yín àkànlé jókòó sí bíbá ìka kan máa ń wo lára wa lóògùn náà.
ó yé mi ẹ jẹ́ kí a gbọ́rọ̀ lọ ẹ jẹ́ kí a gbọ́.
nígbà táwọn bá sọ̀rọ̀ 30 minutes àwọn tó dẹ̀ fẹ́ dá sọ̀rọ̀ how many hours ní wọ́n fẹ́ fi sọ̀rọ̀ ó mọ ẹ́ sọ pé ọ̀rọ̀ presentation kan ní ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà ní bíbá yìí.
a máa hard more times láti sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ má worry ma a máa hard more times láti sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo la máa sọ initially to not follow. Mutara Isa, mute yourself.
Abodo Aboye. Mr. Laya. Abodo Aboye Baba o. Nǹkan tí ìyá yẹn sọ on right masa o. She understand nǹkan tó ń sọ on right. Ẹ jẹ́ kí question yẹn kó lọ straight. Mr. Laya. Ifá geomancy non so beyond Ifá geomancy was never on Facebook.
Bàbá mi ayọ̀bá mi ẹjọ́ ní sùúrù díẹ̀. ẹjọ́ mi ṣe Mr. sa orúkọ òyìnbó nìyẹn mi ṣe Mr. Adéyínká ni o.
Ara Mr. Ọláìyá tó ń gbọ́ mi.
Mo ń gbọ́ yín sà.
Tó ń gbọ́ mi.
Mo ń gbọ́ yín sà.
Prof chi wà ńbẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni Prof wà ọ̀dọ̀
wa. Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji. Let's what for the benefit of those who cannot understand Yoruba, that's why I will go English and I will try to mix it up. People have been patient, recently, and when we got this conference, if we have to start again, like Prof is trying to demonstrate to us, maybe many hours or many minutes will be lost. This is the summary. We all know why we are here. And the reason why we are here is this. We recognize the contribution of Professor Móyọ Òkédíji. He started when he established the University of Ifá, and that platform on Facebook more or less propagated Ifá, and Ifá was a beauty to watch. And that's why I got close to Professor Òkédíji, and he had high regards of me, and he made me an administrator of University of Ifá. It was the respect that I personally had for him that created this forum. Why we have to give him audience. Everybody is aggrieved, and I will tell you why. Ifá is so deep, and we all know 256. That is the Odu. And that 256, you cannot even study it all. Ask different Babalawos. Some will be able to chant 16 from one Odu, some 4, and so on and so forth. It is unlimited. So, and an attempt to create more or whatever is 257 is no longer relevant. And why Ifá is very, very important to the United Nations, UNESCO, is because it is, you cannot, I made a post recently on Ifá. Gelete ní kọ́lé ìgbíndègbín, gegele ní kọ́lé ahún dáhún, adíwáfọ́ lọmọ afẹ̀yìntì, bóun ọlọ́run là á pe fá. If we all admit that Ifá is the esoteric language of Olódùmarè, you cannot add or subtract or modify. Any attempt you do that, it has become something people can just cook up. It will create room for what we call àgbélẹ̀rọ. This is what I had the intention of telling my brother, Professor Móyọ Òkédíji, because that is why people respect him. We cannot now destroy the house we have built ourselves. I, as a person, accord him such respect because of what he has done to promote Ifá. But now listening to Ifá Tuntun, we make us, everybody knows Ifá is ancient philosophy. Wọ́n ní Ifá fá gbogbo ẹ̀ tán. Ẹ̀gbọ́n tí òfin náà gbé sọ. Ẹ jẹ́ àwo babaláwo rere tó gbọ́ fá, ká pé ó kọ́ ní Ifá, ká lè bá a mọ̀ fá. Ẹ jẹ́ àwo èèyàn rere tó mọ̀ bó gbà, ká pé ó kọ́ ní Ìbò, ká lè bá a mọ̀ bó gbà. Tá a bá wo babaláwo rere tó gbọ́ fá, ká pé ó kọ́ ní Ifá, ká lè bá a mọ̀ fá. Tí wọ́n bá ní kán kí ẹ̀gbọ́n, àbúrò ni wọ́n ń kì. Tá a bá wo èèyàn rere tó mọ̀ bó gbà, ká pé ó kọ́ ní Ìbò, ká lè bá a mọ̀ bó gbà. Tífá bá gbò sí i, kẹ́ni o má mà fi gbọ́ tún. Adífá f'Ọ̀rúnmìlà tí ń lọ rèé gbani nígbó Àkúrẹ́. Ifá gbà mí mo ké mọ̀gbà, ẹni tó bá ké mọ̀gbà là á gbà. Ifá will always be there as it was during our ancestors. Any attempt to modify, to subtract, or to add to Ifá has become man-made philosophy. How do we present that? So we organize this lecture to put a stop. I personally, the elders will still talk to say that Ifá will be as it is, and the respect people have for Ifá will still be intact. Any attempt to modify or to subtract will mean something else. Ani Ifá àgbélẹ̀rọ. We don't want somebody to just come here and say, Ọ̀yẹ̀kú, Òtúrúpọ̀sá, and start chanting what is not existing. That this religion, spirituality of ours must remain very, very intact. The reason why I allowed this conference is I don't want to go in conflict with Professor Móyọ Òkédíji because of the respect I had for him. So when we allow him started to demonstrate Ifá Tuntun, it is indirectly saying that have the elders accepted Ifá Tuntun? No. The reason for this conference is not to accept Ifá Tuntun because èyí tó wà nílẹ̀ èyàn ò lè kọ tán. Ask my father. My father can chant maybe in some verses 50, maybe in some verses 100, and yet there are still more and more proficient babalawos. Ifá will continue to multiply and the scripture must remain intact. That is why this audience, because many people are not happy. Many people have called me, even many people have insulted me that why give this conference? Why do I have to give this audience? I said, no, we are doing this conference to enlighten ourselves. I respect Professor Móyọ Òkédíji a lot for what he has done. But what is happening now is somehow beyond my imagination. And we have to talk of animal sacrifice. Those are some of the things I said we have to talk. In Odù Ifá Àgbáyé at Ilé-Ifẹ̀ last June, I chanted a verse from Òtúrá Oríkọ̀, Òtúrá Ṣògbè, Tìbọ́lẹ́gbẹ̀, Tìbọ́làwúre, Adífá f'Ọ̀rúnmìlà yóò torí akápò rẹ̀ bọ́nu, Ọ̀rúnmìlà ẹran ni ó gbà, kó má mà gborí ẹni, Ọ̀rúnmìlà ẹran ni ó gbà. I chanted it at Ilé-Ifẹ̀, where I said what is important from this Odu is a male goat must be sacrificed to Ifá in order to save the soul of a sick person. Now, I will now say I have to substitute a male goat for what do we call it? For vegetables. Ifá will never accept that. We have to do it the way our ancestors have taught us to do. That is why this conference is there to enlighten and educate. More or less, my brother, Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji, there are areas that we cannot even go to. It is what is there. It's what makes this spirituality very thick and respected all over the world. Animal sacrifice has come to stay. We also say, let the blood of the animal touches the soil so that misfortunes can go away. We have reasons why we do animal sacrifice. Nobody can take that from us. I was telling somebody, would I not tell my clients who believe in animal sacrifice to say, you can no longer bring animals to propitiate your ancestors. The main animal, if I said it, to propitiate our ancestors, Agbo, a ram, it has significant meaning. We can never substitute that. That is my submission. Because if we start going on giving time to demonstrate Ifá Tuntun, it means this audience will be defeated. That is my humble submission. Me talking, Chief Awodiran Ọ̀kánláwọn Agboola, aṣojú awo àgbáyé of Ilé-Ifẹ̀, Araba of Oworonshoki, Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you. Àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀yè.
Ọ̀rẹ́ yẹ̀yẹ́ àṣọ.
Ẹ ṣeun, àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀yè bàbá, a máa ju ní ṣe ẹ̀kú àmọ̀nà náà. Ẹ jẹ́ kí Professor Móyọ Òkédíji sọ̀rọ̀.
Àbí?
Ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n bá ti sọ̀rọ̀ tán, a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa.
Moderator, a lè dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí.
Ẹ ní sùúrù sà, ẹ jẹ́ kí Professor Móyọ Òkédíji sọ̀rọ̀ tán. Mo kí bàbá wa Àràbà Òṣogbo Ẹlẹ́bùrìbọn, ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò yìí o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ ní sùúrù kí Professor Móyọ Òkédíji kọ́kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ tán, pé wọn tí sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí àti gbọ́ látẹnu wọn, gbogbo wọn tá à ń sọ báyìí àtòrí Facebook là ń gbọ́, response tí gbogbo wa ń sọ báyìí ìtagbọ́ lórí Facebook ni, ṣé wọ́n sọ o ṣé wọ́n sọ o àti gbọ́ lẹ́nu wọn, wọ́n tún sọ pé ká jẹ́ kí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nìyẹn, tí wọ́n bá sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n láwọn sọ báyìí tó ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ orí mídíà wọ́n bá sọ̀rọ̀ tó ń sìn ó lè jẹ́ mi ò sọ báyìí o, nǹkan tí mo sọ kọ́ yìí o, ẹ ti ń dájọ́ mi láì gbọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu mi. Ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ náà ká tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní mọ̀ bóyá báwo ló ti ṣe jẹ́ gbọ̀ngàn, báwo ni ti Professor Móyọ Òkédíji ṣe jẹ́, ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ lẹ́nu àwọn àjúṣe o.
Ẹ má bínú àbúrò àbọ̀ ẹ̀ láfikún níta torí ẹ̀ pé mítì gan ni pé kí Professor Móyọ Òkédíji sọ̀rọ̀. Àwa tá a jọ mọ àwọn ń bì agbọ́dọ̀ kágbẹ́nu àwa máa gbẹ́nu wa dákẹ́ nítorí àwọn bàbá ò lè wá ń bì kálá ní níta fẹ́ sọ. Níta torí ẹ̀ wá ń bì ojú pé kí prof sọ̀rọ̀ káwọn bàbá dẹ̀ fèsì sí káde máa fèsì ara káwọn náà máa kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ní tí wọ́n fẹ́ sọ kò jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ àbúrò àbọ̀.
Well, it looks like the entire program has changed from what I was informed, but I will improvise and move with it. The issue is not about Ifá. Okay? Ifá is a tradition that has been there for God knows how long, hundreds of years. The issue is about the way in which only one aspect of Ifá is being practiced, and that is geomancy. Ifá is not geomancy. Ifá is not limited to just divination, but over the last 200 years, I would say that Ifá has become totally overwhelmed by geomancy to the extent that all the other aspects of Ifá are not even possible to touch. When Ifá was laid down, it was a very comprehensive program that contains all subjects, including geomancy. Geomancy is just one aspect of Ifá, just one tiny aspect of Ifá. But actually, what provoked all of my, would you say, ire, what raised my ire in this circumstance is knowing that Ifá is the basis of even the program that we are doing now. 256 Ifá is the same as what is used in computer programming. But, and I don't want to get angry, okay? But the geomancy people have so held on to Ifá to the extent that it is not even possible to develop it beyond just Ankpa and Shebo. No. Ifá contains mathematics, it contains physics, it contains geology, it contains all sorts of things, all sorts of subjects that must be studied, and we must not allow those who are interested only in divination to hold on to Ifá to the extent that nobody else can develop it. That's what we're saying. And if I don't say it, others will still say it. If I didn't talk about this, there will be people after me who will talk about it. It's an issue whose time has come, and it is not a matter of anybody thinking that they should. I'm not interested in whether they sacrifice animals or not. I'm just saying that animal sacrifice, if you want to do it, it must be done privately. You can't be killing animals in public. It's not decent. If you want to kill your animal, do it in private, okay? When you do it in private, don't cut a dog into two and display its carcass in front of for anybody to see. There are children. We don't want to desensitize our children, okay? All of these macho acts in which you stretch a dog and then slash the dog to two. You're not going to eat the dog, even if you are going to eat the dog. Then you have to make sure that you treat the dog properly before you offer that dog. That is one thing. Another issue that interests me is the way in which those who are supposed to be the custodians of Ifá, those who are supposed to be the custodians of Ifá, who are also held as custodians of the ecology generally, have totally abdicated the responsibility. All our waters are dirty, and we have Yemoja people, we have Oshun people who are supposed to be addressing those issues. Those issues are not being addressed. It's not just a matter of offering divination and things like that. Our forests have been deforested. Nobody's addressing those issues. And it seems as if everybody's just focused on the geomancy aspect of Ifá, and that is what concerns me. And we know how spiritual activities grow. We know the way in which Christianity was brought in. We know the way Islam was brought in. And the way they came in, They were building schools, they were building hospitals, they were offering services. What is Ifá doing? What are Ifá people doing? Someone came here, Baba Pierre Vrager. He made an entire book on Ewe Yoruba, the use of Yoruba plants. It has not been translated yet to Yoruba. We sit here as Yoruba people. We've been sitting here for hundreds of years on all of these materials, and we're doing nothing with them. This is what is important to me. Anybody can do whatever they want with whatever it is they want to service in terms of Ifá, but don't stop the progress of Ifá in terms of its possibilities. You can be doing all the divinity, all the divination that you want. That's not my issue. My issue is that there now has to be a branch that addresses other things just beyond geomancy in Ifá. And it doesn't matter what the Ifá community says, we will address other aspects of geomancy, of Ifá beyond just geomancy, okay? The way in which they overhunt our forests. We used to have Igbo Eleri. We are the Igbo Eleri any longer. In other words, Ifá is the most important heritage that Yoruba people have to contribute to the world. We must not in any way make it impossible for it to achieve its full glory. I have nothing else to say.
I don't know.
Sean, thank you very much, Prof, for your for making it short. Anyway, let me say it that way. I can see we have about 4 hands up, and Baba Leburibon, our this Àgbàgbàs is Baba. Baba mi, mo ṣe laboye o. Ṣe lọ́wọ́ tẹ́ fẹ́ sọ.
Èmi ó kí gbogbo èèyàn. Èmi kọ́ ni bàbá ẹlẹ́bù ìbọn.
Okay.
Náà kàn jẹ́ ẹlẹ́bù ìbọn ni.
Ẹ ká okay.
Ọmọ bàbá ẹlẹ́bù ìbọn tèmi.
Ọmọ okay.
Gbẹ́mi náà ní tí mo fẹ́ sọ.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ fún ọmọ àgbàgbà tó wà one question.
Mo ṣe àbọ̀rú ẹ̀ lábọ̀ yìí. Ẹ̀ lábọ̀ ṣíṣe.
Ẹ ló sọ̀rọ̀.
Iye dọ́là ìyá àṣà ló ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Ìyá àṣà okay.
Gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo kí bàbá wa Móyọ Òkédíji tí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ bù ṣe ń sìn. Ifá kan ní ọmọdé ń wí wúyẹ́wúyẹ́, ó ní àwọn àgbààgbà ń sọ̀rọ̀ wàṣàwàṣà, ó ní bọ́mọdé ò bá jágbà ó wí kò lè lọ́gbọ́n àgbà nínú láíláí. Bágbà ò bá dẹ̀ sì jẹ́ kéwe ó wí kò lè lọ́gbọ́n ìwé nínú, nítorí pé ẹni mọ̀ yìí ò mọ̀ yìí. Ó ní alágbẹ̀dẹ wọn ò rọ́kin, èyí tó rọ́kin ò rọ́ bàbà. Èyí tó rọ bàbà kò ròjé, tó ròjèrè kò rojúgun. Ó ní adífá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà nígbà tó máa padà lọ kọ́fá lọ́wọ́ Àmósùn. Náà ìfẹ́ ni tó gbọ́n tán. Ọmọdé yẹn àgbà ni. La ní ọgbọ́n tí Elédùmarè tó fún wa. Kò sí ẹni tí wọ́n máa bú bàbá àbí ìyá ẹ̀ tí inú ẹ̀ máa dùn. Nítorí gbogbo write-up tèmi rí lórí Facebook, ó jẹ́ kí inú kó bí mi. Mi ò ní tàn yín. Èmi ò mọ̀rọ̀ kan tí nǹkan bá ṣẹlẹ̀, ẹ jẹ́ ká máa jọ sọ òdodo. Because àwọn ọ̀rọ̀, àwọn write-up yẹn, ó tàbùkù bá ìṣẹ̀ṣe, ó tàbùkù bá Ọ̀ṣun, ó tàbùkù bá àwọn tí wọ́n practice ìṣẹ̀ṣe, ó tàbùkù bá Ọ̀rúnmìlà. Tó tó bá yẹ pé bí bàbá wa yìí fine University of Ifá bí èmi náà máa ń ju àwọn iṣẹ́ mi kankan síbẹ̀ tó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé mo bá wọn wọ̀ ńjọ́ kan pé àwọn admin wọ́n máa decline iṣẹ́ àwọn iṣẹ́ tẹ́ bá fi síbẹ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀ lóníṣẹ̀ṣe nìyí ṣé rí àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe fúnra wa ọ̀tẹ̀ wà láàrin wa ẹnu wọ òkò a máa ń sọ òdodo ọ̀rọ̀. ẹni sùúrù now tó bá jẹ́ pé bí bàbá wa bí wọ́n ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ni wọ́n ṣe ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ ní orí Facebook kò ní là wá lóògùn oníkálukú máa mú ìmọ̀ràn ẹ̀ wá. ṣé Ọ̀rúnmìlà ń sìn tí wọ́n ti sọ tí àwọn èèyàn àìmọye àwọn tó ń pè mí àìmọye àwọn kọ́mẹ̀ntì tó wà níbẹ̀ tí wọ́n believe pé ó rèpọ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣé ìyẹn ni kí inú àwa kó dùn sí? ẹ dá mi lóhùn inú Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí inú wa dùn náà because nǹkan tá jókòó tì ní nǹkan bàbá ńlá wa ni ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ìjà sì wà láàrin àwọn wa àti àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn méjì tó kù kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ bá tiẹ̀ ní nǹkan kan nínú láti sọ ẹ̀tọ́ yín ni láti pe àwọn àgbààgbà onífá àwọn olórìṣà pé ìmísí yìí dẹ̀ wá o kí la lè ṣe. tẹ́rí social media ó ti bà nǹkan jẹ́ mo dẹ̀ máa ń sọ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn èèyàn ó máa ń dàbí pé bóyá èèyàn fi ṣe kínní ni gbogbo àwọn nǹkan fáyìn irú ètò sọ yìí sí pé bí wọ́n ṣe ń pa ẹran kò yẹ kó máa tòótọ́ ni ṣùgbọ́n àgbékalẹ̀ wọn yẹn ẹ má jẹ́ ká tanra wa ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ òdodo kò dáa ẹ má bínú pé mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ because ó ta àbùkù bá wa ó dẹ̀ dùn mí náà kí lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ fi pamọ́ sí ẹ̀ ní pé bàbá àràbà tán ti sẹ̀ ẹ gbọ́ ifá lẹ́nu wọn pé nǹkan báyìí ó yẹ kẹ́yìn náà tún bá research gẹ́gẹ́ bí professor lẹ́nu babaláwo kìíní ìkejì kẹta pé nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí because àwọn babaláwo ìyá nífá tí wọ́n bá dá ifá kalẹ̀ bóníkálukú ṣe mọ̀ túmọ̀ ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni o now ó tàbùkù bá ìṣẹ̀ṣe community ó tàbùkù bá bàbá wa tó ti sẹ̀ kódà gan àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ àràbà gan tí wọ́n wà bẹ́ẹ̀ sí àti àwọn ìsọ̀ǹgbé wọn ó tún tàbùkù bá wọn kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ọmọ ẹ sọ pé ẹ jẹ́ ká máa sọ òdodo pé nǹkan yìí tí ò bá yẹ kó rí ẹ jẹ́ then nǹkan tún wà lọ́dọ̀ àwọn àgbààgbà wa nígbà tó jẹ́ pé nínú àwọn àgbààgbà wa náà àwọn náà ti jáde wọ́n máa sọ pé kinní kan ìyá kinní kan ìyá nífá ìyá aláwo ni tí ì ṣe pé ẹ pé gbogbo àwọn àgbààgbà láti fẹnu kò síbì kan tó ní kálukú ń dáṣe tiẹ̀ kí ló dé tẹ́lòmí náà ò ní dìde tó bá yá lọ́la muslim náà lè dìde kó sọ pé ẹ̀yin onífá bóyá ó wá láti ìdílé ifá tí ò ti ẹ̀kọ́ fàbí nǹkan kan kó sọ pé ìmísí kan wà tóun náà rí ibi tó ti ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn nígbà tí àwọn onífá kan ti ń ṣeré ẹ̀ tí babaláwo ti ń ṣeré ẹ̀ tí ẹ̀ tètè kọ́bọ̀ pé nǹkan tó ń sọ yìí kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ wo a ní iṣẹ́ ṣe nínú ìṣẹ̀ṣe a ní iṣẹ́ gidi ṣe kí ni sọ́jú bẹ́ẹ̀.
Àbọ̀rú àbọ̀yè.
Àbọ̀yè ṣiṣẹ́ FFF.
Èmi ni Olúwo Fáyẹmí Fátúndé Fákáyọ̀dé, the president of the International Council for Ifá Religion. Mo kí Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji, mo kí gbogbo àwọn àràbà tán wà níbí àti alàgbà Ọláìyá ẹ kú iṣẹ́. This issue tá ń discuss lénìí yìí, bàbá wa àràbà Awódìran àwọn ni wọ́n jẹ́ kí ọ̀pọ̀ èèyàn wá torí pé àwọn èèyàn wọn ò rí reason tó fi yẹ kí wọ́n wá fún irú àpérò yìí. And ó yà mí lẹ́nu pé ohun tí Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji ń present lénìí, ohun tí wọ́n ń sọ lénìí ó yàtọ̀ sí ohun tó ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ o. Tí Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji bá fẹ́ present nǹkan fún wa lórí Ifá pé bó ṣe yẹ káwọn nǹkan rí irú àwọn ètò ń sọ wípé àwọn ojúbọ Ọ̀ṣun odò Iyemọja gbogbo ẹ̀wọ̀n àmójútó ọ̀nà tán máa gbàgbé yẹn kalẹ̀ ọ̀tọ̀. Ètò dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé kò ń ṣiṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ oníyemọja ló pọ̀, iṣẹ́ ìjọba iṣẹ́ gbogbo ará ìlú òun nìyẹn. Tí wọ́n bá ń sọ fún wa pé wọ́n ń pa erin tán nínú igbó, kì í ṣe àwọn babaláwo, the Ifá priests are not the hunters that are killing the elephants. Wọn dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn dẹ̀kọ́ ní government tó máa ṣe reserve fún àwọn ẹranko wa. Ìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, because what Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji is doing today, he has presented a very good something that we are convinced that he means well for Ifá. But his write-ups for some months ago now has shown us something else. Because Professor Móyọ sọ wípé kò yẹ kí bọ́n ṣe ń pa ẹran ní ojú èèyàn tó ń ṣe animal sacrifice tó ń gbé sí social media is not good. Everybody knows that, and we have been campaigning against that for long. But it is not easy to control where you have millions of people. You cannot control them. You cannot say this is what we want. Many people will listen, many will not. Ìyẹn yàtọ̀ sí ohun tí Professor Móyọ ń sọ ní orí Facebook àti gbogbo write-up wọn nípa animal sacrifice. Tí a bá wo àwọn articles tí Professor Móyọ Òkédíji ti kọ sí Facebook lára àwọn Saworoko, spiritual rape and other things. Àwọn articles tó ń incite àwọn èèyàn against àwọn Ifá priest ni. Professor Móyọ is indirectly inciting people against the practitioners of Ifá. Àwọn articles tó ń tarnish Professor Móyọ is tarnishing the image of Babalawo. And when he started with Ifá Tuntun, I personally wrote him that the executive members of the International Council for Ifá Religion will have to meet with him. Mo kọ inbox wọ́n dẹ̀ ní audience pẹ̀lú wa, a discuss, a dẹ̀ rí pé bọ́n ṣe present lẹ́ni náà ṣe ń jọyìn, a rí pé nǹkan tán mean nǹkan dáadáa ni fún Ifá. But ẹ̀yìn ìgbà yẹn tán tún máa gbé nǹkan sí Facebook, a rí pé ṣe náà tún attack àwọn babaláwo, like saying the babalawos are doing work for 419s, they are doing for Yahoo people. Everybody, tá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ spirituality, àwọn ọmọ Yahoo ń lọ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn pastors, wọ́n ń lọ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn àfáà. And Professor Móyọ, ara issue ni pé Professor Móyọ wọn ò kí ń ṣe onífá, because he has said it several times, he is not initiated to any òrìṣà. An outsider lè bá onílé tó lé as an outsider. Tí Professor Móyọ bá fẹ́ tó nǹkan nínú ilé Ifá, tán bá jẹ́ onífá, ó rọrùn fún wọn. Then as onífá tó bá fẹ́ tó nǹkan, ó ní bọ́n ṣe máa tó in a way tó jẹ́ pé irú bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ animal sacrifice àbí pé àwọn kan ń ṣe jìbìtì yẹn, kì í ṣe pé wọ́n á máa kọ, a rí gbogbo nǹkan tó ń kọ sórí Facebook pé Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní I say Ọ̀rúnmìlà said all my children they have become looters, they have become they are practicing fraud, or gbogbo ìtàn ṣe. Gbogbo nǹkan tí Professor Móyọ ń ṣe yẹn, ìbéèrè tèmi fẹ́ béèrè lọ́wọ́ Professor Móyọ ni pé kí ni objective wọn gan? Because tó bá jẹ́ pé objective wọn ni pé láti promote Ifá beyond the present level, kì í ṣe bá ṣe máa gbé yẹn nìyẹn. Tí Professor Móyọ bá sọ máa pé there is geology in Ifá, there is computer science in Ifá, there is mathematics in Ifá, everybody knows that. And if you want to promote the mathematics in Ifá, he is free to do that. Nobody will say don't promote the mathematical aspect of Ifá. But not that he will be telling us pé àwọn babaláwo wọn mọ̀jú ká pẹran jẹ lọ, wọn mọ̀jú ká dáfá lọ, wọn mọ̀jú ká rúbọ lọ, wọn promote a scientific aspect of Ifá. Ìyẹn iṣẹ́ tí òun ṣiṣẹ́ babaláwo nìyẹn náà. Babaláwo kọ́ ni iṣẹ́ àwọn babaláwo náà máa gbówó sílẹ̀ tí wọ́n á fi máa ṣe research. People like you have access to grants. Tẹ́ bá mọ̀ pé fẹ́ promote geology nínú Ifá, ẹ̀yin lẹ ní access sí grants. Ẹ mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe lè gbà, ẹ mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe lè rówó láti fi ṣe. Government lè ṣe. Ṣé babaláwo owó oní kó máa dá owó kan sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ ṣe research lórí mathematics ní Ifá? Then tí ẹ bá ń sọ fún wa wípé àwọn babaláwo wọ́n ṣe báyìí, because gbogbo articles yín èmi ò rí nǹkan kan tẹ́ ẹ kọ tó fi favour babaláwo àbí Ifá. Ó máa jẹ́ ká wò wípé is it not possible pé, because people are thinking pé ṣé Professor Móyọ Òkédíji ṣé kò possible kó jẹ́ pé àwọn kan ló sponsor wọn to study Ifá, to destroy Ifá? Because that was the exact thing tí Reverend Lijadu ṣe nínú gbogbo ìwé Reverend Lijadu tó kọ ní 1897 ní Ifá àti ti 1908 Ọ̀rúnmìlà. Ó hàn gbangba pé Reverend Lijadu was sponsored by Christian missionaries láti study Ifá, pé after studying Ifá láti destroy Ifá so that they will be able to propagate Christianity. Àwa bí Professor Móyọ pé kí ni objective wọn gan? Ṣé wọ́n sponsor yín ní gbogbo nǹkan because ẹ study Ifá láti gbà ẹ́ it's not that you are initiated to Ifá or any òrìṣà ẹ̀ kì í ṣe onífá but as a Yorùbá man nobody stops you from studying Ifá ẹ lè kọ́fá but kí wá ṣe pé it's like pé lẹ́yìn tẹ́ ti wá ní knowledge yẹn tán you want to use it against the babaláwo and this babaláwo you are talking about àwọn ni aṣàtẹ́rọ̀gọ̀dì tó dọkọ̀ dúró dọlọ́sìnsìn tí ò bá sáwọn babaláwo tán kọ́fà ẹ̀ tán fi ààyè tiwọn sílẹ̀ nígbà tí gbogbo yín gbanú Christianity and Islam lọ tẹ́ ẹ padà dé nsìn fún research ọwọ́ àwọn wo lẹ ti máa bá Ifá kò lè sí fámọ́ tó bá jẹ́ pé bí gbogbo yín ṣe lọ sí Christianity lọ sí Islam táwọn bàbá oníkálukú lọ yẹn làwọn bàbá arúgbó náà lọ gba Christianity gba Islam tá àjókòó ti Ifá ìgbà tẹ́ ẹ padà dé nsìn tẹ́ ẹ nídìí Ifá verses fún research ọwọ́ àwọn wo lẹ ti máa kọ́ tẹ́ ẹ bá lè dúpẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ máa praise àwọn babaláwo tí wọ́n ráyè tí wọ́n fi táìmù wọn sílẹ̀ tán kọ́fá tán mọ́fá ẹ ní láti máa attack wọn that is it tẹ́ ẹ bá mọ̀ pé ẹ ní nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ ṣe láti promote Ifá beyond geomancy ẹ free láti ṣe but ẹ stop láti máa attack Ifá ẹ stop láti máa attack àwọn òrìṣà wa kẹ́ ẹ máa pè Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní rapist ẹ stop gbogbo ìyẹn ọ̀kẹ́ máa sọ wípé àwọn babaláwo náà ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún 419 àwọn náà ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún ọmọ yahoo ẹ stop gbogbo ìyẹn because tó bá wo gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ ti kọ yẹn ẹ̀ ń incite àwọn èèyàn against àwọn babaláwo and it's not good ẹ jẹ́ ká ro nǹkan tá a bá ṣe lẹ́ni ìtàn ní lọ́la o lẹ́yìn ní àìmọye ọdún tí Reverend Lijadu ti kú tán kí Reverend Lijadu tó kú gan náà ti mọ̀ pé Ifá bó ti tọ́ ni ló ti fẹ́ padà sínú Ifá but it wasn't easy for him torí Christianity tó ti gbà láìmọye ọdún tí Reverend Lijadu ti kú ń sẹ àìmọye ọmọ wọn lójú onífá tán dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé nǹkan tí grandfather àwọn ṣe ò dáa ẹ̀yin náà ronú ọjọ́ iwájú àwọn ọmọ tí yín náà lè padà jó nífá lọ́jọ́ iwájú tí wọ́n á máa rí gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ ṣe because ó padà hàn lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn pé òyìnbó ló sponsor Reverend Lijadu nǹkan téèyàn bá fi pamọ́ lénìí ìyẹn 20 ọdún ó máa ń jóyàn lọ́wọ́ ètájà yìí Crowther ṣe about 200 years ago tó sọ pé èṣù ní Sátánì ìyẹn 20 ọdún ń jóyàn lọ́wọ́ ṣó jẹ́ kó níyì láàrin àwọn òṣèṣe lénìí tán bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ àwọn òyìnbó náà dẹ̀ sponsor ẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ káwa náà ronú nǹkan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́yìn tá a bá lọ tán lórí ohun tá a bá ń ṣe o kò jẹ́ kékeré tí èmi lè sọ níbẹ̀ òun nìyẹn ni pé Professor Móyọ Òkédíji summary ni pé presentation yìí lè ní àtẹ̀tẹ̀ ṣe fún wa lọ́jọ́ tí a pè yín ó túmọ̀ sí pé you mean well for Ifá and òrìṣà but gbogbo articles tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń kọ ohun tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń kọ síta opposite ohun tẹ́ ẹ lẹ́ẹ̀mìn yẹn ni ẹ̀ ń attack ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni ẹ̀ làbọ̀rú ẹ̀ làbọ̀yè ẹ̀ làbọ̀ síṣẹ́.
ẹ dákun ní àfikún mo kí gbogbo èèyàn ó dẹ̀ kí àwọn bàbá wa tó wà ní bíbá olúwo FFF ti sọ ohun tó pọ̀ jù nínú àwọn nǹkan tèmi náà fẹ́ sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ orúkọ tèmi ni Ẹlẹ́bùìbọn Ifátúkí mo dẹ̀ ti have engaged Professor Benjamin a few times on Facebook. In fact, I was one of the few people who started the resistance against all this. You will remember now that I'm talking about it. I just want to add that.
Hold on, sir. Torí bá ṣe fẹ́ kí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn kó lọ ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ní sùúrù mo fẹ́ kí Professor Móyọ Òkédíji dáhùn sí nǹkan tí olúwo Fákáyọ̀dé sọ nísìnyí pàápàá jùlọ tó lọ́n sọ ọ̀rọ̀ sílẹ̀ rẹpẹtẹ so the main focus is Professor Móyọ Òkédíji mo fẹ́ kí wọ́n dáhùn sí yẹn then ẹ̀yin náà ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ní sùúrù díẹ̀.
Comrade, I will advise you allow more speakers, like 2 or 3. So I shall keep Professor Móyọ come attend this book, please.
Okay, that's a very good idea. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Okay, I will.
Okay, mo lè tẹ̀síwájú.
Tẹ̀síwájú.
So, ní àkókò mo kí àwọn bàbá lẹ́ẹ̀kan èmi rí mo fẹ́ lè sọ wípé mo rí àrísà gbogbo kìíní dáadáa because I have followed his work for some time and I engaged him. We had a very lengthy civil engagement on Facebook. But to start with, I would want to advise our community, especially those that are very active on the internet. I think one of the issues that escalated this whole thing is that I think there's an identity issue. I have never felt like Professor Òkédíji identified with traditional. He has never portrayed himself as a friend. When the whole issue came up with Ifá Tuntun and FFF, rightly, and the Ifá Council invited him, he wrote about it on his Facebook, and he said at first he felt scared, and he then realized he's over 60, he's not too young to die. When a friend invites you for an engagement, for a conversation, why would you think they want to harm you or kill you over a conversation? That is not the word of a friend. I do not think the professor has ever considered the traditionalists as friends. And he also mentioned about Ifá, geomancy, the people are obsessed with Ifá being geomancy. I don't think Ifá and geomancy should even be mentioned in the same sentence. Geomancy has its roots in Europe and China. Ifá is Africa. Ifá predates geomancy. Ifá, he should know what he wants to work on. He should provide evidences that it is only 200 years ago that people started focusing on geomancy, when Ifá was never geomancy to start with. If you do research on geomancy, you will see it has nothing to do with Ifá. Only the markings can be said to even have any correlation. And Baba Miyaraba Ororoshoki, they said the professor has contributed a lot to our Ifá and the Orisha and our tradition. I do not see it. If you create a group on Facebook and you title it University of, there are many other groups like that. That is nothing major. I don't see, there have been people who have worked.
Please make it short, sir. So that
I'm writing up. We have had William Bascom, we have had Pierre Vega, we have had people who have done authentic research. They did not try to change Ifá. Nobody. Ifá will definitely inspire breakthroughs in many disciplines. There is no doubt. But all this must be standalones, inspired by Ifá. We are not his students. If you are inspired to realize some stuff, make posts on YouTube. A lot of people work on mathematical theoretical equations for years. They are peer-reviewed. You do not assert. We all went to school. If you have a theory, there will be peer-reviewed. And then they will give you review back. At the same time, they say, you provide evidences. You don't just assert. And for people who do not know, this is his pattern. He will go on Facebook, he will say something else, and then come and present another thing.
I'll have to cut you down, sir.
That is his pattern. He's a pseudo genius. They try and say they invent something when all they have is just air. There is nothing. He has not done anything major. And people should see that. He has said it several times.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's not a babalawo. It's not lendable. Why should you even engage people like post on YouTube about your stuff? You don't have to bring people down. And FFF has said it. FFF has said it.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we needed to meet him because of time, I think he has spoken sufficiently. Let's hear from somebody else. Let's hear from
lóbìnrin tó fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ obìnrin.
Obìnrin ta ló fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀?
Náà àwọn ẹja wà ń bẹ̀. Àwọn ẹja obìnrin olókùn wà ń bẹ̀.
ẹ jọ̀wọ́ ṣé mo lè sọ̀rọ̀?
Ẹ ṣe ẹ̀dá obìnrin tó wà ń bẹ obìnrin tó wà ń bẹ tó fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Ṣé kí n tẹ̀síwájú?
Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀.
Ẹ ṣé gan bàbá mi. Mo dúpẹ́ gidi gan fún àgbékalẹ̀ ètò yìí. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa Àràbà Awódìran. Mo dẹ̀ tún dúpẹ́ pàápàá jùlọ lọ́wọ́ olúwo FFF láti ọdún tí mo ti mọ̀ wọ́n fi kan pé méjì. Gbogbo bọ́rọ̀ yẹn ti ṣe ń lọ lórí social media ni èmi náà wo àwòkọ́ṣe ẹ̀. Ìgbà míì a fẹ́ bí mi nínú, ìgbà míì màá tún wo àwọn dáadáa níwọ̀nba díẹ̀ tí ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Móyọ Òkédíji wọ́n ti ṣe, torí èmi náà fẹ́ràn research lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Àmọ́ àwa tá a kọ́fá láti kékeré tán bí wa sínú Ifá tá a dàgbà sínú Ifá, ó ń jẹ́ ká máa wò pé bóyá bàbá yẹn ń wò pé bóyá púpọ̀ wọn ò kàwé àbá ò lọ sílé ìwé. Òun ni wọ́n ṣe wò ó pé àwọn lè tàbùkù àbáwọn lè wọ́ wa ńlẹ̀ gan-an púpọ̀ bí ẹni tí ò tiẹ̀ mọ nǹkan kan. Èyí dẹ̀ kọ́ wá lóminú púpọ̀. Èèyàn tó bá fẹ́ sọ wípé òun fẹ́ mú nǹkan kan wá nù nǹkan, á jẹ́yàn tó ti mọ̀ ń pa nǹkan òun. Àwa tá a ti ń kọ́ bá láti ilẹ̀ kò títí kan àwọn bàbá ńlá wa tó kọ́ wa ń fà kò sẹ́ni tó lè sọ pé òun mọ̀ fà ìtàn. Fọ́ọ̀tì nǹkan téèyàn kan ò lè sọ pé òun mọ̀ tán láyéláyé, ẹlòmíì wá sọ pé òun fẹ́ tòun lọ́tọ̀.
Mo ṣẹlẹ̀ àbọ̀rú o. Ẹ jọ
Oríyèyí Ọ̀ṣun, ẹ jẹ́ kóbìnrin sọ.
Ẹ jọ
wọ́n ní ká kọ́ fọ́ọ̀mù ní mo ní mo kọ́.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ tán. Ẹ jèbùrẹ́, ẹ jẹ́ kóbìnrin àgbàlagbà sọ̀rọ̀.
Ìyá
Àbíyé ọlà.
Fáṣítì
Àbíyé ọlà ló ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Ẹ ṣeun mà.
Ok. Oríyèyí Ọ̀ṣun.
No, bàbá yóò ti sọ̀rọ̀ tán. Ẹ ní sùúrù bàbá yẹn.
Ẹ jẹ́ kóbìnrin sọ̀rọ̀ jàre kí babaláwo tó ràǹdẹ̀ up.
Ok, mo gbọ́ yín mà, ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ mà.
Ṣé báwọn àgbàlẹ̀ gbé síta?
Àgbà ni.
Ok,
mi ò mọ̀rọ̀ mi.
níbo Oríyèyí Ọ̀ṣun omi ò ń bo mo tiẹ̀ ti fẹ́ mu ná torí ìgbà tí wọ́n ní pé kí n.
Èyí náà ni mò ń wá.
Ok, èmi ní Dúpẹ́ Fáṣẹ́tìrẹ́, èmi ní Àbíyé ọ̀là, èmi lolómi tútù.
Èyí náà ni mò ń fi lọ́wọ́ sí wa.
Ẹ má bínú, èmi dẹ̀ náà tún ní àwòrán ṣẹ́jú. So mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín tẹ́ gbé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí wá torí mi mọ̀ nǹkan kan nípa ẹ̀. Ó bá mi lójijì ni. Mo dẹ̀ ń ronú sí i. Mo ti pe bàbá Awódìran. Mo ní ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe sùúrù o. Nítorí wípé Ifá náà ló kọ́ wa wípé ká máa bọ̀wọ̀ fáwọn àgbàlagbà o. Tágbàlagbà bá sọ̀rọ̀ tó bá kó jẹ ẹ̀jẹ̀ o kò jẹ. A ní ṣé rí gbogbo èyí tá à ń pariwo yìí tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ dáadáa ọ̀rọ̀ dáadáa là ń sọ àpariwo ẹjọ́ ẹ má bínú FFF má bínú sí mi o sọ mọ̀ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ nìyẹn. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run ẹ jẹ́ ká jèbù rẹ̀. Bàbá wa pòfẹ́sọ̀ wọ́n ní gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣe lórí Facebook kò dáa. Okay, nǹkan bá wa sọ ní ìsìn ọ̀tọ̀ ni ṣẹ́ni nǹkan bá wa sọ lọ́tọ̀ yìí òun ni ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé yẹ̀wò. Ìbéèrè wọ́n ń béèrè ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká fún wọn ní àṣà ẹ jẹ́ ká dẹ̀ palẹ̀ kíní yìí mọ́ ká má bu àgbàlagbà. Èmi ò ń dúró síbi tó ti ń bá àgbàlagbà o bó ṣe àgbàlagbà jẹ̀bi o bí ó jẹ̀bi o gbogbo yín mọ̀ mí mi ò ní dúró síbẹ̀ o. Now ohun tí mo tún gbọ́ ni pé obìnrin kí ló dé tóbìnrin ò kì í ṣe olúwo. Obìnrin ń ṣolúwo nítorí nísẹ̀yìn ní ó ní bólúkálùkù ṣe ń ṣe nǹkan ẹ̀. Nísẹ̀yìn ńgbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe tẹ̀fá Ifá la gbélẹ̀ Ifá mi ló mú èmi lolúwo fún that program. Kì í ṣe pé wọ́n máa pe obìnrin ní olúwo. Ṣé wọ́n máa ń pe olúwo ní ìyá nífà ni? Ánsà nìyẹn o ẹ má bínú o. So obìnrin náà máa ń lead. Kì í ṣe ọkùnrin nìkan ló ń lead. Àwọn obìnrin náà wà ń bẹ̀. Wọn kan adìyẹ wa ń làágùn ìyẹ́ ni ò jẹ́ kẹ́ rí àgùn wa. Ẹ má bínú bàbá professor. Obìnrin wọ́n gbé wa síbẹ̀. a dẹ̀ nípa táwa náà mú, àwa náà ń ṣe tiwa, a dẹ̀ ń ṣe, a máa ń fún àwọn èèyàn ní owó, àwọn àgbàlagbà wa, àwọn obìnrin la wà lábẹ́ ẹ̀ tá à ń tọ́jú wọn, àtọmọdé, àwọn bàbá wa. À ń ṣe kinní yìí, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ síbi tó máa dáa, bí ẹ̀yin olúwa FF ṣe sọ, ẹ má jẹ́ ká máa sọ síbi tá a máa búra wa lórí Facebook mọ́, kò dáa, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bínú, tí mo fẹ́ sọ nìyẹn o. Ẹ má sọ pé olómi tútù tún ti gbede o, èmi ò kì í ṣọmọ kékeré mọ́ o, onífá dẹ̀ ni mí, torí èmi náà kà á lórí Facebook, wọ́n ní kí ló ń wá ń bẹ̀, kì í ṣe onífá. Ẹ mọ̀ mí nìyẹn, nítorí pé ifá náà ló ní gbogbo ẹ̀, àtológbò ni àti gbogbo ẹ̀, àtàgbélẹ̀rọ ifá ló ní. Onífá ni mí, ìyá nífá ni mí, àwòrò ìṣẹ́jú ọmọ lóòyà àyàn, ọ̀wọ́n oníṣèdè ni mí, bàbá Ifáyẹmí ló tẹ̀ mí nífá. Mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Fátókí tó sọ̀rọ̀, bàbá mi ò tí ì gbóhùn bàbá, but Fátókí dúró fún wa, elébùrú ìbọn ó dúró fún wa, fún lineage wa, ọ̀rọ̀ tó dẹ̀ sọ mo láìkí ẹ̀. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ ṣàánú wa, ẹ má jẹ́ ká búra wa, ẹ má jẹ́ ká bú professor, ẹ má jẹ́ ká búra wa, ẹ jẹ́ ká jébù rẹ̀, oore yèyí Ọ̀ṣun.
Mo ṣe ẹ̀làbọ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ bàbá wa Adéyínká, ẹni sùúrù ẹjọ́ má bínú, ẹni sùúrù ilé ẹjọ́ là ló ń sọ̀rọ̀, ẹni sùúrù
ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀
ẹni sùúrù bàbá, ẹni sùúrù
ẹ fún mi ní ìṣẹ́jú kan ẹ sọ̀rọ̀
ẹni sùúrù. Ìyá rí ọ̀rọ̀ tí ìyá wa tó sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ni mo fẹ́ dá lóhùn, ìyá tó sọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í sọ̀rọ̀ ìjà.
Olómi tútù ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ o, àbí Yọ̀lá ló ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Mo mọ̀ bá ti ẹ̀ ta èmi àti máa ń sọ̀rọ̀. Èmi àti máa ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Mi ò fẹ́ ká jà.
Kì í sọ̀rọ̀ ìjà bẹ́ẹ̀, kò sí bí
ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́yìn náà sọ́dà o. Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ sọ́dà.
Ẹni sùúrù, kì í ṣe pé ẹ máa sọ wípé wọ́n bú àgbàlagbà.
Mute allow.
Kì í ṣe pé ẹ máa sọ wípé wọ́n bú àgbàlagbà pẹ̀lú pé nǹkan tí o tó yẹ ká sọ aṣọ. Dẹ́nì kejì, tí ẹ bá tẹ ifá, ìyẹn ò sọ yín di ìyá nífá. Pé ìyàn tẹ ifá kò sọ di ìyá nífá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gbogbo ẹnu ni mo fi sọ. Tẹ wọ gbódù kò sọ yín di ìyá nífá. Àwọn irú àwọn mistake tá a máa ń ṣe tó dàbí pé bóyá èèyàn sọ̀rọ̀ jù nìyẹn. Pé gbogbo wa lè jẹ onífá, gbogbo wa ni onífá, ọmọ Yorùbá ni wá. Ṣùgbọ́n pé èèyàn wọ gbódù, ìyẹn ò sọ yín di ìyá nífá. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣeun mà, ẹ má jẹ́ kí n mú tí ẹ ṣeun mà, ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣe gan.
Ẹ ṣeun àbọ̀rú àbọ̀yè o, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ èmi tí mo wà wí báyìí mo kàn mediate ọ̀rọ̀ ni, ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Nǹkan kan ní máa bẹ̀ wá fún.
Kákọ́lé rẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀.
Gẹ́gẹ́ bí Yorùbá. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí Yorùbá, nǹkan kan wà táwọn ń pè ní ọmọlúwàbí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Mi ò tún láti sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo fẹ́ kí bàbá ṣe ń direct ọ̀rọ̀ síra wa lórí ìkànnì yìí, ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lo respect, ẹ jẹ́ ká máa bọ̀wọ̀ fúnra wa. Èyí bá yóò ṣe ìkànnì fún wa láti máa sọ̀rọ̀ nítorí pé
bẹ́ẹ̀ kì í ṣe pé wọ́n máa sọ pé wọ́n bú àgbàlagbà, àwọn wo ló ń bú àgbàlagbà?
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́
ọ̀rọ̀ tá a sọ yẹn ṣe ló pọ̀ jù.
Ẹ ní sùúrù.
Ẹ dáhùn, ṣé ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ tí a sọ yẹn tó pọ̀ jù, ṣé wọ́n bú wọn ni?
Ẹ lẹ́kìn sọ̀rọ̀ mà.
Mo ní ẹ má jẹ́ ká bú àgbàlagbà. Mi ò sọ pé wọ́n bú àgbàlagbà o. Tí bá dẹ̀ sọ, ó gbà mí lẹ́nu.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Àwọn wo ló bú àgbàlagbà?
Mo ní ẹ má jẹ́ ká búra wa, ẹ má jẹ́ ká bú àgbàlagbà.
Níbo náà ti bú wọn? Àwọn wo ló bú wọn?
Ṣé mo dárúkọ èèyàn kan ni?
Ẹ má jẹ́ ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Àmúra wa lélẹ́yìn náà.
Gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́mi ò ṣe ń fẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ ẹ̀yin oníṣẹ̀ṣe nìyẹn, because ẹ ní sọ òdodo ọ̀rọ̀.
Òdodo tèmi nìyẹn o. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká búra wa.
Àwọn náà ń bú wọn. Ṣé wọ́n bú wọn ni? Ṣé wọ́n bú wọn ni?
Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ má bínú pé mo ń láti mú ti ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ má bínú. Ó ṣe pàtàkì nítorí Professor gan ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́kan ráyè sọ̀rọ̀. Ohun tó ṣe pàtàkì ká fi pe ìjókòó yìí ò ní pé ká gbọ́ ká lè yẹ̀wò fúnra wa. A wá dájú ẹnikẹ́ni, a dẹ̀ wá sọ pé bóyá ẹnìkan ló mọ̀rọ̀ sọ, ẹnìkan ni mọ̀rọ̀ sọ, àbẹ́nìkan ló ṣe, àbẹ́nìkan ló ṣe. Ẹnìkan ló mọ fájù, ẹnìkan ni ò mọ fájù. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ jẹ́ ká bára wa sọ̀rọ̀.
Kò sẹ́ni tó sọ pé èèyàn kan mọ fájù, ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Ṣé rí gbogbo nǹkan báyìí, èmi gan máa kúrò bí. Ṣé rí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ máa sọ òdodo ọ̀rọ̀. Kò sẹ́ni tó sọ pé èèyàn kan mọ fájù, èèyàn ṣe nǹkan pé bàbá wa yìí ṣe nǹkan, wọ́n ti ń kí wọn lọ́tùn, wọ́n ti ń kí wọn lósì. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ibi tó ti ṣe mistake náà, tí wọ́n bá sọ kì í ṣe pé wọ́n bú wọn.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀.
Kì í dẹ̀ ṣe pé wọ́n máa sọ pé bóyá kíní.
Ẹ gbìyànjú, ẹ ti try.
Oníkálukú ló mọ ibi tó dé nínú ìṣẹ̀ṣe, mo mẹ́ni tó tọ́ mi, mo dẹ̀ mẹ́ni tí mo jù lọ. Èèyàn kan ò lè halẹ̀ mẹ́yàn kan. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Prof máa rẹ́rìn, Prof á máa fi wá ṣe ẹ̀yẹ báyìí lọ́kàn ẹ̀bí yóò wà organize.
Mo gbé tọ ẹ̀rẹ̀ mú tó gba àwọn ìṣẹ́ tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ náà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ náà rè. Bẹ́ẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ àwọn àgbààgbà náà rè, bọ́yìí fẹ́ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ rè. Wọ́n ní wọ́n bú wọn, kí náà fi bú wọn? Ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Ìyá wa, Prof, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, mo fẹ́ kẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ sí àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ méjì mẹ́ta tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí. Please, I want you to respond to principally what
okay.
The president of the council said.
Ẹnìkan ni wọ́n ní àbáfíà ọjọba, wọ́n ní ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ ṣépè. Ó ní ká dáa fún bàbá ńlá bàbá ẹni tó sọ pé ọmọ ṣépè. Ṣé ti wá rí báyìí pé ìṣẹ̀ṣe ọ̀hún báyìí, gbogbo ìṣẹ̀ṣe tá à ń sọ yìí báyìí, ẹ̀yin náà ti wá rí, ẹ ti rí gbogbo ẹ̀ bó ṣe rí báyìí. Ẹnu òkò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ nìkan bá sọ kinní kan, ẹnìkan tún sọ opposite ẹ̀. Àgbà ló máa ń gba nǹkan mọ́ra. I'm not averse to being attacked. I understand that if you are doing anything that is new, it would take time for people before people can understand it. But to address specific issues, I am not sponsored. Okay, I have been studying Ifá since I was 17 years old. A lot of the people here who are themselves Ifá adepts probably have not been doing it longer than myself. I want to say this. The study of Ifá has become part of the university program for a long time. Okay? The study of Ifá was introduced into the university program by Prof.Wandé Àbímbọ. And Dr. Ifá Tuntun also has been beneficiary of that program. So to now say that only those who are going to Babalawos and are becoming initiates are the only ones who understand Ifá is just not the reality. Ifá has become part of the university program for a long time now. And this is where I studied Ifá. I decided that I will not be a Babalawo because I know that we will in other words, I wanted to be free. If I were a Babalawo, I would not be able to do this thing that I'm doing. Okay? It is the freedom that one has as a scholar that enables you to think about everything in the way that you think will advance the discussion. In other words, what I'm doing is my own take on ways of developing Ifá. And I understand that the Babalawos and the Yenifas have their own approach to it. It does not invalidate my own approach.
Please excuse me, can I say something?
Yeah,
can I
Professor. we know the Ifá has been a part of the university.
I think the network is off. Please, if you are not allowed, please, if you are not allowed to speak, please before you talk, Ejo, Ebere.
Yeah,
if you
I wanted to add.
And
there will be no curriculum in the university.
Please, who's that person? I'll be forced to delete you if you keep talking.
It is the same Àgbàgbàs guy.
You are free to do whatever you want to do.
Please,
sir,
me,
block
please,
me.
I will
Professor, you blocked me too some time ago too. It is not something major. So
please,
you are free.
Please,
there would be nothing without them.
Can I say something, please?
Please, keep Prof sọ̀rọ̀ tán. Gbogbo wa la máa sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Keep Prof sọ̀rọ̀ tán. Gbogbo wa la máa sọ̀rọ̀.
I was just going to say that the young man, Elebuibon, he came to attack me on my Facebook, and I had to block him. And he's already the way he started talking today is very interesting. I don't know that if some of you understand that they have even placed fatwa on my head. In other words, they have gone to the point of saying someone should go and kill me. That is a fact. The person later tried to apologize, and this is someone who calls himself an Araba, said they should go and kill me. This is not a good direction for Ifá to develop. A situation in which people are intolerant, in which people are advocating murder. I think the Àgbàgbàs should find a way to moderate the development of Ifá in such a way that the radicality that we see in many of these other religions does not invade Ifá and turn it into a weapon of destruction.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Please, can I
sir, Baba Wole Olugunle. Yeah, you can talk, sir.
Thank you for the privilege.
If I have an observation real quick, if you permit me, please, real quick.
Okay.
Mr. Adeyinka, can you kindly arrange this room in a way that we can see the faces of people speaking, or at least they should mention their name, because we can't see anything. We don't even know we're speaking.
Exactly. Please. Thank you very much. Ejo, I'm not Mr. O. I'm not Mr. Adeyinka. I'm Adeyinka. I'm also a doctor. So
Dr. Adeyinka.
So thank you, but call me Adeyinka. I prefer Adeyinka alone.
Can I go ahead, please?
But I'm not Mr.
Can I go ahead, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, sir.
All right. First of all, I would like to appreciate the privilege to air my own opinion towards the development of our heritage. I want to also appreciate the presence of the Àgbàgbàs, the custodian of Ifá and our heritage. Also, I want to appreciate Omowe Adeyinka Olaya. Thank you for putting this together. Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji, thank you for honoring this invitation. Thank you for coming to, defend what you believe right. Now, I want to start by saying I have been following Omowe Olayinka for some time, and I have been following the University of Ifá for some time. I have been following Professor Òkédíji's post, but when Professor Òkédíji started with Ifá Tuntun, he had a very clear vision of what he wanted to do. If you follow a few of his posts when it started with Delifaruti Shaga. The introduction of the nomenclature Ifá Tuntun started with Delifaruti Shaga, and thereafter it evolved. Meanwhile, Baba Móyọ Òkédíji is or was advocating for the sanctification of Ifá. He advocates that some babalawos are, corrupting, are desecrating Ifá practices by, saying Didafa. He referenced the issue of a king in Yoruba land that is desecrating the tradition. He asks, She Ifá lo yan Obanye? Then, and we recently, Oba kan fọ́ ẹnìkan létí. I also asked, She Ifá lo yan ẹni yìí lóòótọ́? Now, this makes me, share Professor Òkédíji's plight that, of course, for us to sanctify Ifá practice, our babalawos, our custodian of Ifá and cultural practices, they have to do better. They have to do the right thing. They have to use integrity. Nevertheless, I opposed his clamor for Ifá Tuntun, Omi, and no blood and all that. I opposed it because I understand the metaphysical or the spiritual the spiritual connection between blood sacrifice and the spirituality. Now, the problem came in when Oluwatoyin Vincent came into the scene. It was Oluwatoyin Vincent lower distorti nǹkan tí bàbá Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji tán bẹ̀rẹ̀. And as a matter of fact, what I would suggest as a researcher too, I am a PhD candidate, Louisiana State University here in Baton Rouge, US. What I would suggest is Baba Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji had a very good intention of, extending Ifá beyond what it is mainly practiced, which was what I was doing. I was trying to read Ifá and medicine, Ifá and literary criticism in my research. I think this is how we can extend it. Nevertheless, what I think Baba, did not refine enough is the nomenclature, calling it Ifá Tuntun. I think if Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji had, used another term or another concept and not Ifá Tuntun, I think it wouldn't have, necessitated this brouhaha. Of course, Baba has very good intention for the cultural heritage, no doubt about that. And I would also suggest, as a very young scholar, a very young researcher, we should consider the effect, the long-term effect of whatever we want to do. Because I feel like Oluwatoyin Vincent, he wanted to publish, he's hell-bent at publishing, and that is the reason why he keeps on fueling the debate and diverting Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji. So, Prof, as a critic, what I would suggest is Emma listen see àwọn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n understand the mission or objective tó jẹ́ pé tó bá ń sọ nǹkan, in order to keep the conversation going. In academics, it's always like that. Please, sir, I humbly suggest that you pay attention to them and let them understand that, no, this is not where I am going. This is where I am going. Ifá is predates any one of us. It's a legacy that we cannot change. It is, of course, our Eurocentric or Europocentric ideology means everything, anything that cannot be changed is uncivilized. So let us accept Ifá as uncivilized while we are not changing it, but we want to extend it. We want to explore it. We want to see other Michel Foucault subjugated knowledge. We want to excavate the subjugated aspect of Ifá. Thank you so much. That is my take.
So thank you. Before, sorry, I'm trying to fix the image, but it's giving me a lot of difficulty here. As soon as I'm able to do that, I'll definitely do it. And thank you very much, thank you very much. I think I will somehow agree with you, because I on several occasions read few of Vincent Adepoju. I'm sure he's here too. Vincent Adepoju, you can also raise your hand and talk. If you're with us here, you can also say something, actually, because I can see you.
Ẹ káalẹ́ o, orúkọ tèmi ni Ayọ̀bámi Ògèdèǹgbé, the Secretary, International Congress for Ifá and Òrìṣà Spirituality, Àràbà Awo ti ìlú Òkè Àgbè. I am very humble about Àràbà Agboola Baba Elebubo in absentia, the President of the National Council for Ifá Religion, Baba Fáyẹmí Fákáyọ̀dé, Àbúràbọ̀ Baba o, mo ṣe bá gbogbo Ìyánífá, Ìyálóríṣà nínú ilé, gbogbo pátápátá nínú ilé, àṣebáyàn kẹjẹ kíbà kẹjẹ kó ṣe o. And also I want to appreciate Baba Uncle Adeyinka Olaya for putting this together. And I'll just go straight to what I have to say, sir. This is the second time that I'll be on a live program like this, where Professor Móyọ Òkédíji has come to present his ideas around Ifá. And the first time I heard him, I was in Ife then, and I told him that Pinkoton presents on that day, what you are presenting here on this floor, Timothy, listening to you, is different from what you are posting on Facebook. And I told him that for the feelings that you get from people, from your write-ups and some things that you do, there are feedbacks from people that you shouldn't just discard. When there is an existing institution, it's a Babalawo institution, and you come up with, with your influence on social media influence, come up with statements like, Orunmila broke the old codes. That's like you're asserting a statement. And knowing your reach, your influence, people need to come into that to ensure that that narrative is controlled. What do you mean by Orunmila broke the old codes, that you want to start from 257? But I told him that those are the kind of statements that he might need to look into. And if you look at what he has said again tonight, he has said a lot of things that is different from, and I'm saying this as the second or third speaker, that is different from what he has online on Facebook. What he has on Facebook is character assassination of the institution. And I do not think that any Babalawo in Africa, in any part of the world, would stop anyone who wants to explore the geology aspect of Ifá. There is no Babalawo that will do that. No Babalawo has done that. He can't say Babalawo has told him to stop advocating for environmental conservation. A Babalawo cannot tell you to not try and find sine squared theta that is present in Ifá. We want it. We want the mobile phones, we want the rockets, we want the jets. If you want to do all those things, we too want them. But you don't need nobody will stop you from doing them. So you don't need to come online and insult Babalawo you. And if there is a personal vendetta between him and some Babalawos, I think it should be specific. He means well. Our to mean well, no poor. We a lot of things we are doing to ensure that the heritage.
Are you not the one who placed the fatwa on me, Mr. Ayọ̀bámi? Are you not the one who said I should be killed? Are you not the same person who said I should be killed? You apologized later on, but you said I should be killed. Right. You said I should be killed.
Thank you so much, because you acknowledge the fact that there was an apology tendered after.
Well, my attorney asked me to just keep looking at you, because you placed the fatwa on my head. You call yourself an Araba, and you place the fatwa on my head.
There's no fatwa. The fatwa is not a Yoruba word. So, and I said that in my apology. Fatwa is not a Yoruba word, and I said that it's not a character of the Onisese, and I took back that, and I said that you're going to live long. Long live Professor Móyọ. You live long. So there's no.
But you said I should be killed. You said I should be killed.
Well, Well, I would like to close with this Odu Ifá that Odu Ogbe Tomopon. Ifá yẹn ní Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní kẹ́ẹ̀tù pé talẹ̀ sọ gbogbo. Mi kẹ́ẹ̀tù pín talẹ̀ sọ gbogbo bára mi Àgbọnnìrègún. Ó ní iṣẹ́ tí ọmọ Alárò Ògún tó ṣe lógún ọdún. Ó ní ọjọ́ kan ní ẹ̀tù pín àtàlẹ̀ sọ tá mú gbogbo ẹ̀ jẹ. Ọ̀rúnmìlà yìí kẹ́ẹ̀tù pín talẹ̀ sọ gbogbo. Mi kẹ́ẹ̀tù pín talẹ̀ sọ gbogbo bára mi Àgbọnnìrègún. Ó ní kó sọ fún ọmọ Aláwòrò Ọjà pé iṣẹ́ tó ṣe lógún ọdún lọ́gbọ̀n ọdún ọjọ́ kan lẹ̀tù pín àtàlẹ̀ sọ tá mú gbogbo ẹ̀ jẹ. Ó ní kó sọ fún ọmọ Aláwòrò Ọ̀ṣun pé iṣẹ́ tó ṣe lọ́gbọ̀n ọdún ọjọ́ kan lẹ̀tù pín àtàlẹ̀ sọ tá mú gbogbo ẹ̀ jẹ. Wọ́n sọ fún ọmọ Akápò tòun ìrìjà lọ. Mo ní Ọ̀rúnmìlà tó bá ṣe bí tọmọ tiẹ̀ kí la máa fi ṣe ó dẹ̀ tó wá rúbọ ńbẹ̀. So ó ní ẹ̀tù pín talẹ̀ sọ kó mú iṣẹ́ tọmọ tòun o. Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji, people have been praising you that you have done a lot of things, but just like Dr. Fáyẹmí Fákẹ́yọ̀dé said, kí iṣẹ́ tẹ́ ti ṣe lọ́gbọ̀n ọdún kó má di pé just ẹ wá fi àìmàgbékalẹ̀ ẹ má bínú àìmọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa present beautiful idea yín ẹ wá fi fọ́. That is just my own counsel for you, my humble counsel for you. Elaborate.
A dẹ̀ tún dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa. Orúkọ tèmi ni Babaláwo Adélékè Olúwa. Onífá ni mí, babaláwo ni mí, researcher ni mí, medical scientist náà dẹ̀ ni mí pẹ̀lú. Bàbá wa Móyọ Òkédíji, èmi náà tún bá wa oníṣẹ̀ṣe bẹ̀bẹ̀. Kò sí àwọn onífá a kì í ṣe apààyàn. Ifá ọkọ wa ká bá tèèyàn jẹ́ o. Tí babaláwo bá fìbínú kọ nǹkan tí ò yẹ kó kọ tó dẹ̀ ti tọrọ àforíjì, àwa náà bẹ̀bẹ̀ pé kẹjọ ẹ ṣàforíjì, ẹ má fojú yẹn wò wá. Ká gbà wípé ẹ fẹ́ tún nǹkan ṣe ni, ká gbà bẹ́ẹ̀, ká kọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Àmọ́ tá a bá wá fẹ́ tún nǹkan ṣe, ẹ má jẹ́ kí àwa bàjẹ́ tán ráúráú kó má ṣe túnṣe. A lè sọ wípé iná ń jó, iná tó wá ń jó yìí, àwọn náà àti pa, àwa lọ gbé petrol, àwa lọ ń bu petrol sí. Petrol yìí òun ni ká avoid o. Tẹ bá ń sọ wípé àwọn babaláwo kan wọ́n ń ṣe àwọn kankan tí ò tọ́, ó ní bí a ṣe máa gbé gbà. Ní medical profession, WACRI yìí exist, dọ̀là ọlọ́la, MDCN, MLSCN, PCN, NMCN, gbogbo àwọn different regulatory body wọ́n ń try láti battle WACRI ní medical profession ní Nàìjíríà. Wọ́n yìí ń battle ẹ̀ náà ni, wọn ì tí ì rí win. Ìyẹn túmọ̀ sí pé láàárín onífá a máa gbìyànjú láti dẹ́kun ìwà bàjẹ́ ni. Àmọ́ àní sọ wípé torí ká fẹ́ dẹ́kun ìwà bàjẹ́ ká wá jáde sí gbangba ká wá bàjẹ́ tán ráúráú, ká wá sọ wípé torí ká fẹ́ tún ṣe ká ní nǹkan yẹn kò dáa rárá àtọ̀, wípé wọn ò ṣe dáadáa. Ìyẹn làwa rí tó ń dùn àwa lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀, tó dẹ̀ ń jẹ́ ká máa wò ó pé bóyá àbí bàbá wò ó pé púpọ̀ wa ò lọ léèwé rárá ni, àbí gbogbo wa ni a kò jẹ́ bí èrò abúlé. Àwa náà kà díẹ̀díẹ̀ nítorí irú àwọn ọjọ́ báyìí náà dẹ̀ ni ojú má bàa ti wà. A dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá wa FFF wípé wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ síbi tí ó yẹ kí ọ̀rọ̀ wà. Ifá gan fúnra ẹ̀ lórí Ifá tuntun tí bàbá wa ń sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí yẹn ló bí wa nú jù, wípé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ò ṣe ẹ̀jẹ̀. Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ò ṣe ẹ̀jẹ̀, má lo ẹ̀jẹ̀ yìí, a mọ̀ pé àwọn kan wà vegetarian ni wọ́n. Tí Ifá gan bá ka èèwọ̀ fún yànnú gbódù wípé má jẹ nǹkan báyìí, ó kà á fónítàn léwọ̀. Tí fáyẹn gan fún rẹ̀ bá lòun fẹ́ nǹkan yẹn lòun fẹ́, ó ti dandan ká fún fáyẹn ní nǹkan yẹn. Ifá kì í gbẹ ẹ̀jẹ̀ èèyàn, kò ń gborí èèyàn, kì í gbapá èèyàn. Ẹran àwọn ẹni tó ń jẹ wọ́n ń jẹ ẹran, àwọn tí wọn ò dẹ̀ kí ń jẹ wọn ò kí ń jẹ. Tí bàbá ní nǹkan tó ń fẹ́ jẹ nìyẹn. Tí bàbá tún sọ pé òun ò jẹ ẹ̀jẹ̀ mọ́, torí bá kan sọ nínú èjì òpè, ó ní ọ̀tọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ là ń jẹ̀pà ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ là ń jòmú ohun torí nítorí ohun torí nítorí ohun torí nítorí láfọ́bá mákin lóde ìrọ̀jì kó ba lè fohun torí nítorí tani lọ́rẹ adébá fún ọlọ́fin èyí tó fojoojúmọ́ tẹ̀jẹ̀ sí fáẹ̀ ẹ̀bọn náà ní kó yá amúṣe ó ní ìgbídé o ẹlẹ́rọ àpòkó kò bá pẹ̀rọ̀ sí mi nílé kó pẹ̀rọ̀ sí mi lọ́nà kó pẹ̀rọ̀ sí mi ní gbogbo ara ẹ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀sẹ̀ ilé ìgbín wọn kì í gbóná ifá yẹn ń sọ fún onítọ̀hún tó bá gbàbẹ̀ yẹn wá nú ọkàn ọbẹ̀ yẹn tó máa yàn ní ẹ̀ṣà nínú ẹbọ wípé ẹ̀jẹ̀ kọ́ ni ifá gbà o wọ́n ti ń fún ifá yẹn ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ jẹ ẹ̀jẹ̀ dẹ̀ ti sú ifá ní jíjẹ nǹkan ẹ̀rọ̀ dẹ̀ ni ó fẹ́ lákòókò yìí o ó dẹ̀ ti di dandan kí a fún ní nǹkan ẹ̀rọ̀ yẹn ká má bàa fún ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ mọ́ ifá náà ló tún sọ nínú ọ̀sà ìrosùn ó ní ọ̀sà tẹ́ẹ́rẹ́ ìrosùn náà gbọ́rọ́ agada fẹ̀rẹ̀ òmọdé olú ìlú tórótó ẹ̀jẹ̀ balẹ̀ irun bí adẹ̀rọ̀ adúbámú arọ ìdènà èyí tí ń ṣọmọdé ìjẹ̀lú ẹkún ajé ló tún bí tó tó ẹbọ náà ní kó yá amúṣe wọ́n ní kó mú ẹyẹ tù wọ́n ní kó mú kó fi pẹ́jẹ́ kó wá tẹ̀jẹ̀ sífá kó tẹ̀jẹ̀ kó fi bẹ́nu ó ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ balẹ̀ ibi adẹ̀rọ̀ ibi tí a tún ń lo ẹ̀jẹ̀ kí nǹkan fún ẹ̀rọ̀ nìyẹn ó ní ọ̀sán gbayaya nínú epo ìrosùn kẹrì lẹ́jẹ̀ adúbá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà ọjọ́ bàbá ń lọ gbé ìrora níyàwó ó ń bá fá gbé ó ń bá fá jí kò mọ ohun tí bá ń jẹ kò mọ ohun tí bá mu jẹ́ kí lẹ̀dún jẹ òríro rárá ẹ̀jẹ̀ lẹ̀dún jẹ òríro rárá ìyẹn túmọ̀ sí pé ifá ti sọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ lòun fẹ́ o òun bá òun gbé òun bó òun jí òun mọ nǹkan tó òun jẹ èmi nígbà tẹ́mi ń wo ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá wọn èmi kàn ń rò ní o gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá wa fẹ́fẹ́.
ẹ ṣeun abẹ ni pé nẹ́tíwọ̀kì yẹn lọ nẹ́tíwọ̀kì bàbá yẹn lọ èyíta sí mímọ̀ bóyá.
Well, just to respond quickly to what he said, I have just said that if people are interested in offering blood, they can go ahead and do it.
Hello.
But I don't think it is a good thing to be killing animals in public and to be hanging animals in public. Personally, I will not do it. I do not support it. But if that is what people want to do, they should be discreet about it. And because it is only in Yoruba land that people do this. Some people come from other parts of the world where they cannot do it, but they come here and encourage it. And I think it's so very, very important for us to see the relationship, the indigenous Yoruba relationship between us and the way we are we are those who are expected to take care of our environment, including our animals, including our forest. So I think I've been clear in terms of blood offering. It's not something that I advocate, but if anybody wants to do it, they should do it with reason. They should not make it a public display of macho.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Bàbá Araba.
Bàbá wa.
Bàbá Araba Awúdìran ṣe wà pẹ̀lú wa.
Dr. Adeyinka, please, I'd like to speak.
I've raised my hand.
Okay.
I hope I'll be given a chance to speak since my name has been mentioned.
Acknowledge our time and raise your own.
Adeyinka, yes.
Please talk.
Do I have the floor now?
Yeah, you can. Go ahead.
Okay. Mo ṣe àlàbọ̀rú ẹ̀làbọ̀yè ẹ̀làbọ̀ ṣíṣẹ́ o. Oore ìyè fún gbogbo ọlọ́ṣun, parisha fún gbogbo olóríṣà. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá mi, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi, ẹ̀yin ẹ̀gbọ́n mi àtàbúrò mi tí a wà nínú ilé yìí. Ìjẹ̀ṣà gbé gbogbo wa o, ìṣẹ̀ṣe ò ní bàjẹ́. Irúnmọlẹ̀ á tú gbogbo kùjẹkùjẹ tó wà nínú ẹ̀sìn wa, á bá wa tún ṣe. Good evening once again for the benefit of those who do not understand the Yoruba language. My name is Ayinke Ifá Otauti Adefemi. I'm the founder of Ìṣẹ̀ṣe Renaissance Society. I am an Onifa and I am an Oloshun. I would like to direct two things to Professor. The first one is an observation, and I want to hinge it on when he was saying that Ifa is more than geomancy. I'm glad that many people have corrected the notion that Ifa is geomancy, but I guess what he was trying to say is that Ifa is more than divination. Yes, we all know that. Ifa contains philosophy, mathematics, and arts, sociology, so on and so forth. And within the decade that I've returned to Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, I've seen quite a number of reverts address Ifa from this angle. For example, Ifadari Ajendu, who is like in the computing world, he wrote an entire book on the mathematical aspects of Ifa. And people have greatly benefited from that book. So I guess what I would like to say to Prof.Móyọ is this. If there's something that you feel can be improved on, or something that you want to extract and also platform as a part of Ifa, I think it's best that you channel your energy into that, because coming on social media and critiquing it in such a negative way, I don't think it's the best system to promote Ifa. You are in the art sector, from what I've been made to understand. You're an art historian. I think you could look deeper into the artistic aspect of Ifa and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe and promote that, because these days we have such a large gathering of youthful people who are ready to explore different aspects of Ifa. And I'm sure if they see opportunities, they'll gladly take it. So I think it's needless to be citing these things like some kind of bad behavior from devotees. The second thing that I would like to point out that I'm very, very particular about is Professor Òkédíji's post on Facebook. I don't remember when he posted it, but he titled it Beauty and the Beast. Ifá Tuntun, how Ìṣẹ̀ṣe people, the Ifá priests, were the same ones who sold out people into slavery just to collect beads for wearing on their bodies for sensations and ritual purposes. When I saw this post, I was quite disappointed. And as I read further, I discovered that this was something that he was packaging for an exhibition that he did February 1st, 2025 at the University of Austin, Texas. So within that, article that he wrote, he said, you may lose sleep after learning that your leaders, those entrusted to protect you, the Ìṣẹ̀ṣe people, the Ifá priests, were the same ones who sold our people into slavery just to collect beads for wearing on their body for ostentatious and ritual purposes. And he cited an article, Venetian Glass Beads and the Slave Trade from Liverpool. He included a link, which I went forward and I downloaded. Reason being that my career is sort of in the jewelry industry, and anything that concerns jewelry, I'm always very interested. But sadly, as I perused through that article, I did not see anywhere that article referenced Babalawos for to be selling people into slavery to collect beads. So for me, that is false information. And I don't understand why you will put that out, particularly in this time when Black people all over the world are trying to deal with the ghosts of transatlantic slavery. We are trying to build bridges across the Atlantic, and we are trying to unify ourselves for the progress of Black race. I don't understand why you will put out such a divisive and false statement, and at the same time you want us to believe that you are promoting Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, and you actually even released that in tandem with February 1st, which is the Black History Month in the US, where Black people celebrate their culture, celebrate their African connection and African ancestry. So I didn't understand that. And I would like to know where that thought process was coming from and what the aim is by making such a claim that Ìṣẹ̀ṣe people were selling people into slavery, which is not true. Because from all evidences, there are evidences that direct these things to the right channel. There are records. So you laying that at the feet of Babalawos and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe community without any proof, it was quite disappointing to see. And I would like you to shed more light on that. And perhaps if I didn't read the article right, and there's a place where the article actually said that Babalawos sold people into slavery for beads, perhaps you can share it in this presentation so we can all see it and learn from it. That would be all for now. Thank you very much. Eshegun.
Thank you very much for your intervention. The material that you are referring to is actually a fact. Is a fact that human beings, Africans, were exchanged for beads. There is no doubt about that. That's something that is just becoming clearer to us, we need to address our past for us to understand where we are and where we are going. And until we deal with that past, until we deal with that really solid past of transatlantic slavery, I don't know that we will be in a position to really understand who we are today and where we are going. There are, it is totally feasible for people to deny it, but denying things is not really what will save the situation. As a matter of fact, what is called trade beads were actually known as slave beads. Slave beads. You can Google it. I mean, it's not something that is difficult to
I'm sorry to butt in. You
check.
did specifically say Babala was engaged in this trade. So can you please point out that evidence?
Thank you. I would say that the entire pillar of Yoruba culture is built on Awo. Okay? There is no way anything could happen within the indigenous Yoruba culture without the inclusion of Awo at one point or another. There is no way you want to, if you want to have a child, if you want to get married, if you want to coronate a king, whatever it is you want to do, if you want to go and attack another village, it has to be with there has to be a connection one way or the other with the Ifá community. And the specific issue that I was referring to actually was the Berefo Island in Badagry. It's a specific issue in which the owner.
Babami, chant the Ifá Tuntun for us, please. I'm waiting for one chant.
Very good. You see, that's the issue. The issue is you will not let me make this presentation the way I want to make it. Ifá Tuntun is not Ifá, okay? Ifá Tuntun is a commentary on Ifá. Ifá Tuntun, if I wanted to chart Ifá Tuntun, I would give you a list of writers in the West who basically the idea of Ifá Tuntun is that the movement across the sea has created the situation in which Ifá changed. Ifá changed in many ways.
So it's Ifá spin off.
Sorry?
So it's Ifá spin off, not Ifá Tuntun.
Ifá is fasting on.
You're spinning our Ifá now. Is the voice
No,
of
no. It's nobody is spinning Ifá. What we are doing is excavating other aspects of Ifá that right now has not been sufficiently excavated. And the literature that I'm referring to is the literature that people have created after leaving Yoruba land.
I learned something today.
Well, thank you very much for doing that. It's not as if I need to start creating Ifá chants. The concept of Ifá Tuntun has already been expanded. There are hundreds and hundreds of writers in the diaspora who are creating literature that you could refer to as Ifá Tuntun. And I started with some specific music that is not Yoruba music, but it's music associated with Ifá. And basically, if I didn't do this would still be done. It's not about me. It's about people who are focused.
So I'm willing to, I'm asking you now, like
just a minute, ma. Just a minute, ma. Sir, you're saying that Ifá Tuntun is like a movement or something, isn't it?
Right now, it has become a movement. I didn't start it as a movement, but now I have people writing me, telling me ways in which we can organize it. There are, as part of my presentations today, I was going to show you some of the things that those who wrote me about how to move Ifá Tuntun forward, how they would like to be involved and how they would like to participate. So it is not so much as a movement, but it seems as if people right now are interested in promoting it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Adeyinka, can I say something, please?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this is exactly, once again, thank you for the privilege. This is exactly what I was trying to say. The nomenclature used, I think, should be reconsidered and not Ifá Tuntun. That's number one. Number two, Prof, I so much respect you. I have tried to send message to you directly, your DM, your Facebook, but you do not reply. What I would suggest is, you see, here in the West, especially in America, everybody wants to be relevant in the academia. As a result of that, we can push any narrative pushable, not looking at the long-term effects. And I don't mean to malign Oluwatoyin Vincent here. This is Oluwatoyin Vincent's notion. Prof, if you remember one of your posts, you reeled out names of Afro-Caribbean, African and Afro-Caribbean people, having Langston Hughes, Claude Marquet, and a whole lot of them. This is where I got to know that, what Professor Òkédíji is trying to do is to bring in, to concretize. Dr. Olayinka, could you please mute the person, please?
Yeah, it was He's going to stop. You can't find the person.
Now, as I was saying, Prof, when you read out those names, that was when I came to understand that Baba is trying to kind of concretize the literary aspect of Ifá. However, some people who do not understand that, who do not have the in-depth understanding of what you are doing, they are distorting it. As a result of that, I would suggest you call them to order, lecture them, give them orientation that, no, this is what I am doing, not this. And again, sir, I would also suggest that you don't need
Then move to background noise.
We're trying to move the person.
Move the background noise.
Yeah.
Thank you. So as I was saying, you really do not need to, paint Ifá negatively before you can actually attract the audience you desire. That is my own understanding. We have a whole lot of people who really want to learn more about Ifá, because, we've come to understand that even the concept of God, the concept of spirituality is a personal thing. And we have come to the understanding that every creature, every human being is in search of a connection between the material and the immaterial world. And that is where the spirituality comes in. And people tend to find this in Ifá and Ifá divination and Ifá as a corpus. But then, no practice, no culture, according to Sophie Oluwole of blessed memory, said no culture is perfect. We have the shortcomings of every culture in the world. But as a Yoruba person, I think just as the Europeans would not expose the wound to wash their dirty linen in the public, I think it is needless of us as scholars, as professors, as PhD holders, it's needless of us to wash our dirty linen in the public, because gẹ́gẹ́ bí òwe ẹ̀yin àgbà ní tó pè wọ́n wájú yín o, ẹni pé kò sí ẹni tó bá ta ara alé ẹ̀ lọ́pọ̀ kò lè padà ríra ní ọ̀wọ́n gógó. So this is the long-term effects that I am looking at. Kindly call Vincent, Oluwatoyin Vincent, that, oh, my brother or my son, come, this is not what I am doing. You don't need to malign, you don't need to desecrate, you don't need to write down these people before you pass your message across. Thank you so much, sir.
I appreciate, thank you very much, Dr. Wandé. I can see Dr. Oluwo Ifá Tuntun. I think you have raised your hand again. I don't know if you want to speak again, sir.
I want to speak too. I've been raising my hand since.
Who is that? Oh, Dr. Kane, okay. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I think I appreciate all that we have been saying on this platform so far. But I think next time we should have allowed the professor to finish his presentation, because the Ifá Tuntun that he was talking about, we have not really gotten the definition of the term. It is now that we are understanding that it's not creating new Ifá, but it's trying to harness all the new areas of landmark that Ifá has made through some scholars. And I think the chairman, next time, you should try to listen first. Like you said, you have come here to listen to him. Whatever he has said on the platform is there. That is personal Facebook platform. But here, if you have listened and really understood what Ifá Tuntun, which we are now trying to understand where he was going. And that does not also mean that all what people have said, they don't have right to say them. But I think next time we should give order to this discussion so that we will not be jumping at the gun, and we'll do things in order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kehinde Adepegba. Thank you very much. Let's hear Oluwatoyin Adepoju. Said this is and since. Please,
yes.
Unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Very good. Wole Lagunju has severally described me as distorting Professor Móyọ Òkédíji's message. And he has called on Professor Móyọ Òkédíji to put me right. Now, Móyọ Òkédíji knows me very well. We have known each other for more than 10 years. So I am looking forward to a public statement by Móyọ Òkédíji that I, Toyin Adepoju, am representing his message. I will not be addressing such an issue in a private message. I am looking, if he agrees with Wole, then he should put forward a statement on Facebook, on his wall, and tag me and say, Tony, ABCD areas you are representing me, then I will respond. I don't believe in discussing serious matters on online discourse, on virtual discussion like this, because of the complexity of issues involved. And I like to keep records. So I am looking forward, if Professor Òkédíji agrees with Lagunju, I am looking forward to Professor Òkédíji on his wall, telling the whole world that Tony Adepoju, you are representing me along the following lines. Then I will respond. That's all I have to say.
No, Tony, you're not misrepresenting me in any way.
God will bless you, my brother.
All you have done is you have fleshed out and elaborated on the things that I have said. We are not using the same words, but at the same time, we are coming from the same direction. Everything in life subjects itself to transition. And all we're doing right now is finding ways in which we can make Ifá experience this transition as painlessly as possible. We are all making our contributions, and the way in which some people believe that they are the natural defenders, and others are basically trying to destroy Ifá. I think they need to rethink it. There are lots of people who benefit from the chaotic situation when it happens, and I don't think Oluwatoyin, you need to be concerned in terms of people saying that you are representing me, misrepresenting me. You are presenting yourself, and at the same time, I share your views.
God bless you, Prof.
All right. I think we are about to round up this meeting. Let me put it that way. And
Excuse me. I have a question.
Who is that, please?
Professor Móyọ Òkédíji and Oluwatoyin Adepoju. Now, I am a very young person who believes in Ifá, who wants to, propagate Ifá. Now, Prof, you are old enough to be my father, because my father is just 75 years. Now, the question I want to ask is, do you say I should tell my children and generations unborn that Orunmila committed rape? Are you saying that I should tell my children that everything recorded in the corpus of Ifá, just as it is said of Muhammad today, that he committed rape? Are you saying I should tell my children this? Please, I would like Professors Oluwatoyin Adepoju and Professor Móyọ Òkédíji to kindly respond to this, and please give me substantial Ifá verses to substantiate the answer, sir. Thank you.
Prof, before you go, okay, that's all.
Well, the issue is very simple and straightforward. There was a time I posted this same Ifá excerpt between Orunmila and Oshun on the University of Ifá platform about 6 years ago. It generated a lot of interesting debate. It did not become a situation that caused all of these, the fracas. It was a really intellectual debate that we had on the issue of the interaction between Oshun and Orunmila. I did not make it up. It was something that I collected. I have it on video. I can play it for you right now if you want. I have it on video. Whether you want to discuss it or not, that's not really my own issue. The issue is, as a scholar, I brought out something that I saw and asked others to contribute to the discussion.
Thank you, sir. Do we have another person with?
Can I quickly make a point?
Yes, I have questions.
I also have a
Okay,
question. and a
Ifeanyi,
comment.
please go. I'll give my slot to Ifeanyi. She can go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Ifeanyi Oluwabunmi Akinde. I'm also known as Christiana in that comment section. So, and I'm sure Professor remembers me because we've had a conversation before. And I want to begin by saying, Ifa is not an idea. It's culture, it's heritage, and it's a huge part of so many of us who call ourselves Onishashi today. And Professor, are you a part of this community, or will you never be an initiate? That's just the first of many of my questions.
I do not think I need to be initiated by anybody to become a Yoruba person. I was born into a Yoruba community, into a Yoruba family. I am as Yoruba as anybody else, and I share this heritage. And I don't need anyone to officially or formally bring me into a Yoruba or Ifa community. I am already a member of the Yoruba community, and Isheshe is what we practice as Yoruba people.
Okay, so you are not an Onishashi because that's not the spirituality that you practice, even though
That is not the way you define Onishashi, right? It doesn't mean that your own definition of Onishashi must be everybody's definition of Onishashi.
So what's your definition of Onishashi?
An Onishashi is someone who is a Yoruba devotee who believes in Yoruba values, who believes in Omoluabi, who understands the Orisha pantheon, who understands the history of the Irumale. And it is not necessarily something that has to be formalized, like you have in Christianity, in which you get baptized. No, you are born into this culture. You can decide not to be part of it, but you will have to make that decision not to be part of it. I don't think you need to go through.
As Onishashi, are we all devotees of a particular Orisha, or do you have an Orisha in your lineage?
You see, you are bringing up
No,
all
I'm just
kinds
asking
of
questions. You could easily say yes or no.
yes. My name is Òkédíji. Is related to Eshu. Eshu is what we are devoted to in my community. My grandmother was an Eshu devotee, but that's not the issue. The issue is about me. How am I related to this culture? I don't believe that it has to be formalized like you believe it has to be formalized. If you want to go through the way in which it is defined that you must go through, that is your choice.
Okay.
My choice
I want
is
to
that you don't need to.
Yeah, thank you. But at the same time, when it comes to spirituality, all you're saying now is about the cultural aspect of it, that we are Yorubas, we are Onisheshe, we all belong to Orisha lineage, one way or the other. But when it comes to the spiritual aspects of it, do you believe that we Olorisha, that we have ways that we do communicate with our Orishas, and in the sense of which you've explained it, which means people like someone said in the comment, people like Pastor Adeboye, they are Onisheshe, while they do not regularly devote themselves to these Orishas. In your Tuntun cult, would you be devoting yourselves to any Orisha?
First of all, Ifá Tuntun is not a cult; it's an intellectual call, in my own preferences, I relate with all the Orisha. But as a matter of fact, it really
So
has.
how would you be appeasing or doing your Ibo as an Olorisha?
Oh, well, Ori is the ultimate Orisha, as Ifá says. Ori labama abo kaforisha sile. And my Ori, my Iwa, these are what matters. And the outward worship of killing things, I don't think is necessary. But that is my own approach. It doesn't have to be your approach. Your approach could be to go ahead and submit yourself to all the things that they say you should submit yourself to.
Submit? What do you mean submit? What do you think I submit to?
Well, whatever it is they ask you to do.
No. Me this Mr. Móyọ Òkédíji, Ọ̀ṣun Ẹ̀wùjí, another Reverend Orishas in Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, including the name Ifá that you keep mentioning, is related to Ọ̀rúnmìlà, and you've called Ọ̀rúnmìlà a rapist. So why do you want to be associated with the rapist?
I wanted us to discuss the Ifá verse that I invented. As a matter of fact, that poem is very layered. If you carefully listen to it, it's very layered. One of the things it says is that women should be careful in the presence of men. They should realize that they have things to protect. That is one of the things that
So
I believe.
are you trying to say that women are what? What do you mean by women should be careful in Ìṣẹ̀ṣe?
That's basically what the verse, that's what the verse says. The verse says that Oshun woke up in the morning and realized that she has been raped. Yeah.
That is not what that Ifá says.
Can you please chant this Ifá verse, because
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a very nice question. I saw that. I'm very sorry to burst into this. I'm so sorry, please.
I'm not done with my question.
Just a minute. You will continue. You continue with Yawa, but please, I don't want anybody to use any vulgar, any.
No, we're not going to be using any derogatory comments.
I can see some typing, somebody typing something.
Leave the comments section alone. Because what I'm discussing with Mr.
No
Móyọ,
problem. You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay, because what I'm discussing with him is pertaining to myself. I live in diaspora, and I'm also a revертee. Like my name says, Christiana Kinde. But now I'm an Ifá initiate. So my children are going to also try to learn about Ifá. My brothers, they are going to have children, and they are going to seek knowledge, probably the same way I've done, or maybe even through me. And if someone like Mr. Òkédíji is writing things on the internet, it could easily mislead them and spread misinformation. So he needs to separate his agenda from Ifá, because it has nothing to do with Ifá. Ifá is not an idea. Ifá is
Thank you
not.
very much. Thank you very much for your counseling. I believe you probably are the same age as my child. I will listen
Sir,
to.
don't use age to.
No.
Age
I'm
to
just
try
saying.
and
I will listen.
divert
I'm
Let
listening
her
to you.
finish. She was still making her
listening
points.
to
Please
you.
let her finish. We accorded the
Because
same
when I
that
had a
respect to everybody
conversation
here.
with
Let
you,
her finish,
when I
please.
had a conversation with you, you were going into the fact that you were talking about the slavery, you were talking about women being second-class citizens. I, as a woman, I, as a Yoruba woman, I do not believe men come before me. Omo iya mi ni mi. And we are very, very revered and respected.
Let us see your face. Please put your camera on, please.
My name is Ifá Tuntun. I
No,
want you
let
to
us
swear.
see your,
Because see
let
their
us see your
face.
picture.
My picture is right there. Because he talked about obìnrin pé wọ́n jẹ́ bí second class. No. Ta ló dá wa lóṣù tá fi ṣàwo? Yémi Òṣòròmọ̀gá ló dá wa lóṣù tá fi ṣàwo. No, you cannot say that women are second class citizens in Ìṣẹ̀ṣe. We are not bottom barrel. Ṣẹgbọ́. So nǹkan tèmi ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín sí ni pé àwọn points that he make ni pé Ìṣẹ̀ṣe àwọn èèyàn kan ń ṣe yahoo, àwọn èèyàn kan ń ṣe ìbàjẹ́ ní environment. Our youth and make so many efforts to make this thing right. So when someone as intelligent as yourself is creating confusion, it gets on by effort our tokuje. So will you work together with others on environmental sustainability, to eradicate corruption in Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, and leave behind a legacy of peace within all of this? Try to make right. Because it's not just about heritage and culture. This is about people's spirituality. This is about communicating with our ancestors. And when you involved in the so we cannot just start creating confusion.
Well, I'm sorry you are confused.
Will you work together with others on all the other points that you've made, sir? Environmental sustainability, eradicating corruption in Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, trying to make sure that people are not scamming others, because I want points they're making, only can listen to you, can enjoy the conversation. Our points they're making, important. Ara àwọn ìjà tá à ń jà fún ní Ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni àwọn nǹkan tó ń dùn yàn. She understand? Wípé kí kinní kó má bàjẹ́, Ìṣẹ̀ṣe kó má bàjẹ́, kó má torí anybody bàjẹ́, káwó kó má torí anybody tú. Àwọn kinní ó ní ọ̀nà míì tẹ́ ṣe lè gbà ṣe, ó lọ́nà míì tẹ́ ṣe lè gbà fight fún pé kí Ìṣẹ̀ṣe lè remain pure. Àwọn bàbá wa, àwọn elders wa tẹ́tíjọ́ bá ṣe, tó bá níbi tí wọ́n ti ṣẹ̀yìn, tó bá ní nǹkan tẹ́tíjọ́ dàpọ̀, tó ti wrong, tó ti wọ́, ẹ call wọn out. Call a spade a spade. Ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ pé àwọn people ìwà ìbàjẹ́ wà lọ́wọ́ wọn. Ká wá bá ṣe máa create regulations and proper justice nínú Ìṣẹ̀ṣe. Kò ṣe pé ká máa create nǹkan míì láti lè ba nǹkan tó ti exist ká ìkọ̀kan nínú wa tó wà lórí platform nǹkan tó bí wa. Ṣé ọ̀nà nǹkan tí mo sọ, ṣé ọ̀nà míì wà tẹ́lẹ̀ fi tún ilẹ̀ ṣe? Ṣé ọ̀nà míì wà tẹ́lẹ̀ fi túnlẹ̀ ṣe, tẹ́lẹ̀ fi ṣiṣẹ́ lórí environment tẹ́ ń sọ yìí, tẹ́lẹ̀ fi eradicate corruption? Ṣé ẹ ní àwọn idea mi? Because mo understand wípé ẹ ní ẹ wà intelligent. Ṣé ọ̀nà míì wà tẹ́lẹ̀ fi create legacy nǹkan tó dáa instead of creating confusion? Then nígbà tẹ́ ti wá sọ wípé nínú gbogbo ẹ̀ ń sìn, mo fẹ́ bèèrè pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ṣé ẹ máa yé pé àwọn babaláwo ní apologist of rape?
Apologist of what?
Of rape.
Did I say that?
Some people said you've said that.
Oh, well.
Oh, you've not said that before. Any sùúrù, professor, professor, ṣé pé àwọn babaláwo
moderator needs to moderate this thing. This is not an interrogation.
Ṣé Mr. Òkédíji pé apologist or pé babaláwo ní apologist of rape? Ẹ kàn jẹ́ kó sọ plain and simple, ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
I did not say so. A lot of people intentionally distorted what I said because they have.
Okay, last question. Ṣé máa yé tarnish image Ọ̀rúnmìlà Ọ̀ṣun Ẹ̀wùjí àti àwọn òrìṣà tó kù. Ẹ máa stop it.
Ọ̀rúnmìlà's image cannot be tarnished.
Okay, but you called him a rapist.
Cannot be tarnished. Be
Ọ̀ṣẹ́
rest
mọ̀ wípé ẹ̀ ń
assured.
tàgì wọn ní rapist, ẹ̀ ń associate slavery mọ́ ìṣẹ̀ṣe, ẹ̀ ń associate rape mọ́ ìṣẹ̀ṣe.
The slavery issue is a fact. We Africans have to deal with it.
Ẹ mọ̀ nǹkan, èmi ò ní pé kẹ́ má ṣe nǹkan tó bá wù yín. Anybody ló lè create the idea like they said, but Ifá is not idea. Nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ ṣe, ẹ ṣe lọ́tọ̀ ara yín. Ifá àti nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ ń ṣe yẹn kò ní kankan ṣe papọ̀ pẹ̀lú ra wọn, because látàrí ta ti jókòó sí ibà kí Ifá kankan gbọ́ new verse tẹ́lẹ̀ fẹ́ fi kún. As an art professor nínú Ifá foundation tèmi ṣe o, art is also at the center of it. It's about preserving culture and heritage. Nǹkan tó jẹ́ kọ́rọ̀ yìí máa ká mi lára nìyẹn. So mo dẹ̀ ń sọ pé tẹ́ bá fẹ́ promote ìṣẹ̀ṣe, tẹ́ bá fẹ́ promote culture yín pẹ̀lú art tẹ́ study, do that. Okay, stop creating confusion.
You are the one getting confused, and
I'm not
people
confused,
who are thinking.
I'm not confused. But
Thank you. You see, look at this little girl now.
Am I a little girl?
You are.
Don't call me a little girl. With all due respect,
No. You see, I will. Akinde, you asked me to allow you speak, and you have spoken. Please, we are here to please. I'm doing show. I'm doing show.
Àbọ̀rọ̀bọ̀yè, please.
Àbọ̀rọ̀bọ̀yè àti náwó ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀.
Ilé ọ̀kọ̀ràn àbí?
Àti kọ́kọ́ débi báyìí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, ilé ọ̀kọ̀ràn.
Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ bá mi, kò sí wàhálà.
Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀.
Àbọ̀rọ̀bọ̀yè o, gbogbo ilé mo kí yín o. Orúkọ tèmi ni Adéwálé Bógúnbẹ̀ láti Ìbàdàn. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ̀bẹ̀ kan mo kàn fẹ́ bẹ̀ bàbá tẹ́ gbé wá Professor Òkédíji.
Ẹ má lo ẹ̀rọ ìbínú.
Fi mí lẹ̀ tó bá wù mí ni màá lò.
Ẹ̀rọ no ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Lè kọ́ mi tí màá sọ tẹ́ bá fẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ kí n dákẹ́. You cannot tell me what I will say, please.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká wà civil.
Just like Prof said, your own definition of civil may not be the same definition of my own civil. You can't tell me what to say.
I don't want that language here.
Okay, don't worry. You can continue your program. Continue.
Hello. Cherry, this is one of those things that is talking about. We shouldn't be extremists in our dealings. This is one of those things he's talking about. Ọmọlúwàbí ni wá, ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire ni wá. Kò sí ẹ̀yin àgbàlagbà míì tó pòwe wájú yín. Ẹni ọ̀rọ̀ òlèlè títí káfọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ bù. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọ̀rọ̀ ebi ló ń pani bákan, ọ̀rọ̀ kì í dunni bákan. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ dákun, ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ bí a ṣe máa bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀, tá a ṣe máa gbé kalẹ̀. So that we will not insult.
Very free and talk. That's it.
You see, mo dúpẹ́ tẹ̀sán yẹn. Ṣé rí lè máa sọ wípé báyìí ní ká ṣe sọ̀rọ̀, báyìí ní ká ṣe sọ̀rọ̀.
Bàbá mi, ìyẹn kọ́ ni mò ń sọ. Ìyẹn kọ́ ni mo sọ bàbá mi. Wọ́n tí mo ń sọ ní wípé èmi tí mo wà ní ìbáyé sí.
Ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn bàbá wa àgbàlagbà, wọ́n ní pẹ̀tẹ̀pẹ̀tẹ̀. Ìgbà míì lọ̀rọ̀ máa ń jẹ́, wọ́n máa ń nà ní pọ̀pà. Ẹni tó bá tabá òun ó máa mú mọ́ra, kò ní fi ṣèbínú ni.
Ó ní ká ṣe máa ná pẹ̀tẹ̀pẹ̀tẹ̀ ń pọ̀pà sà.
Ok, ńgbà yẹn máa bá program yín lọ ńgbà yẹn.
Ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ yín lọ.
All right. Èmi sọ, mo ní request.
I also have a question and a comment I would like to ask.
Mo ní request ni mo ní. Wípé ṣó ṣeé ṣe kí Prof yọ Ifá kúrò nínú gbogbo èrò wọn tó wà lọ́kàn. Ení nìyẹn. Èjì nìyẹn wípé ṣó tún ṣeé ṣe kí wọ́n lọ wá babawo tí ó kọ́ wọn fásánṣán tí wọ́n fi mọ̀ pa àṣẹ̀ṣe wọn èso oníṣẹ̀ṣe èkejì nìyẹn ní tí mo fẹ́ sọ náà nìyẹn.
ẹ ṣeun. Simple answer to your questions. No, I'm not removing Ifa. Ifa belongs to all of us. And secondly, I've been studying Ifa for more than 50 years. And anybody asking me to go to some Babalawo to go and learn more, it's a good idea, but it's not necessary. I keep learning every time. I'm learning today. I will still continue to learn. Learning is a continuous issue. So, but no, I'm building on this foundation. It belongs to me just as it belongs to everybody else.
Hi. So my name is Julian. I'm based in the diaspora. I'm of the Afro-Caribbean diaspora, but I live in New York. I'm a Omarisha. I'm a Omoshango and Aparisha based in the diaspora. And so I have a clarifying question and a comment as well. I've been following this online, and it sounds like a lot of the confusion and discord is rooted in a misunderstanding of the relationship between Ifá Tuntun and Isheshe. So my question is to clarify, what is the relationship between Ifá Tuntun and Isheshe? Because to me, what it sounds like is that Ifá Tuntun is a distillation of the philosophy and ethics of Ifá that can be presented to an audience interested in Ifá, but perhaps either not yet ready for the more spiritual dimensions or not yet interested in the spiritual dimensions, because there's growing interest for Ifá within the diaspora, especially within academic and activist and artist communities. And people that are interested in it from that standpoint would be more interested in the philosophy and ethics and the art than they would in a lot of the ritualism that may also include animal sacrifice. So to me, it sounds like Ifá Tuntun can be a cultural container for those devotees and also a preliminary course for those who would later want to seek out Isheshe or something like that. So to me, I don't see conflict between Isheshe and Ifá Tuntun, but it sounds as if there's an assumption that Ifá Tuntun is trying to replace or attack or somehow change Isheshe. And so I would like clarification on the relationship between Ifá Tuntun and Isheshe and who the target audience of Ifá Tuntun is.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your comment and intervention. As I said earlier on, Ifá Tuntun is not Ifá, okay? It is not Ifá. Ifá Tuntun is the interpretation of Ifá heritage using contemporary technology, ideas, and perception. Ifá Tuntun, by that definition, is not limited by practices in Ifá as we know it. It includes Ifá as we know it, but it goes beyond it to accommodate and provoke the study, reflections, and analysis of Ifá. And it extends the boundaries of Ifá beyond conventional configurations, and in that process, it promotes the application of Ifá inclusive of, but clearly beyond divination. And it will not, of course, appeal to a lot of people. I totally understand that. But I do not imagine that it will not appeal to everybody.
Àbọ̀yè bó ṣiṣẹ́ ìyá mi ẹjọ́ ṣì mi lè sọ̀rọ̀ ẹjọ́ má bínú ìyá mi.
Ọ̀pọ̀ ní ìbéèrè
Ó
yẹn
ti gbẹ́lẹ̀ kí n
sáré béèrè. Ẹ má
Kí lorúkọ yín ta ló
Bí bá
sọ̀rọ̀?
ti bẹ̀, orúkọ mi ni Adémàmà Ìyọba.
oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni mí. Nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ bèèrè lọ́wọ́ bàbá Móyọ Òkédíji ni wípé ṣé Ifá tuntun tó ń sọ yẹn, títorí tuntun nǹkan tuntun tó ń sọ yẹn, báwo ni wọ́n ṣe máa kì í fún wa? Ṣé inú ẹ̀ ni nǹkan tó sọ nípa Ọ̀ṣun pé wọ́n fipá bá Ọ̀ṣun lò? Ṣé inú ẹ̀ ló ti jáde ni àbí odù Ifá gangan ni wọ́n ti mú jáde? Èmi dẹ̀ máa fẹ́ kí wọ́n kí Ifá yẹn fún wa.
Inú odù Ifá ni mo ti mú jáde.
Ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa kí odù Ifá tó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn gangan. Kò ń ṣe àlàyé o, àti pé àwọn Ifá tuntun tẹ́ ẹ máa ń kọ yẹn, ẹ máa ń kọ gẹ́gẹ́ bíi pé Ọ̀rúnmìlà fúnra rẹ̀ ló wá bá yín sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹni Ọ̀rúnmìlà says and I say, ṣé kò ti wá di ọ̀rọ̀ pásítọ̀ tó ń sọ fáwọn ọmọ ọ̀jọ́ wípé Ọlọ́run wá yọ sóhun àbí God wá bá òun ní ojú oorun? Torí nǹkan tó jọ nìyẹn. Gbogbo àwọn kìíní ti dàrú, ó ti pòrúurú ẹ̀mí èèyàn. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá wa ṣàlàyé. Tẹ́ bá lè kí Ifá yẹn gangan tó sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìbálòpọ̀ yẹn, a máa fẹ́ mọ̀. Ẹ ṣé, ẹ gbà mí láyè.
It's interesting that you... Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm going.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
What I will do is I will play for you the video directly as I got it, and you can listen to it yourself. Okay?
Baba, ẹ má bínú. Èmi fẹ́ kẹ́ fi ẹnu ara yín kì, ẹ má play video kan. Ẹ fi ẹnu ara yín kì Ifá yẹn. Kò ń ṣe nǹkan tẹ́ lọ kà ń bò mí àbí tẹ́ kànú. Bóyá odù Ifá yẹn gangan, àlàyé ẹ̀kọ́ la fẹ́. Ifá yẹn gangan tó sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀.
Mi ò kànú ẹ̀. I just wanted to play for you exactly the thing coming from the Babalawo who gave it to me.
Láti ẹnu yín, bàbá, láti ẹnu ẹ̀yin fún ara yín ni ìbéèrè mi. Ẹ má bínú.
Mi ò kì í ṣe Babalawo. I told you that to begin with. I'm not a Babalawo. I'm not. I'm a scholar.
Ẹ wá ń kí Ifá tuntun, ẹ ní Ọ̀rúnmìlà sọ pé Ọ̀rúnmìlà ló wá bá yín tó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún yín. Ó yẹ kí Ọ̀rúnmìlà lè fi kó kí Ifá yẹn fún yín, kẹ́dẹ̀ lè kí fún wa bó ṣe gbélẹ̀ fún yín.
What specifically? Kí ni nǹkan specifically that you're asking? You're asking me to give you to reproduce to you the Ifá about the rape, right? Is that what you're asking?
Then.
Then I'll play it. What I'm saying is I can play it for you.
Láti ẹnu yín, bàbá, náà ọdún.
No.
Nǹkan tí mo béèrè ẹ lè ṣe fún mi.
Mi ò kì í ṣe
babaláwo. Prof, I am happy pé ẹ sọ pé babaláwo kan ló sọ fún yín tàbí ló ṣe fídíò yẹn. I am very happy pé kò ń ṣe inú odù Ifá lọ. Ṣé ti rí?
No. Inú odù Ifá ló ti jáde.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ sà. One of the challenges the contemporary Ìṣẹ̀ṣe has is the proliferation of fake babalawos, which is what I thought in your posts, in your successive posts on Facebook, that you are trying to kind of sift. According to Julian Sexa, that Afro-Caribbean that asked that question, which is no, our contemporary babalawos have distorted, have desecrated Ìṣẹ̀ṣe tradition, and Ifá Tuntun is clamoring for distillation of this Ifá in order to, in order to repossess, in order to maintain the status quo of bí Ọ̀rúnmìlà ṣe fi ilẹ̀ fún wa, fún àwọn baba ńlá baba wa tó ń ṣe fi fún wa. We understand that in what I will say Ifá Tuntun in my own concept is, I read some African and Caribbean texts, and I read Baba Wandé Abimbola's collection of Odu, àwọn Odu mẹ́rìndínlógún. Is it Ejiogbe ẹsẹ̀ kẹfà? Ó ní òfófó ní pẹ̀rú, èfè ní polè, ìdẹ̀lẹ̀ dídà ní pọ̀rẹ́, alájọbí ní pi èkan tó ṣe bí àṣẹdọwọ́lẹ̀ àjọmu adíáfọ̀n kan lé nínú mọ́lẹ̀ ìjọ tó ń jà rọ̀dọ̀ Olódùmarè àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. I applied this very Odu to this literary, to this play text, how they betrayed people and their calamitous end. I think this is what you were trying to say. See, and when you are kind of misrepresenting me, like I said, tó bá jẹ́ pé babaláwo kan ló sọ fún yín, ló play video yẹn fún yín, ló record video yẹn fún yín, without a substantial Odu Ifá to gbé kalẹ̀. Back it up, sir. I will suggest you disregard that.
Odufani, and I collected it at not just with a local babalawo, I collected it at the center of Ifá in Ile-Ife, in Òkédíji. Okay.
Boruboy, it is not Odufa. That is just mere analysis. Anybody can analyze and fabricate
it
stories.
Is not analysis. It is not analysis.
Where is the essay? Baba, where is the essay? The essay, you did not even indicate the essay in your article. I looked at it. I checked it very well. You did not.
Prof. Ṣẹlẹ̀ fún wa ní Odufa yẹn kí àwọn àgbààgbà oníṣẹ̀ṣe wọ́n dẹ̀ wá bí kán fact.
And it must satisfy the 6 components of authentic essay.
Can I just ask my one question?
Wait.
Every time the money can wait. But it be by learning the first 5 people. Emma Binu question me short. I have a quick question for you, Prof, which is I was getting different things were sent to me on Facebook and different things. When I now sat down after a couple of days to study it in preparation for what we're doing today and read Baba Tony's book too, I am conflicted. So I want to clarify, because what I heard, what I believe I asserted from your article is different from what I think I'm getting today. Are you saying that people that make animal sacrifices needs to be stopped? Or are you saying there's an alternative way for those that want to do it that do not want to make animal sacrifices?
Are you just interested in the animal sacrifice?
I just want clarity.
Let's that video, we should see. If that is the best option. You can play video.
And they can say one after the other. You talk again.
I just want to know that is Ifá Tuntun? So I'm doing this. This is what we're doing. We understand that you're making animal sacrifices. You've done it since you were born. There's just an alternative way, because 2 things can exist at the same time. So I just want clarity. Are you saying if you come to Ifá Tuntun, then you can't make Ebo? Or you're saying there's an alternative option for those that want to take it?
If you come to Ifá Tuntun, you will have to deal with the issue of not sacrificing animals.
Okay, so for clarity, for those that want to join, and if you're not going to be able to make animal sacrifices there. So my last question, perfect. My second question is, do you think maybe after this experience today, you can put together again like the general concerns and just address it for a written form? Because I see that there's only 60-some people here. You know, I don't know if that's like a presentation you wanted to do. Is that something that we can look forward to in the future?
You mean another presentation?
Not this, something like an article that people that were not here, right? General questions to give them a more understanding of what you're trying to do.
There is a book coming. There's a book coming. The book is almost ready. I'm just putting details into it, but it's virtually ready.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mufti Asipoyi, I welcome Àwíṣẹ àgbáyé, Baba, Prof.Wandé Àbímbọ. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò yìí o. Ọmọ yín adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ifá, ọmọ yín Adéyínká Ọláyà láti Brazil náà ni o.
Adúpẹ́ o, ẹ kú ètò náà.
Bàbá mi. Orí ìdọ̀bálẹ̀ mo wà.
Mo yọ̀.
Orí ìdọ̀bálẹ̀ mo wà bàbá o.
Mo gbà fún ọ.
Orí ìdọ̀bálẹ̀ mo wà o.
Ẹ ṣé o.
Orí ìdọ̀bálẹ̀ mo wà o. Ṣé kí n dìde bàbá?
Dìde. Dìde.
Bàbá, mo ní eku tó dá kinní kan lẹ̀ ni wọ́n ń pè ní ẹ̀dá.
Eku tó dá yìí lẹ̀.
Ni wọ́n ń pè ní ẹ̀dá bàbá.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Ẹ̀yin lẹ dá gbogbo kinní yìí lẹ̀. Ní gbogbo èèyàn ló ń bí mí nìsín, wọ́n ní tàtí ẹ̀ ní tá ń kọ́ ní fá tá ń ṣe kinní kan bo ló ti mọ̀ ń bo. Wọ́n ṣe bí n ò léèyàn ni. Tí wọ́n bí mi pé tá ń kọ́ ní fá. Ẹnìkan kan ò lè kọ́yàn fá lẹ́yìn Àwíṣẹ. Kí kẹ́nìkan á máa sọ pé tá ń kọ́ ní fá. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ fi lé mi lẹ́nu, òun ni mò ń fún àwọn èèyàn.
Àdúpẹ́.
Kò wá yé wọn. Ní gbogbo wọn wá gbógun, ni wọ́n wá ń sọ̀rọ̀. Wọ́n ní njó ni mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà. Mo ní 1973.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí máa yé kàn sọ jọgbọnjọgbọn ní jàre.
Táwọn ẹni tó sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn náà.
Ṣé tó ń sọ yẹn make sense ni?
Go
straight to the point. Ta ló béèrè, you've said several times you are not a babaláwo.
Ṣé ẹ fẹ́ fi bàbá sínú problem ni? Kí ni insinuation tẹ̀ ń mí káwọn ni wọ́n kọ́ nípa? Bàbá ló kọ́ yín pé ọ̀run ń darí pọ̀ fún un. Báwo ni wọ́n kọ́ yín pé àwọn babaláwo ló ṣe sílẹ̀ sílẹ̀? Ṣé ẹ fẹ́ embarrass bàbá Àwíṣẹ ni? Kọ̀sí ní point ẹ̀ ní kì í fáwọn ọlọ́kọ́ yín nípa.
Ifá Tuntun ni. Ṣáwọn lọ ní kẹ́ stọ́ọ̀bù human sacrifice ni.
Táwọn ọlọ́pàá ń pè ká má pẹ̀lẹ́ sí fáwọn ọmọ bí ọdún ẹ̀jẹ̀ láti sọ nìyẹn. Ẹ má dájà sílẹ̀ inú ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ o. Ẹ má dájà sílẹ̀ inú ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ o. Àfẹ́ kan tó máa dánú community wa rú.
Ta ni alákòóso ètò ọ̀hún? Fẹsẹ̀mílé náà.
Èmi ni mo ti yọ kúrò. lórí.
Àjẹfẹsẹ̀ mi lé náà.
Àbọ̀rú àbọ̀yè àbọ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ o.
Gbọ́ àtọ́.
Èmi ni Fáyẹmí Fátúndé Fákáyọ̀dé, President International Council for Ifá Religion. Bàbá mo kí ní o bàbá wa Prof.Wandé Àbímbọ́lá, ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n àgbà, bàbá mi Àwíṣẹ àgbáyé. Èmi ni ọmọ àràbà àná Ìbàdàn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
À ń discuss níbí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ṣe sọ náà. Bàbá àti ní wọ́n ní tán bá níta ni ó dá sílẹ̀ tán bá lẹ́yìn ni. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin náà lè dá gbogbo tó jẹ mọ́rọ̀ Ifá kíkọ́ nílé ìwé sílẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ibi tó wá tó ń sìn ni pé àwọn èèyàn nípa Ifá kíkọ́ ní ilé ìwé àti àwọn tó jẹ́ babaláwo, aáwọ̀ fẹ́ máa wà ní àárín wọn. Pé èèyàn tó jẹ́ babaláwo àti ẹni tó jẹ́ pé ó kàn ń kọ́ Ifá gẹ́gẹ́ bí oníṣẹ́ àkàdá. Mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin bàbá wa náà ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹni tó bá kọ́ iṣẹ́ Ifá gẹ́gẹ́ bí oníṣẹ́ àkàdá, ó kọ́ Fá, ó mọ̀ Fá gẹ́gẹ́ bí tẹ́yìn bàbá wa tẹ́ ẹ kọ́ wa. Orí àwọn ìwé tẹ́ ẹ kọ́ gbogbo wa la kà á. Bí Prof.Móyọ ti ṣe wà nínú iṣẹ́ àkàdá, ọ̀gá náà jẹ́ fún wa. Wọ́n ti sọ kírú wọ́n tiẹ̀ tó sọ pé àgboyè ọ̀mọ̀wé. Bọ́n tó wá ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé wọ́n ń sọ àwọn nǹkan kan nípa Ifá tí àwọn tó jẹ́ onífá ò fara mọ́. Ṣé àwọn pé tí a bá sọ pé gbogbo wa ọmọ Yorùbá gẹ́gẹ́ bí ohun tí torí mo fẹ́ béèrè ìbéèrè kan lọ́wọ́ Professor Òkédíji wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ kan ní àìpẹ́ yìí pé gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ni oníṣẹ̀ṣe. Ẹnìkan wá ń bi wọ́n wípé ṣé Adébóyè tó dá ìjọ Rìdíìmù sílẹ̀ tó rọ́mọ Yorùbá ni ṣé oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni? Irú ìbéèrè yẹn náà máa bí. Irú Kúmúyì tó ní ìjọ Deeper Life torí pé ó jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá tó dẹ̀ ń jí oúnjẹ Yorùbá tó ń dọ̀bálẹ̀ kíyàn tó ń wọ agbádá sí oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni. Ju gbogbo lọ ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé Prof.Móyọ wọ́n ń gbìyànjú láti ṣe àwọn àtúnṣe kan nínú ìṣẹ̀ṣe. Léèta mọ̀ pé àwọn point kọ̀ọ̀kan wà tí wọ́n ń raise táwa náà mọ̀ pé ohun tó tọ́ tó yẹ ká tún ṣe ni. Ṣùgbọ́n ó dàbí ìpè ẹ̀yin bàbá wa ní tí àyà bá fẹ́ tún ojú ọmọ ṣe tí ò bá ṣọ́ra tó bá ti kàbọ̀ lójú ojú afọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Ó ti kàbọ̀ lójú ojú afọ́. ọ̀nà tí Professor Òkédíji tí wọ́n ń gbé kinní yẹn gbà ó ń fa awuyewuye. Bí àpẹẹrẹ tí wọ́n bá sọ wípé nínú Ifá o ẹ̀yin onífá ẹ bára yín wí o àwọn tó ń lu jìbìtì o wọ́n ti wà o táwa náà mọ̀ pé àwọn kan ń lu jìbìtì nínú Ifá ṣé àwọn pé ìmọ̀ràn ni wọ́n fún wa tàbí tí wọ́n bá kọ nǹkan wípé nínú Ifá o ká preserve àwọn igi ká preserve àwọn ẹranko ká ṣe kíní ọ̀tá mọ̀ pé gbogbo nǹkan tí Ifá ń sọ nìyẹn ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀nà táwọn ń gbé gbà ọ̀nà bíi foundation bí káwa máa sọ wípé kí wọ́n generalize nǹkan wípé Ọ̀rúnmìlà sọ fáwọn wípé gbogbo àwọn ọmọ òun wọ́n ti di oníjìbìtì tán wọ́n ti di kinní ìyẹn ó ń ru àwọn èèyàn nínú. A dẹ̀ ti ṣèpàdé pẹ̀lú wọn tẹ́lẹ̀ nínú ìpàdé wọn àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n sọ fún wa a rí i pé wọ́n mean n tó dáa fún ìṣẹ̀ṣe. He is trying to promote ìṣẹ̀ṣe. He is trying láti rí i pé bóyá àwọn yọ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí ò dáa the bad element kan yọ. Ṣùgbọ́n táwa ń gbà láti sọ fún wọn ni pé ọ̀nà tí wọ́n ń gbé gbà ní ojú àwa tá a jókòó ti Ifá táwa rí Ifá gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀sìn wa tá a rí ìṣẹ̀ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀sìn kò tọ̀nà. Bí àpẹẹrẹ mo tó ti mú nǹkan kan nínú nǹkan tán sọ wọ́n ní gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ló níṣẹ̀ṣe àwa táwa jẹ́ rí olórìṣà a lè gbà. Torí what he is saying is like some people especially the people that are educated among the Yorubas because they see things that are good in our culture and tradition. And the matter is like if you don't want to release something and you don't see that thing as a valuable thing at the same time you want to hold on to it. Wọ́n fẹ́ kó lọ, wọ́n fẹ́ jù sílẹ̀, wọ́n dẹ̀ fẹ́ kó lọ. They are not ready to be part of the Ìṣẹ̀ṣe community fully because we do tell them nobody is a Yoruba man except somebody who is practicing Orisha religion. Because if you are saying you are a Yoruba man and they ask your name, you say your name is Abdulrasak, Abdulwasiu, and you are still claiming you are a Yoruba man. A Yoruba man will never bear such name. But in the name of religion, they will tell you, I'm a Muslim by religion, but Ìṣẹ̀ṣe is our heritage. We don't want to accept that. If you want to be a Muslim, be a Muslim. If you want to be an oníṣẹ̀ṣe, be an oníṣẹ̀ṣe. To us, oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni olórìṣà. Gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá kọ́ lóníṣẹ̀ṣe. Ọmọ Yorùbá tó bá ti ń kírun tàbí ń lọ church kì í ṣe oníṣẹ̀ṣe. Bọ́ àjọ ni ẹgbẹ́ wa ni. A ò sọ pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí iṣẹ́ àkàdá anybody ló ní access sí Ifá. Ṣùgbọ́n outsider, he is like I'm an Ifá priest now. If I study Christian religious studies or Islamic religious studies, I can write whatever I like about Islam or Christianity. But it's not that I will not be claiming that I'm part of the Muslims, that I can regulate for them. That is what we are saying. For Professor Òkédíji, I cannot say because I study Islamic religious studies, kí wọ́n máa sọ fáwọn imam pé bó ṣe yẹ kẹ́ ẹ ṣe Islam lélẹ́yìí. They will tell me to go and sit down. They say you Elebo, sit down, you are not part of us. Then if Professor Móyọ is telling us pé gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ní oníṣẹ̀ṣe, is he telling us pé Islam is from Saudi Arabia? But anybody, even ọmọ Saudi tó bá ti di Christian, will still call himself Muslim. They will now say pé gbogbo ọmọ Saudi ni Mùsùlùmí.
Èmi ò tẹ́ rí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ń.
Ó bàbá wa, mò ń bọ̀. Ibi tí afẹ́kẹ́ bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lé ọ̀rọ̀ torí lára àwọn tí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ animal sacrifice.
Kókó tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ lé ni ká ẹ sọ fún mi.
Kókó tá a fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ lé ni pé kí Professor Móyọ Òkédíji kí gbogbo akitiyan wọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe lórí Ifá lórí ìṣẹ̀ṣe lórí àṣà àti ìṣe Yorùbá kí wọ́n má ṣe ètò máa fa awuyewuye láàrin àwọn àti àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe ení. Èjì ni pé kí wọ́n má ṣe nǹkan tó máa tarnish image àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe àbí image Ifá bí táwọn èèyàn fi máa sọ níta pé Professor Móyọ ló kúkú sọ pé Ọ̀rúnmìlà pé rapist ni pé ó rape obìnrin rí kí ó má jẹ́ avenue.
Ọ̀rúnmìlà wí báwọn.
Professor Móyọ ni wọ́n kì í Ifá pé Ọ̀rúnmìlà pé ó rape Ọ̀ṣun. Ṣé pé kíní yìí àsìkò tí ìṣẹ̀ṣe ń dìde nìyí tí ó jẹ́ pé inú wa dùn pé àwọn èèyàn wa ń padà sílé. wá má jẹ́ pé àwọn á máa ṣe nǹkan táwọn èèyàn á fi máa wò pé ṣé wọ́n sponsor wọn láti tún lé àwọn èèyàn ìṣe padà. ó ní ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn má dàbí nǹkan táwọn rẹ̀fẹ̀ líjàdù ṣe láti ba Ifá jẹ́ nígbà yẹn pé kí wá ṣe ó ní nǹkan tí ó wà ńlẹ̀ afẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá tá a dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé Professor Móyọ bàbá náà jẹ́ sẹ́mi o ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀yin bàbá lẹ́yìn tó jẹ́ fún wọn. mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé nínú iṣẹ́ àkàdá ọmọ lèmi jẹ́ fún wọn gbẹ̀yìn ọmọ làwọn tó jẹ́ fún ẹ̀yin mo rò pé àlàyé yín yóò wọ̀ wọ́n létí ju nǹkan táwa tí a jẹ́ fún wọn orí inú iṣẹ́ àkàdá ọmọ
ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tiẹ̀ ṣe sọ ó dùn mọ́ mi gbáà ẹ sọ ní ọ̀rọ̀ ìgbónára tàbí àbùkù ẹ̀rọ wọ̀ ó kí ọ babaláwo ó kí ọ gan-an pé ó tiẹ̀ mọ ọ̀rọ̀ gbé kalẹ̀ ìgbà míì àìmọ̀ nǹkan gbé kalẹ̀ ní máa jẹ́ kí kó bàjẹ́ irú ìpàdé báyìí sì yẹ ká máa ṣe lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan kájọ máa fi ọ̀rọ̀ yé ara wa ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ tó nírèpì yẹn ń bẹ nùwé ẹnìkan mọ̀ bí bascom ní abẹ́nìkan tọkọ báwọn bí tí Ọ̀rúnmìlà ti bá Ọ̀ṣun lódò ṣe pé bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló ṣe bá Yemọja lódò tí wọ́n wá dọ̀rẹ́ ó ti rí kanú ìwé kan bá náà tí wọ́n sọ pé àní rape kankan ànímọ̀ kò sí ntọ́jọ́ bá nú àṣà tiwa kò sì sí nǹkan tí ọba máa bà wá jẹ́ mo yọ̀ ń gbọ́.
tó ń gbọ́ bàbá.
ó máa yàgò fún òní máa sọrú ẹ̀ bá jẹ́ pé àlejò kan ní tiẹ̀ ń sọrú ẹ̀ tí nǹkan ò yé tí èso máa nú lé àwa láàmú tọ́ wọn sọ́nà pé kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àgbàniwọ́ náà dà yìí
kábíyèsí
ọ̀dàgbà tí irùngbọ̀n tó wù kí mo fi wú bẹ́ẹ̀ o ọjọ́ orí gan-an ó ti dàgbà
kábíyèsí
kí wọ́n máa wá fọ̀rọ̀ lọ kọ́ ọmọ tọ́ wọn sọ́nà lọ́dà kì í ṣe pé wọ́n máa wá pẹ̀lú rẹ̀ kalẹ̀ kí wọ́n máa bá ọ wí kò ní dùn mọ́ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni ọ̀rọ̀ tèmi tiẹ̀ tí babaláwo àràbà òwòrò sòkí ọ̀rẹ́ mi Awódìran tó ló sọ fún mi mo fi wá nípa ọ̀rọ̀ pé Ifá tuntun kan ń bẹ tí o fẹ́ gbé jáde ẹni mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lé gan ẹni tó sọ̀rọ̀ yìí kò sọ̀rọ̀ débẹ̀ ṣé ẹ ti sọ yìí sẹ́yìn ni.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kábíyèsí.
mo lẹ gbé kà.
ibi tá a gbé kà náà ni wípé èmi ń ṣàlàyé fún wọn wípé Ifá tuntun tí èmi ń sọ kì í ṣe Ifá. mo ti sọ tó ẹ̀ẹ̀mẹ́ẹ̀dínlógún kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́ ohun tí mò ń wí mo ní kì í ṣe Ifá mo ní àlàyé lórí Ifá ni wípé ntí tó ń tan ìmọ́lẹ̀ sí orí Ifá ni kì í ṣe Ifá mo ti sọ tó ogún gbà kò sẹ́ni kankan tí ó dàbí ẹni wípé ó gbọ́ ohun tí mò ń wí.
bàbá mi mo gbọ́ yín o mo dẹ̀ lé ẹ ṣe dádì.
ta ló sọ̀rọ̀ yìí.
Dúpẹ́ ló ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Dúpẹ́ ni.
Ìyá ọmọ yín ló ń sọ. Mo gbọ́ yín mo dẹ̀ ní ẹ ṣe.
O ṣeun Dúpẹ́ mo gbà fún ọ.
Yes sir.
Má sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ lọ. Wọn ò gbọ́ mọ́ o.
Professor. À ń gbọ́ yín. Professor Móyọ.
Dúpẹ́ ní sọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
Èmi bèrè dádì mo bèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn mo ní kọ́ kí Ifá tuntun yìí fún wa wọ́n dẹ̀ ní kì í ṣe Ifá pé is some other program táwọn ń ṣe ni mo dẹ̀ ní wọ́n ṣeun pé I learned something today mo dẹ̀ kúrò ń bẹ̀ orí bẹ́ẹ̀ni èmi gbọ́ yín.
Inú mi dùn tẹ́ gbọ́ mi o. Ó dàbí ẹni pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀.
Ifá tuntun kan ń bẹ Móyọ.
Ntí èmi pè ní Ifá tuntun kò ju wípé nǹkan tí àwọn tí ó jáde ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí kọ gbogbo àwọn òǹkọ̀wé tí ó tó jẹ́ wípé àwọn èèyàn wa náà ni tó jẹ́ wípé ń gba oko ẹrú ni wọ́n lọ sí ìlú òyìnbó wípé n tí wọ́n ń kọ wípé nǹkan ìjìnlẹ̀ náà ni tí ó jẹ́ bí Ifá fún àwọn àtorin wọn ni o àti ijó wọn ni o àti gbogbo àṣà wọn ni o. Àlàyé tí mò ń ṣe nìyẹn wípé kì í ṣe Ifá ti ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ti wà níbí. Mo sì kọ gbogbo orúkọ àwọn tí ń ṣe tó ti ń kọ gbogbo kíní yẹn mo kọ gbogbo ẹ̀ sí Facebook. Mi ò fi orúkọ babaláwo kankan sí.
Ṣùgbọ́n ṣé wọ́n pè ní Ifá tuntun?
Ifá tuntun mo pè é.
Àṣìṣe ni. Kò lè sí Ifá tuntun. Kò lè sí ti jẹ́ Ifá tuntun. Ǹjẹ́ Bíbélì tuntun bẹ bí? Tàbí Kùránì tuntun? Tàbí Rìgívídà tó jẹ́ ìwé àwọn oní Hindu? Gbogbo àwọn ìwé mímọ́ òun àti tí wọ́n kọ́lẹ̀ àti tó jẹ́ àtẹnudẹ́nu tí ẹ̀sìn kọ̀ọ̀kan ń lò kò yé léèsì ìtọ́wà ńlẹ̀ gbọ́ jẹ́ pé àwọn tó gbé kalẹ̀ wọ́n èé ṣe èèyàn láfẹ́ lè wí pàápàá jùlọ Ifá òòṣà ni tó lè wáyé bí èèyàn òòṣà ni a lè rí tuntun rẹ̀ ìtọ́wà ti dé ń di tuntun ó ti kó lẹ́sìn.
Kábíyèsí kì í ṣẹ̀sìn o tí mo ń sọ yìí kì í ṣe ẹ̀sìn.
Má wàá pè ní tuntun mọ́ tí mo kọ́ fẹ́ béèrè ní ǹjẹ́ ọtẹ Ifá gan Móyọ?
Bàbá n ò fẹ́ tẹfá n ò fẹ́ di babaláwo nítorí ẹni tí ò jẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ mọ̀ wípé tí mo sọ wípé mo bá yín tẹ́ kọ́ wa yìí náà ó lé ní 50 ọdún.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Ká ló wù mí láti di babaláwo ni ńgbà tẹ́ ti kọ́ wa ńgbà náà lèmi náà ọba ti lọ òkè tasẹ̀ tí n bá ti lọ di babaláwo ṣùgbọ́n èmi ò fẹ́ jẹ́ babaláwo nítorí wípé gbogbo wa náà kọ́ ni a gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ babaláwo.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bó sì ti jẹ́ babaláwo náà ṣe bí ọmọ Yorùbá ni ọ́.
Kábíyèsí.
Ọ̀gẹ́ mo ṣe ń sọ ẹni tí ọba mọ̀ jẹ́ kí n ǹjẹ́ ń gbọ́ mi mọ́?
Mo ń gbọ́ yín bàbá.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni à ń gbọ́ yín kábíyèsí.
Móyọ yìí kò tí ì ju ọmọ ọdún 10 àbí 12 lọ tí mo bá ń lọ sọ́yọ́ òun àti ẹ̀gbọ́n rẹ̀ obìnrin Mojí tí wọ́n máa ń bá mi wá sọ́yọ́. Ọ̀yọ́ ni ilé wọn bàbá rẹ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi gidigidi ni táwọn ti lọ síbi àgbáre ṣùgbọ́n gbà yẹn wọ́n sì wà láyé tí n bá ń bọ̀ láti Ifẹ̀ wọ́n á ní kí wọ́n bá mi wá sọ́yọ́. Abó ti gbàgbé.
Kábíyèsí.
Kò sí Ifá tuntun o mo fẹ́ kọ́ mọ́rọ̀ kó ń bẹ kò sí ti jẹ́ Ifá tuntun nígbà tí ò ti sí ti jẹ́ Bíbélì tuntun kò sí ń jẹ́ kùránì tuntun, kò sí ń tí jẹ́ rìgìdà tuntun, gbogbo òwe gbogbo ẹ̀sìn. Àwọn Japanese ẹ mọ̀ pé olóòṣà làwọn náà, wọ́n lé ẹ̀sìn tiwọn, wọ́n èso ń gbàgbọ́, wọn èso mọ̀le. Àwọn Chinese wọn èso ń gbàgbọ́, wọn èso mọ̀le. Àwọn India wọn èso mọ́ gbàgbọ́ àbí wọn èso mọ̀le. Wo India population wọn 1.5 billion. China population wọn 1.4 billion. While Japanese be 300 million. Àwọn South Korea be 300 million. Gbogbo wọn tí mò ń dákọ̀, àwọn ẹ̀yà tí mò ń dákọ̀, wọn èé ṣe onígbàgbọ́, wọn èso mọ̀le. Bó gbàgbọ́ bá ń bẹ láàrin wọn tàbó mọ̀le, wọn ò jù wọ́n wẹ́ báyìí lọ. Àwa ẹlẹ́sìn ìbílẹ̀ ńlá pọ̀ jù láyé. Àwa nìkan ní ìgbà òkúkú tọ́ lọ bí òréré ọmọ ọlọ́fin. Ayé kò tọ́ lọ bí ọ̀pá àbọn. Nígbà tí nǹkan ń dé, lójú pé wọ́n á mú alẹ́ rú, wọ́n ń lò àlòkulò, lójú pé wọ́n ń júwe wa lọ́nà tí ò dáa. Bí a bá ń júwe wa lọ́nà tí ò dáa, ń júwe ilé wa lọ́nà tí ò dáa, àwọn oní nǹkan àwa ò ní mọ bá wọn júwe rẹ̀ báwọn. Kò sí ní tí jẹ́ Ifá tuntun o. Èyí tí Ọ̀rúnmìlà fi lé èmi Àwíṣẹ àgbáyé mọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ yìí.
Kábíyèsí.
Ètò Ọ̀rúnmìlà fi lélẹ̀ fún wa iná ni à ń lò. Bọ́rúnmìlà bá tún padà wá lọ́la ló kù.
Kábíyèsí.
Kò lè sí Ifá tuntun.
Kábíyèsí,
ọ̀rọ̀ kékeré. Èyí tó ti wà nílẹ̀ náà là á máa gbé yẹ̀wò, ó sì pọ̀. Kò sí ìwé mímọ́ kan tó tí ń bẹ nú rẹ̀ tó 1% ti wá. Ǹjẹ́ ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ràn mi báyìí mọ́?
Kábíyèsí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà, à ń gbọ́ yín yékéyéké.
Ìwé mímọ́ ti wá tá à ń pè ní Ifá yìí tó ní àpólà lọ́nà 484. Tó á jẹ́ pé ìtàn tí ń bẹnú ọ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan ó jẹ́ 200. Tá a bá fẹ́ mọ iye ìtàn tí ń bẹnú Ifá, a wá mú 256, a fi multiply 800. Gbogbo Bíbélì kò tó 1%. Islam ìwé mímọ́ wọn kò tó 1%. Rigvida kò tó 1%. Nǹkan tí wa tá a gbé lọ́wọ́ ìta níyìí, a mọ̀mọ́ sóríire o, àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá. Tó bá jẹ́ pé orí wa bá pé, tá a mọ̀ tá à ń ṣe, tá a fẹ́ ṣerú mọ́, tá a fẹ́ ṣe làálàá káàkiri mọ́, Ifá yìí nìkan ó tó gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá jẹ, ó tó wá tà. Kò sí nǹkan kan, ìmọ̀ kan tí ń bẹ láyé tó Ifá. A nílò Ifá tuntun, kò sí tọ́kàn wá pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Tí mo fẹ́ kọ́ sọ ni pé báyìí pọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ Ifá tuntun, ṣàlàyé rẹ̀, kò sì tọrọ àforíjì pọ̀ lọ́ba ò bú Ifá o. Ǹjẹ́ mo yọ̀ ń gbọ́?
Kábíyèsí.
Èèyàn fi Ifá ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ nu àgbọ́dọ̀ ṣe èèwọ̀ ní. Ó ní ṣàwàdà o. Mo fi Ifá ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ o. Mo fi Ifá ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ o. Ẹ̀dùn ò ṣe ṣàwàdà o. Mọ̀jà fi nǹkan wá ṣàwàdà. Nǹkan pàtàkì ní. Orí náà bóyá tẹmọ̀ ìyẹn lè sọ ọ̀rọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ọ̀tọ̀ ni tó fẹ́ sọ táwọn èèyàn yà síbòmíì. Ó dùn mọ́ mi tó sọ pé kò sí Ifá tuntun lóòótọ́. tó ń pè ní Ifá Tuntun ọ̀tọ̀ ni má pè ní tuntun mọ́ kì í ṣe tuntun àlàyé lórí Ifá àlàyé lórí rẹ̀ nìyẹn kì í ṣe tuntun. Kò jẹ́ tí mo fẹ́ sọ tí ọ̀rọ̀ tí Ifá Tuntun yìí lọ́ta mí gìrì tí mo fi ní ó yẹ kí n sọ sí ọ̀rọ̀ tí tẹ́ pè wá sí yìí. Gbogbo yín pátá agbára Ọlọ́run àti Móyọ ẹ̀ náà ẹnìkan ò ní pòfo nù wa.
Àṣẹ o.
Àní ròfo. Àní rìndébù tí ò fo.
Àṣẹ.
Àní ṣàwúre lẹ́yìn gbèsè.
Àṣẹ.
Gbogbo yín pé ẹ ṣe pípọ̀ o. A dúpẹ́ o. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi kò jù báyìí lọ.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, mo fẹ́ bèrè ìbéèrè kan lọ́wọ́ bàbá Àwíṣẹ àgbáyé ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Orúkọ mi ni Wọlé Olúgúnlẹ̀. Mo wà ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà.
Mo gbà fún ọ.
Mo fẹ́ kọ́kọ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín fún iṣẹ́
gúnlẹ̀ yẹn gbóná. Kí ni olúhun tó gúnlẹ̀?
Olú ọmọ òun ló dé òun ló ti wọlé dé ló wá gúnlẹ̀ sí àárín.
A ní jẹ́ olú ọmọ.
Èmi orúkọ mi gangan ni Olúwọlé ṣùgbọ́n orúkọ bàbá mi ni Olúgúnlẹ̀.
Sọ mọ̀ pé olú yẹn Ṣànpọ̀nná ní jẹ́ olú ní jẹ́ olúwa.
Bàbá ọ̀yẹ̀.
Ṣànpọ̀nná ní jẹ́ olúwa. Ẹ dákun ẹ bá ń fi ọwọ́ òsì yín kanlẹ̀ kẹ́ fi kan orílẹ̀ mẹ́ta.
Bàbá ọ̀yẹ̀.
Àṣẹ bàbá mi Àwíṣẹ.
Ló gúnlẹ̀ Ṣànpọ̀nná.
Àfọ bàbá o.
Ní jẹ́ olú kò sólúwa kankan bì kan. Tí wọ́n pè lólú gé olúwa wọ́n gé kúrú. Ṣànpọ̀nná ní jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣé Àwíṣẹ.
Bá a sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ lọ.
Ìbéèrè tí mo fẹ́ béèrè ó ní wípé mo ti ka ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìwé yín mo ti kà á mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ kí yín. You have lived a legacy that will outlive you, so there is no doubt about that. Ìbéèrè tí mo fẹ́ béèrè ni wípé ǹjẹ́ ó ṣeé ṣe kí èèyàn tẹfá kó má ṣe babaláwo tàbí ṣé ó pọn dandan pé ẹni tó bá tẹfá ó gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe babaláwo?
Rárá.
Àbọ̀rúbọ̀ yìí kábíyèsí sá ẹ jẹ́ kí n dá wọn lóhùn ẹ jẹ́ kí n ràn yín lọ láti dá wọn lóhùn.
Ta ló ń sọ ta ni yẹn? Ta ló sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn?
Olórí apènà ló sọ̀rọ̀ láti London.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí Àwíṣẹ dáhùn ẹjọ́.
Wọ́n ṣàlàyé fún kí bàbá máa ṣàlàyé fi yẹn kéré sí bàbá láti ṣàlàyé.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí Àwíṣẹ dáhùn ẹjọ́ ẹ má bínú. Ẹ náà ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹjọ́.
Ẹ ṣeun. Tẹ́ẹ̀rí èèyàn lè tẹfá kọ́ mọ̀ sí babaláwo dáadáa téèdì sìn náà. Ẹ jẹ́ ń fún ẹ ní àpẹẹrẹ kan. Ní nǹkan bí ọdún mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n sẹ́yìn obìnrin kan ó jẹ́ lọ́ọ̀yà ní Atlanta tó bá pè mí pé òun ní kánsà níbi ọmú òun wọ́n wá sọ fóun pé tóun bá tẹfá òun ò ní kú ó ló ti dé stage 4 tẹ́tẹ̀ sọ fóun pé òun ò lè ju ọdún kan lọ tóun ó fi kú. Kí n dákun kí n wá tẹ òun nífà. Ọlọ́dà nǹkan dáadáa ni ṣùgbọ́n kò sí dánilójú o pé tó bá tẹfá ò ní kú o. Èmi tí wọ́n tẹ̀ ọ́ fà gan n ò mọ̀ bóyá wọ́n dọdún kan. Ṣùgbọ́n ntẹ́mi máa ń sọ fún àwọn èèyàn lédè ìbò ẹ jẹ́ n sọ lédè ìbò mo máa ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn pé what we are doing in Ifá is not magic.
I mute your jaw.
But sometimes it works like magic. Tí mo sọ fún mi. Ó ní kí ẹ mú lọ sí kí n tẹ onífá ọjà bóun bá tiẹ̀ kú kò ṣe nǹkan kan wá lọ́dà ìgbà yẹn Nàìjíríà mo máa mú yàn lọ láti tẹ̀fá mo bá mu ní ó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì jẹ́ ọwọ́ ọkọ̀ báyìí tí mo fojú kàn án kò lè dárìn dáadáa mọ́ ó ti gbẹ́ tó làbáṣá lọ ní abájọ wọlé làbájọ wọ ọkọ̀ gbàtà dé Èkó kò lè dìde mọ́ lórí ìjókòó ibi tó gbé jókòó sí náà bá gbé wheelchair náà fi gbé jáde gba àwọn gbé jáde tán kò lè rìn mọ́ kò lè ṣe kán mo bá ní kí wọ́n gba ambulance bá gbé lọ sílé ọmọ mi Ọlábísí ní Èkó a bá fi ambulance gbé lọ ọbẹ̀ àwa lọ sọ́yọ̀ ǹjọ́hun ìwọ Ọlábísí tára obìnrin bá dáa ni o tó gbé wá o tó bá tó jẹ́ pé ó lè máa rìn díẹ̀ tí ó bá lè rìn Èkó náà ni ò dúró sí o gbòdìjọ́ kejì ìyẹn bá gbé dé wọ́n ní ó sá sọ pé dandan bóun bá kú sí Ọ̀yọ́ kí n ṣeun síbẹ̀ làbá gbé làbá tẹ̀ ń fa ọjọ́ méje làwa fi tẹ̀fá ònú ilé tiwa wọ́n ti ń tẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta báyìí níṣẹ́ Olúgbọ́n kìí sorò kọ́mọ́kìje àrẹ̀sà àjèjé òótù lálọ̀ kìí sorò ọmọkìje tàbá gbà tá ẹ ṣètò ọjọ́ keje tán bó tiẹ̀ kú ni bóyè ni àmọ́ kò lè dìde kò lè jókòó kò ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ́n bá dijọ́ keje tá a sọ̀rọ̀ tán níbi aago 12 mọ́ tó bá da aago 4 o àwọn tá a bá tẹ̀ nífá wọn ó jó káàkiri àdúgbò Akéìtàn ní ilé tèmi wà ibi tó tún kàn là ń pè ní Ìṣẹ̀kẹ̀ ó jó lọ lé ọba Akéìtàn àti à ń pè lálákéìtàn ó jó lọ lé Elépè ọba Elépè Ìṣẹ̀kẹ̀ ó jó lọ lé Olúwo Akéìtàn àti Olúwo Ìṣẹ̀kẹ̀ ìbò yàrá kálukú ti wọṣọ dáadáa tí wọ́n rà gbà wọ́n délé àwọn bíi mélòó kan tí wọ́n wá táwọn náà wá ẹni tí wọ́n wá tẹ̀fá wọ́n ti dáṣọ wọ́n ti wọ̀ ọ́ náà lù ti dé tẹ́gbọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lùlù ẹni tí ò ti lọ tẹ́ jẹ́ pé àmúru bíi kámú lápá mu lẹ́sẹ̀ lé parí oru rẹ̀ òun náà dáṣọ lọ́ba wọṣọ ní bá ń dó gbogbo àwọn wò pé kí ló dé irú kí lèyí kí má fa ọ̀rọ̀ ògùn lọ ọdún 10 rẹ̀ kò kú á tó bí ọdún 12 tó lò sí láyé àgbàlagbà sí ní tẹ́lẹ̀.
Ọ̀yáwó mi dádì ọ̀yáwó mi.
ọ̀rántí rẹ̀ bí Ifá ṣe jẹ́nu májíìkì ní Ifá kìí ṣe májíìkì á pè ní májíìkì ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ bíi májíìkì ẹni tó bá lè èmi ò ní nǹkan kan míì tí èmi tí mo rótì Ifá lèmi rótì jọ mo dáyé ọ̀sẹ̀sẹ̀ mẹ́rin ẹ jẹ́ ká mójútó nǹkan wa Móyọ mo ṣe ń gbúrò rẹ inú mi ń dùn nípa iṣẹ́ àkàdá tó ń ṣe ṣùgbọ́n má fi kàntàkàntà kan wo Ifá tuntun kan bẹ́ẹ̀ níbì kan má tún sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ òsì Ifá tuntun kan níbì kan èyí tó ti wà náà ni tó ti pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé èyí tó ti tá a rántí mọ́ táwọn bàbá wa ìyá wa tí wọ́n ti lọ tí wọ́n gbé lọ sí òde ọ̀run kò níye èyí tó tún kù ńlẹ̀ yìí tá a bá pé ká kọ gbogbo ẹ̀ sínú ìwé tí ìwé kọ̀ọ̀kan jẹ́ bí ẹgbẹ̀rún ojú ìwé á sì rí ẹgbẹ̀rún bíi 10 rú ẹ̀ àwọn ọmọ bó ṣe jẹ́ o tí wọ́n ń pè ní Ifá yìí o kò sí irú rẹ̀ ní ayé rí tó bá jẹ́ pé àbámọ̀ bẹnu àtẹ́lù tá à ń mójú tó ó tó wá jẹ ó tó wá tà títí ayé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Yorùbá.
Bàbá Àwíṣẹ, ẹ má bínú pé mo kọ́ tì. Ẹ lo àkókò yìí láti bá àwọn babaláwo tí wọ́n ń ṣe àlùpàídà. Ìkan lára àwọn bàbá Móyọ wọ́n try láti correct kẹ bá wọn wísà. Ẹ ṣé.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bàbá mi Àwíṣẹ. Adéyínká ló sọ láti Brazil sà. Adéyínká sà.
Adéyínká mo gbà fún ọ.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi. Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi. Kẹ́ tó dá Olúgúnlé lóhùn. Àwọn ti Brazil wọ́n ní kí n máa kí yín. Àwọn náà wà lórí ètò yìí. Gbogbo àwọn Brazilians náà wà ń bẹ̀.
Àdúpẹ́.
Ẹ ṣe ń lọ. Wọ́n wà wọ́n ní kí mo fẹ́ kẹ́ bá kí wọn. Kí n dẹ̀ sọ nǹkan díẹ̀ fún wọn ní èdè tiwa níbí báyìí pé ẹ̀ ń kí wọn. Mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ kí wọn kí wá sọ fún wọn pé ẹ̀ ń kí wọn.
Mo kí gbogbo yé o ọmọ Alákétu. Ọmọ Alákétu ìbáyìí tó. Ọmọ Alákétu báyìí kì í lẹ̀kẹ̀. Ọmọ a sì pín ọyàn. Ènìyàn a sì pé Ọlọ́run. Olówó Alákétu rè fara yín mọ́ra. Bàbá o fara yín mọ́ra. Ẹ̀gbọ́n o fara yín mọ́ra. Àbúrò fara yín mọ́ra. Olówó Alákétu rè fara yín mọ́ra. Mo kí púpọ̀ mo yìnyín títí. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Brazil, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Cuba, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago nìkan ni wọ́n ti sọ ẹ̀sìn wa di official religion láti 1981. Wọ́n yẹ kó jẹ́ official religion Nàìjíríà wa, ní Benin Republic, ní Togo Republic, ní Ghana. Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé Ghana mílíọ̀nù 4 lọ́mọ Yorùbá ti bẹ Ghana. Ghana kì í ṣe àwọn tó ṣòwò lọ o. Àwọn tó ṣòwò lọ kí mò ń sọ o. Àwọn tí wọ́n ń gbé bẹ̀ ní Ghana, ìlú Yorùbá tí ń bẹ nínú Ghana jẹ́ bí 300. 300. Ìlú kékeré, ìlú ńlá tí wọ́n pín wọn mọ́ gbà tí èbódé tí wọ́n ń pínlẹ̀ fúnra ara wọn ni wọ́n pín wọn mọ́ Ghana. Bẹ̀ nílùú tí wọ́n bẹ Burkina Faso. Bẹ̀ lẹ́ àwọn yẹn ọ̀pọ̀ tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Tọ́jẹ́ pé bẹ̀ nílùú wọn.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi. Adéyínká dọ́kítọ̀. Yínká.
Ta ló sọ̀rọ̀ o?
Yínká. Ọláìyá.
Ta ló tó sọ̀rọ̀ o?
Èmi ní Àràbà. Ọláìyá jẹ́ kí n.
Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ sà.
Jẹ́ kí bàbá jọ.
Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ sà.
Àbọ̀rúbọyè bàbá mi Àwíṣẹ ní àgbáyé.
Gbogbo àtọ́ àsúre ìwòrìwò fún.
Ọmọ yín Awódìran Agboola Àràbà ìlú Òwòrò-Ṣòkí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Bàbá ẹ pẹ́ fún wa, ẹ kú làákàyè. Dr. Ọláìyá, ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fi sí ọ̀rọ̀ níbẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣó yàtọ̀ sí ti bàbá?
Rárá, bàbá mi.
Wípé Ifá ti ń bẹ wípé a lè kọ tán, ǹjọ́ yàtọ̀?
Rárá, bàbá mi.
Bàbá, mo fi ń kí yín lẹ́yìn, ṣe rí ohun tẹ́ mú wá yìí, wọ́n ní ẹnu àgbà lobì tí ń gbó. Inú mi dùn, mo pa lówe níbẹ̀rẹ̀, mo kí Ifá bẹ̀ wípé bí Ifá ṣe ń bẹ ó máa wà títí láéláé ni pé a lè kọ tán. Inú mi dùn, ẹ dẹ̀ sọ bẹ ṣe kí ọmọ yín Móyọ, tẹ̀lé jẹ́ kí bàbá ló jẹ́ lẹ́jẹ́ fún, ẹ dẹ̀ sọ wípé ọ̀rọ̀ Ifá tuntun kó gbé kúrò ń bẹ̀. Ibi tí kò sí ọ̀rọ̀ míì ta tún fẹ́ sọ, Ọláìyá, ṣọ̀wọ́n pé láti bí wákàtí 5 láti wà lẹ́nu ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, bàbá mi.
Torí náà, bàbá wa ní Àwíṣẹ, wọ́n ti bàbá ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀gbẹ́ fún wa lágbára Elédùmarè. ọjọ́ tí Olódùmarè tó fi kọ yín lágbára Elédùmarè kó máa lé sí ni ẹgbẹ́ fún wa bàbá lágbára Elédùmarè àwíṣẹ ní àgbáyé gẹ́gẹ́ bí Ifá ṣe wí ó ti fi sí yín lẹ́nu ẹnu awo nìbà àwọn àṣẹ wà torí wọ́n ní ẹlẹ́mọ níkà òkókó mọ̀ká ará ìfàyín mọ̀ká alákàgbà kàwọ́ ti ṣe pè mí oníkàánú òṣìkàrí káwọ́ mi kásẹ̀ mi òǹkà onípa ikàn yálà káàgbọ̀n bábálá káàgbá ọlọ́tọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́ kàràkàrà gbásà ẹ̀yìn gbásà Ọ̀rúnmìlà lè ṣe tẹ̀yìn tí ń jórúkọ kánìkánì lóde ìka wọ́n níbẹ̀ làwọn jẹ́ kọ́rùnmìlà ó tó dé ìbádọ́bájọ táyé wọ́n fi rí kàkàkà bí ẹni tí ń káṣọ wọ́n ní kí wọ́n kún ọlọ́fọ́ oníkàmọ̀gún ọmọ akáròkò nù Yémétú wọ́n dé káàkíní wọn ò bá oníkàmọ̀gún ọmọ akáròkò nù Yémétú wọ́n dé káàkejì káàkẹta káàkẹrin káàkarùn káàkẹfà káàkeje káàkẹjọ káàkẹsàn káàkẹwàá káàkọkànlá káàkejìlá káàkẹtàlá káàkẹrìnlá káàkẹẹ̀dógún káàkẹrìndínlógún wọn bá oníkàmọ̀gún ọmọ akáròkò nù Yémétú wọn wá dé káàkẹtàdínlógún wọn wá bá oníkàmọ̀gún ọmọ akáròkò nù Yémétú mo ti fi àkábọ rí bàká kan jókòó tì ní ká ó daṣọ àkábora wọn ní kálákà lọrẹ pákó fẹ́ ṣe nídìí àká ìgbà kátàlákà léjìká láká lulẹ̀ kú ìkángbẹ́lẹ̀ rẹ̀ ọ̀ká wá sunkún rẹ̀ ìgbín kákáká ẹ̀bìtì kákáká ẹ̀bìtì tí ó gbójú ò lè pàgbín láéláé pátákó ẹ̀fọ̀n kákáká ní ń tajá lẹ́nu àwọn láwo oníkàmọ̀gún yọ́tọ̀ ṣòwòṣòwò tí wọn ò lówó lọ́wọ́ yọ́tọ̀ ṣòwòṣòwò tí wọn ò rérè jẹ àkíké sọgísà àwọlé Ọ̀rúnmìlà lódì wá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà bàbá relé oníkàmọ̀gún ọmọ akáròkò nù Yémétú Ifá ní àwọn lówó wọn lówó àkíké sọgísà ẹnu awo ìbà àwọn àṣẹ wà ẹnu awo àwíṣẹ ní àgbáyé wọ́n ti fi àṣẹ sí i pé ọ̀rọ̀ Ifá tuntun wọ́n ní kò jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ibẹ̀ ni ká fi ọ̀rọ̀ sí.
kò sí Ifá tuntun kò sí lè sí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni Ọláìyá o ṣé púpọ̀ kò sí ẹjọ́ mọ́tàró èyí tó kù ìrẹ́gbẹ̀ ni.
gbé lọ́wọ́ àṣìyọ nǹkan kan kún bẹ́ẹ̀ àti fi kún.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà níbi eléyìí ni ká mú ọ̀rọ̀ ìka ká tẹ̀síwájú bàbá ti ní a máa ṣe nǹkan wọ̀nyí nígbà míì a máa fi dá wa lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ torí fásọ oníta bá ti yọ ọgbọ́n ni ká máa kọ́ra wa ká má jín kùtùkùtù pilẹ̀ wèrè ọ̀rọ̀ tá a bá rò tí ògún ike ẹni là ń ké sí adúlá fún pàràkà alágọ̀ wìnìwìnì tó jíjú aláràbarà lábẹ́ ọdán bàbá a tún máa tẹ̀síwájú fún ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí ní èyí tẹ̀wí mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ pé mo ké sí ẹ̀dẹ̀ jẹ́ mi ẹ̀dẹ̀ jẹ́ bí àgbàlagbà inú mi dùn gan púpọ̀ o ẹnu àgbà lóbi tí ń gbó bàbá wa ti gba Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji wọ́n ti gbà wọ́n nímọ̀ràn ẹ jẹ́ ká fi síbẹ̀ lágbára Elédùmarè àdélébáre o ire ni gbogbo wa máa kò bó ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn o àbọrú àbọyè bọ ṣiṣẹ́ ẹ ṣé púpọ̀.
ẹ máa ṣe ọmọ lé next week pẹ̀lú bísí o.
tó
ẹ jọ̀ọ́
tó láyà máa mú wálé kọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ jẹun.
mo fẹ́ fi àsìkò yìí mo fẹ́ fi dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji tí wọ́n dá wa lóhùn fún láti bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ mo lè dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Araba Awódìran náà àtàwọn àgbààgbà pàápàá jùlọ bàbá mi tẹ́ pé wọ́n sì lè jẹ́ pé àwíṣẹ ni wọ́n tún jẹ́ vice chancellor ní yunifásitì so ọ̀nà méjì Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji àwọn náà tún jẹ́ ọ̀gá mi nínú iṣẹ́ ọ̀nà ṣáàrí pé ibi nìkan ni mo wà blessed so mo tún wá sí Brazil níbi tí òòṣà ti gbalẹ̀ gan-an nǹkan tí bàbá tún fi lélẹ̀ ní Brazil èmi tẹ́ ẹ rí mo tún ṣe postgraduate course lórí Ifá ní University of Sao Paulo mi báyìí so nǹkan tá à ń sọ a lè mú studies a lè mú kúrò nínú Ifá bá fẹ́ bá pọ̀ a lè sọ wípé Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji wọn gbìyànjú torí University of Ifá yẹn lè ní is the biggest channel tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa Ifá wọ́n dẹ̀ ń polongo Ifá ẹ ṣeun
torí ẹ ṣeun gidi gan pé dá wa lóhùn. Mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Àwíṣẹ Ifá bàbá tí bá ti ń rí yín máa ń bẹ Olódùmarè ní kí Olódùmarè kó bá wa lọ́ra ẹ̀mí yín jù báyìí lọ.
Àṣẹ.
Kẹ́ pé 100 kẹ́ pé 200.
Àṣẹ o.
Àṣẹ wà.
Ohun tẹ́ ẹ fi sílẹ̀ ní Brazil lénìí, òun ni àwa ìdé bá. Ẹ fi sílẹ̀ more than 30 years káwa tẹ̀ tó dé.
1975 ni mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wá sí Brazil lọ́dọọdún. Màmá wá lẹ́ẹ̀mejì lọ́dún mi, lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ta lọ́dún mi. Fún bí 30 ọdún tàbí jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ó ti ẹ̀ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ tó 40 ọdún tí mo fi ń wá. Lọ́dọọdún tí nǹkan ọdún kan jẹ́.
Ẹ pẹ́ fún wa bàbá. Dr. Láyà. Ìwọ náà à ń kí ẹ wípé ó ṣètò yìí ó gún régé lágbára Elédùmarè, ìwọ náà á gòkè àgbà, á sì kéré òkò délé. Gbogbo àwọn tó lè dá sọ̀rọ̀ náà ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe sùúrù. Yàn kí mo ní mo dá Ifá nínú ògbèyọ́nú, ẹ jẹ́ àfọwọ́wọ́nú. Wọ́n ní ìbínú ò ṣe nǹkan kan fún ni, sùúrù ń bàbá ìwà. Àgbà tó ní sùúrù ohun gbogbo ló ní lọ́wọ́. Adíwá fún orí inú àpòkù tòde. Orí inú pẹ̀lẹ́ kó má bà tòde jẹ́. Wọ́n ní gbogbo ohun tá a bá ń ṣe láyé ẹ jẹ́ a fi sùúrù sí i. Gbogbo ohun tí a bá ń ṣe láyé o ẹ jẹ́ a na sùúrù sí i. Bínú bá lè lálejò ìrìn àárín ní sáà o. Ẹ jẹ́ a fọwọ́wọ́nú ká má bínú agbára ilé.
Ẹ jọ kí n tó mo dá ọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ bàbá wa kan lẹ́nu olórí ògbóni àbí. Ẹ má bínú pé mo dá ọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ wọn lẹ́nu. Wọ́n yìí wà pẹ̀lú wa.
Àbọ̀ ṣíṣe.
Ẹ má bínú pé mo dá ọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ yín lẹ́nu lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn o.
Alàgbà Láyà kì í ṣe àwọn náà sọ̀rọ̀, tán bá wà pẹ̀lú wa wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí èmi ní Fáyẹmí Fátúndé Fákáyọ̀dé, President International Council for Ifá Religion. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín ni fún ètò tẹ́ ẹ ṣe. Mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá mi Àràbà Òwòrò torí àwọn ni wọ́n jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa participate. Àwọn ni wọ́n sọ wípé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kí a jọ ṣe àpérò lórí ẹ̀. A dẹ̀ kí ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n wa bàbá wa Móyọ Òkédíji náà. Gbogbo èyí tá a sọ kò sí ọ̀rọ̀ ìjà kankan níbẹ̀ o. Kò sẹ́ni tó ní kẹ́ ẹ má ṣe gbogbo iṣẹ́ ìwádìí tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ṣe lórí Ifá fún ìdàgbàsókè Ifá. Nǹkan tá a kàn ń rọ̀ yín fún ni pé tó bá ṣàlè tàbùkù Ifá. Ẹ má ṣe kẹ́ ẹ máa bá wa mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa ṣe torí pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Yorùbá náà tẹni ní tẹni. Bàbá wa Wandé Àbímbọ́lá dẹ̀ ti sọ̀rọ̀ pé táwọn ará ìta tán bá ń sọ ìtàn wa nísọ àbùkù. Àwa oní nǹkan a gbọ́dọ̀ sọ nǹkan ara wa nísọ àbùkù. Bó nígbà bá ṣe pé bẹ́ẹ̀ nọ́mbà pé ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Móyọ Òkédíji a kí yín o, a dẹ̀ tún dúpẹ́ fún ọ̀sẹ̀ takuntakun tẹ́ ẹ ti ṣe lórí ìgbélárugẹ ìṣẹ̀ṣe. A dẹ̀ rọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa ẹ jẹ́ ká mú ìṣẹ̀ṣe wa ní ọ̀kúnkúndùn. Wádìí wa náà dẹ̀ jẹ́ good ambassador fún ìṣẹ̀ṣe torí àwọn ẹ̀sùn tí wọ́n á máa fi kàn wá nípa ìwàkiwà, jìbìtì, irọ́ pípa. Àwọn tó bá ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, àwa tá a bá mọ̀ wọ́n ká máa bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ kí wọ́n yí padà, ká máa hùwà rere táwọn èèyàn fi máa rí nǹkan rere sọ nípa ìṣẹ̀ṣe wa. Inú mi dẹ̀ dùn pé àríbi tí ọ̀rọ̀ ìṣẹ̀ṣe ń lọ báyìí pé ó ti kúrò ní pé àwọn èèyàn ń dákẹ́, àwọn èèyàn ti jí gìrì sí kìíní torí gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń kálukú sọ lénìí bó ṣe ń ká wọn lára ni a lè bú ẹnì kankan. A dúpẹ́ ní ọwọ́ gbogbo wa, ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ pé n tá a ṣe nǹkan ìfẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Yorùbá sọmọ Yorùbá òun náà ni. Bí ọ̀rọ̀ Ifá tán dẹ̀ sọ gbogbo kò sẹ́ni tí ò lè tẹfá o, kò sẹ́ni tí ò lè dóṣù òrìṣà. Ifá títẹ̀ kò sọ pé kéèyàn di babaláwo. Tó bá sì wu bàbá wa Móyọ Òkédíji láti tẹfá, wọ́n sì lè tẹfá tó bá wù wọ́n ni o. Àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ kan kì í ṣe ti bàbá wa Móyọ Òkédíji o, páwọn èèyàn kan máa tó sọ̀rọ̀ pé èèyàn lè tẹrẹ ń fá self initiation. Wọ́n náà kan náà ń gbé kiri pé èèyàn lè dóṣù òrìṣà fún rẹ̀. Ìyẹn ò tiẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ kankan lórí ẹ̀ torí Ifá gan ti sọ tó clear. Ifá ní ògbójú ò tẹra rẹ̀ nífá, ọmọràn òfin rẹ̀ joyè, ọ̀bẹ tó mú ògbẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ rẹ̀. Ifá ti sọ ẹnìkan kò lè tẹrẹ ń fa ẹni tó bá lóun ṣe self initiation irọ́ ló wà ní
ẹ ṣe púpọ̀ Fáyẹmí
níbẹ̀ kí bàbá
ká kásẹ̀ fún wa ní ìwúre ká lọlé wa.
ẹ jẹ́ kí Professor Móyọ Òkédíji sọ̀rọ̀.
ok ká tó ṣe ìwúre mo kí bàbá mi Wandé Àbímbọ́lá kí bàbá wa Móyọ Òkédíji sọ̀rọ̀ ká wá ṣe ìwúre. ẹ ṣe.
kábíyèsí Àwíṣẹ gbogbo ẹ̀yin ìyá mi gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá mi tí ó wà ní ìjókòó ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ tí ẹ wá tí ẹ gbé wa ní àrùgẹ lónìí gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tí a ti sọ lónìí gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ni mo gbọ́ bàbá ní Àwíṣẹ jẹ́ fún mi kì í ṣe wípé wọ́n kàn sọ wípé àwọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá ipò tí mo wà lónìí tí ò bá sí Àwíṣẹ ni ò lè sí ní ipò náà tí bàbá bá ti wí náà ni mo gbọ́ ẹ ṣé gan.
ẹ ṣé púpọ̀
ẹ ṣe ìwúre adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Olódùmarè ọba àṣẹ̀dá ayé àṣẹ̀dá ọ̀run adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ irin omọlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ igba amọlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn alálẹ̀ wa adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn abániṣe àpérò wa ti tòní gbogbo ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà tẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ kó wáyé àti ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ dákọ̀ gbogbo ètò bàbá wa ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Wandé Àbímbọ́lá ẹ pẹ́ fún wa àárò oòrùn yìí ti fa sọ pé Ifá ní ara kátó abẹ́rẹ́ sáwó tó ń tẹ̀rù ọ̀bẹ sílò lọ́sàwó tó ń tẹ̀kù díẹ̀ dífá fún Erinmọ̀dù Ọ̀bági Erinmọ̀dù Ọ̀bági Èdùmàrè oníjà kí Erinmọ̀dù lè wo Erinmọ̀dù Ọ̀bági ọba nìyí láàrin àwọn ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ẹ̀ ní wó báyìí gbogbo àwọn àràbà tí wọ́n wà ní ìpàdé lẹ́ni àtàwọn tí ò lè wá bàbá wa àràbà Òwòrò akínyìn àràbà Ayọ̀ Ògèdèǹgbé àtàwọn àràbà àgbáyé mo fi ara wọn kí gbogbo àwọn aláràbà pátá gbogbo yín ànífẹ́ yín kù kò sí kí àwọn ọmọnà díbá fún olórí abọ rẹ̀ nífẹ̀ẹ́ ẹbọ wọn ni ó ṣe ọgbẹbọ níbẹ̀ òrùbọ síkídé àwo mọ̀ràn àìmọ̀mọ̀ fún olórí abọ rẹ̀ kù gbogbo ẹ̀yin olórí ẹ̀yin àràbà olúwo ànífẹ́ yín kù gbogbo ẹ̀yin ìyá wa tí ẹ wà ń bí lónìí yèyé olómi tútù ìyá wa Ìyẹ́dọ́lá gbogbo yín là kí ẹ tẹ̀sẹ̀ sílẹ̀ jẹun ọmọ ẹ pẹ̀ láyé fún òun níbi àmọ́ nípa Ifá ní agaláyùn rẹ̀ oṣù gbókèrè nìyí erin nítorí pé wọn kínkín àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta lọmọ kọ́fọ́ ọwọ́ àgbọnnìrègún Ifá kọ́ wọn dídọ́ ọwọ́ wọn mọ̀ dọ́kàn lóòótọ́ alẹ̀ wọn mọ̀ tẹ̀ ọkọ̀ wọn lọ́kàrẹ́ bọ́ wọn mọ̀ àwọn wá sáwó lọ àpò okùn ìlà méjì ọ̀sà wọ́n ní Ọ̀rúnmìlà lọ́dá wà lóṣù àfínsáwó Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní ìyá mi òṣòro nga lọ́dá wà lóṣù àfínsáwó ẹjẹ́ akúnlẹ̀ fóbìnrin obìnrin ló bí wa káwò tó dènìyàn ẹjẹ́ akúnlẹ̀ fóbìnrin obìnrin lọ́bọ́ba kọba ó tó dòrìṣà gbogbo ẹ̀yin ìyá wa àṣèbá yín o ẹ jẹ́ kójú wa ṣe ẹ̀yin náà ẹ pẹ́ láyé ẹ jẹ́ ọmọ ojú yín ò ní rí bí gbogbo tẹ́ bá ti yọ ọmọ tún bá lè yọ ọmọ tẹ́ bá dáwọ́ lé ọmọ yọrí sí rere alàgbà Ọláyínká Adéyínká ni o Adéyínká ẹ̀yin ni ẹ kó wa jọ báyìí gbogbo ètò yín tẹ́ ń ṣe ayé ọmọ fẹ́ ti yín ni o ládùn láyé ọmọ sọ̀rọ̀ yín Ifá ní bínibíní ni wọ́n jólóde bínibíní ni wọ́n jólóde bíní àwọn eégún àwọn bàbá wọ́n ti gbára mi dé gbogbo wọn wọ́n ń jó gbadagudu létí omi Ifá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà wọ́n ní wọn ò ní wíran bàbá ní rere mọ́ Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní tọ́ba lè bí ìṣe ọmọ tó bá ní tọ́ba ṣe tàdé yìí ká bá ní dùnmọ́dùn mọ́mọ́ làwírun òyìn mọ́rin láàwí náà wọ̀ dùkàdùkà lè wú ọlọ́mìsímìsì ń dùn ọ̀rọ̀ yín yọ ọmọ dùn máráyé nú ni ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Móyọ Òkédíji mo tó wá ṣe ìwúre fún ẹ̀yin náà gbogbo tẹ́ bá ti ń dáwọ́lé yín ọmọ yọrí sí rere ohun tẹ́ bá ti ń dáwọ́ sí ọwọ́ yín ọmọ tó ibi ńláńlá la yín ọmọ ibi ńláńlá la àbágbé ńlá ìlú yóò pè púpọ̀ sí ọmọ wu ọmọ aráyé ní tẹ̀ ní tí Ifá ní títí ayé ní kése ìgbẹ̀bẹ̀ sí ayé ní kéde kése tí bá bọ́lọ̀ máa wáyé tí òdòdó ipò onígbẹ́kẹ̀rẹ́ tí lójú ayé gbà yí o òdòdó kì í tí lójú ayé bọ̀rọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ Professor Móyọ Òkédíji ẹ̀ ní tí lójú ayé ẹ̀ ní bùkù ẹ̀fọ́ yìí kò ní ya gbogbo wa pátápátá àwa wà níbí lẹ́nìí mi ò lè mọ̀ dárúkọ wa ní kọ̀ọ̀kan ọlá yóò mọ̀ jẹ́ tiwa à ń pè é láti gbogbo àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ ga ni àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ wọn ó gbé àwa náà ga Ifá ọmọ ọkọ tiwa gbogbo tá a bá ti ń dáwọ́lé yọmọ yọ sí rere Ifá ní ẹ̀nọ̀sà lójú ọ̀run bọ ayé wọ́n ní ọkọ̀ èmẹ́sì oko ẹ̀ mọ́jà àdé èmẹ́sì oko ẹ̀ mọ́jà afárẹ́ ọjà nìyí ti nínú orin bí kan náà jẹ́ gbọ́ bá fẹnu mú di a sì tọ́lá àdókè gbogbo tá a bá ti ń dáwọ́lé yọmọ yọrí sí rere ẹsẹ̀ wa Olódùmarè ó ti digi àlọ́yè àwọn ọ̀tá ò ní lè pàtó àwa oníṣẹ̀ṣe àmókè ẹnu wa tọrọ nílẹ̀ wa ẹnu wa tọrọ nílé wa wọ́n tọrọ lókèrè àwọn ìjọba wọn gbà tiwa yẹ̀wò wọ́n rí tiwa gbọ́ wọ́n gbà tiwa ẹ̀sùn àjòjì tó tilẹ̀kùn nílé tó ní ọmọ kan náà burúkú bá Olódùmarè ọba ní ṣẹ́gun àwọn olubi ẹlẹ́sìn àjèjì tí wọ́n fẹ́ kí ṣẹ̀ṣe ó gòkè lójú wọn nìṣẹ́ tí ó ti náà gòkè. Ìbá ní ọ̀sánjọ́ ọ̀run dọ̀pá àkàtàǹkójá kan ọ̀dọ́gbọ́n ègbèjé ègbèlélẹ́gbẹ́ ọwọ́ nípa mú ikú bílù àtẹ̀pẹ̀lá tọ́mọ aráyé ti rò láàròpin ikú bílù àtẹ̀pẹ̀lá donírè gbogbo ẹ̀yìn wa kẹ́ni mọ́rò wá pin ẹ̀yìn wa lójú àwọn aróni pé àwọn ṣèjà mọ̀ dára re ó lé kékeré lórí odi olódi òṣùpá mọ́lẹ̀ ó jùràwọ̀ ó wùràwọ̀ bí ìkọ́mọ́lẹ̀ tòṣùpá ó ṣe ọlọ́run òfin ẹni atọ́lá fún lọ láàyè adé afúnkún ní oṣù tí ìsọmọ bíbí inú àgbọ̀nrín ìlú níjọ wọn ní òní lè ṣe kí ni ó ṣe wá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀dà alájẹ ìgbàlewí òróṣè ìlàbọ̀ ọ̀fẹ́ ṣe táwa ò ìgbàlewí òróṣè kí ni ó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ gbogbo ìgbàlewí òróṣè ìlàbọ̀ ọ̀fẹ́ ṣe táwa ò ìgbàlewí òróṣè gbogbo àwọn arúgbó lójú wọn àwọn òṣèjà dára re gbogbo tá a tọrọ lórí bẹ́ẹ̀ pa ntọ́jà wúre tó ya tọrọ tá a rántí tọrọ àwọn ọmọlẹ̀ mọ̀ wọn ó ṣe fún wa àbúrò ayé fún wa ẹ̀làbọ̀rú àbúyè lọ sí ṣe.
Bàbá mi pòfẹ́sọ̀ ẹ bá wa parí ẹ̀.
Ifá ní àìṣe wọ́n ní bá a bá ṣe ń kọ́ èmi ní í ṣe Ifá ní ilé rẹ̀ wọ́n á sì dáhóró ọ̀dẹ̀dẹ̀ rẹ̀ wọ́n á sì jí gìrìgìrì àdúrà fún ọba Olúrèté tó lóun ó ro Olódùmarè lẹ́rú ọ̀rà ọba Sókótó ilé abẹ ó mú jẹ ọwọ́ ara ọba Kàdúná ilé Ọọ̀ni wàkàwàkà ó mú jẹ ọwọ́ ara ọba Kánù kábọ̀ nílé Àró ọmọ adáró palé ọmọ adáró rẹra ó mú jẹ ọwọ́ ara ọba Elénùpéjì ga iná bara wúta òjò pálámì ọkà tú yẹ̀rìyẹ̀rì ó mú jẹ ọwọ́ àbùsẹ̀ gàdà ọwọ́ àbùsẹ̀ gèdè ọwọ́ adó wọn ra Olódùmarè lẹ́rú ní ilé Ifá ilé Ọya ilé Olódùmarè ọlọ́wọ́n ra Olódùmarè lẹ́rú Ifá nírọ́ ni wọ́n pa kò lè ṣẹ èké ni wọ́n ṣe kò lè ṣẹ kò séèyàn èyí já wa àrò Olódùmarè lẹ́rú irọ́ ni wọ́n pa kò lè ṣẹ onírọ́ ni wọ́n pa kò lè ṣẹ èké ni wọ́n ṣe kò lè ṣẹ kò séèyàn èyí tí àwa àrò Olódùmarè lẹ́rú irọ́ ni wọ́n pa kò lè ṣẹ kò sẹ́ni tí ọ̀rá Ilé Ifẹ̀ ilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá là ń pè Ilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ tí ọ̀rá lẹ́rú nǹkan wá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní yóò kárí gbogbo ayé ẹnìkan ò ní rà wá lẹ́rú mọ́ tó àbàlá èṣù.
Thank you.
Mo dúpẹ́ o. Àwíṣẹ Ifá bàbá mi.
Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji. I love you so much.
Bàbá mi Prof.Móyọ Òkédíji.
I love you so much. I love you so much.
Àbọ̀rú àbọ̀yè ò gbogbo lé.
Ẹ̀yin ìyá mi.
Àbọ̀rú àbọ̀yè ò gbogbo lé. Adúpẹ́ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ fún wa láyè káwa obìnrin náà sọ̀rọ̀. ẹ má bínú o ẹ̀yin àgbàlagbà tẹ́ wà nílé orí mi fá orí mi rèé o mo júbà o. A fẹ́ kí bàbá ni pé wọ́n kú àtúnṣe tí wọ́n ṣe lónìí a dúpẹ́ àmọ́ lóore mo dẹ̀ kí wọn pé àgbà rere kò ní tán lórílẹ̀ gbogbo ìwúre tí bàbá ṣe a dúpẹ́ pé òkun gbogbo ìwúre náà á lọ sílé àṣẹ lọ́la Ifá ọ̀ṣẹ́ ìtura tẹ́ bá lè gbà mí láyè ẹ̀yin bàbá mi ẹ̀yin ìyá mi Ifá náà lọ báyìí pé Akérèmẹtù lórúkọ ẹni tí dàgbà òjò alẹ́ rọ̀ kòrún kókó ẹbọra gbà mí ẹbọra là mí eégún mọ ohùn alágbò náà mọ ohùn eégún adífá fún Ọ̀ṣun ṣẹ̀ǹgẹ̀ṣẹ́ olóòyà ayùn èyí tó ṣe kẹtàdínlógún awo wá sóde ìsáláyé wọn la gbòòrò wọn la gbó ọpá wọn lànà tó ró èyí ti fẹ̀ wọn wá láwọn ò ní fi tọ̀ṣun ṣe yé wa bá wọn pé nímọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká fìmọ̀ jẹ́ tọ̀ṣun yé wa bá wọn pé nímọ̀ oore yèyé ìyá o
oore yèyé o
ó ní ọba ń bẹ lóde èwo ṣe bóbìnrin ní í ṣe ẹ fìmọ̀ jẹ́ tọ̀ṣun yé wa bá wọn pé nímọ̀ ẹ fìmọ̀ jẹ́ tọ̀ṣun ẹ má bínú o ẹ gbà bíbí ṣe akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fani mi bàbá yé wa bá wọn pé nímọ̀ àjẹ́ ń bẹ lóde ọ̀tà mo ṣe bóbìnrin ní í ṣe yé wa bá wọn pé nímọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ jẹ́ tọ̀ṣun oore yèyé o mo wá wúre wípé gbogbo àtúnṣe tẹ́ ẹ ṣe lénìí kò ní padà dàrú Ifá a máa ṣe légbè á ṣègbè fún yín á ṣègbè fún gbogbo oníṣẹ̀ṣe àgbáyé mo ṣe làbọrú ẹ̀ làbọ yẹ làbọ ṣíṣe o.
àdúpẹ́ o.
ẹ ṣeun o a máa mú ètò náà wá sí.
ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bàbá Adéyínká kẹ́ tó mú wá sópin ẹ má bínú ìṣẹ́jú kan péré ẹ má bínú ọ̀rọ̀ yìí wà very very important ẹ má bínú Ifá orí mi rè mo forí balẹ̀ sí.
ẹ wo àtúnṣe pàdé mi.
ẹ má bínú eléyìí kò pẹ́ mo fẹ́ kí bàbá Wandé bàbá wa Prof.Wandé Àbímbọ́lá kó sáré clarify ọ̀rọ̀ yìí nítorí ó ti ń jà ràn níta ṣé rí Ifá tí bàbá kì yẹ nípa ara Elédùmarè lẹ́rú pé àwọn tó fẹ́ tọ́ láwọn fẹ́ ra Elédùmarè lẹ́rú àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn àjòjì àwọn mùsùlùmí bóyá wọ́n lọ kà á nínú ìwé bàbá ni kò yé mi wọ́n lọ against àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe wọ́n ní ẹnìkan tún wà tó tún ju Olódùmarè lọ wípé tí ò bá ń ṣe wípé èèyàn kan wà tó ju Olódùmarè lọ wọn ò ní sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ ra Elédùmarè lẹ́rú so ẹjọ́ bàbá tẹ́ bá lè bá wa clarify Ifá yẹn níbi tẹ́ ti kì í lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé àwọn kan láwọn fẹ́ ra Olódùmarè lẹ́rú torí kíní yẹn ń jà ràn lórí social media àwọn àáfàá wọ́n ti lọ ra ìwé yín àti ìwé àwọn bàbá wa yòókù wọ́n wá ń lọ against ìṣẹ̀ṣe so ẹjọ́ nǹkan tí mo kàn fẹ́ kẹ́ sáré bá wa clarify nìyẹn sà ẹ ṣé sà.
àdúpẹ́ o àwọn lè mọ sọ tí ẹnu wọn bá rí wọ́jọ́ tí wọ́n ti ń sọ ọ́ bọ̀ yìí ìmọ̀lé ti délẹ̀ Yorùbá nísìnyí ó tayọ 1000 years ìgbàgbọ́ láti 1842 wọn ò rí wa gbèsè náà lè máa sọ ìsọkúsọ tí wọn bá fẹ́ wàá dùn mọ́ mi pé wọ́n wá aṣojú mi gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ kéékèèké ẹ wá dìde sí nǹkan ìṣẹ̀ǹbáyé wa yìí kódà tí ẹjọ́ tí àkókò bá tó tírú wa bá lọ síbi àgbárí á jíyìn rere lọ́hùn tínú wọn sì dùn àwọn tí wọn bá ti yàtọ̀ sí àálẹ̀ tí wọn bẹ lọ́hùn á kù tó ríra wa á tún fojú kanra wa ìyẹn wọn wà kún ṣùgbọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni o kò tí ì tó o ẹ lọ tẹ ṣòkòtò bọ̀ ẹni tí ó bá fẹ́ dẹrú lẹ́ẹ̀kejì kò sí ẹ̀yà kan tí ẹ mú lẹ́rú ju Yorùbá lọ láyé yìí níbi Brazil Adéyínká tí ń sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tí mẹ́bẹ̀ wọ́n ṣe 60 million 60 nílẹ̀ ẹ̀wà náà wọ́n ti mú wọn lọ ní Cuba bíi 7 million ní Trinidad ta Amẹ́ríkà àmọye ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ wọn mú alẹ́rú lẹ́ẹ̀kejì o.
Ẹ ṣeun bàbá mi.
Àbọrúbọ yìí o. Ẹ má bínú ẹjọ.
Nípa programu yìí.
Mi ò tiẹ̀ mo kàn fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ráńpẹ́ mo fẹ́ kí bàbá wa Àwíṣẹ àgbáyé mo fẹ́ kí Ifá orí mi rèé bàbá. Bàbá wa Móyọ Òkédíji lèmi fẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀. Èmi ní distinct opinion mo kàn ń gbọ́ ọ̀gọ̀ kankan àwọn bàbá wa dẹ̀ ti sọ̀rọ̀. Mo wà interested on bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe come to that.
Ẹjọ́ sà ẹ lè contact Professor Móyọ Òkédíji lẹ́yìn kẹ́ bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìyẹn nípa.
No mi Ifá Tuntun kọ́ mo ti fẹ́ sọ mo fẹ́ béèrè question kan lọ́wọ́ wọn ni. Ifá Tuntun ò lè exist mo fẹ́ béèrè question ọ̀ tó bá jẹ́ wípé wọ́n lé.
ẹ béèrè question yẹn béèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn. Privately ẹ contact wọn á dá yín lóhùn. Ẹjọ kẹ má jẹ́ ká tó padà sí àti sílì gbogbo question no question. Ẹ bá rí pé ìwúre dẹ̀ ni là ń gbọ́ lójú méjèèjì báyìí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni no Ifá mo fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ má bínú bàbá o. Okay, bàbá wa ń bí sìn mo fẹ́ kí like intellectual discourse about mechanics of Ifá divination and structure.
Ṣé ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ John wá sí ni àbí?
Mo ti wà níbi ti pẹ́ mi ò sọ́n pa tuntun so mo fẹ́ ó inú mi máa dùn tí bàbá wa Móyọ tí wọ́n lè grant wa mo lè tẹ̀sí wọn lórí Telegram pẹ̀lú ẹnìkan náà tó jẹ́ wípé àwọn understand Ifá ń pè bàbá ẹni Ifá dáre bàbá Ifá dáre so wọ́n mọ̀ nípa structure of Ifá so mo fẹ́ bóyá kí wọ́n ní intellectual discourse on structure tí wọ́n fi gbé Ifá Tuntun yẹn lẹ̀ mo kàn kákan
fi. àdìkẹ́ bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀
ọ̀rọ̀ tún kọjá bẹ̀yẹ.
àti kọjá gbogbo yẹn sẹ́ẹ̀ àdìkẹ́ lọ bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ àti kọjá ìyẹn báyìí.
ok ẹ ṣeun gan.
a fẹ́ mú ètò yìí wá sí ìparí báyìí a ti wà lórí ẹ̀ báyìí fọ tó wákàtí 5.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ ṣeun.
Ìlú mi adé dùn tó bá jẹ́ pé ní àsìkò sí àsìkò tá bá ń ní irú ìpàdé báyìí orí ó dẹ̀ tí kì bá ṣàdé Yínká nìkan tó bá pọ̀ bá jẹ́ Yínká ṣe ń ṣe ní Brazil kẹ́lómi náà máa ṣe ní Cuba kẹ́lómi náà máa ṣe ní Nàìjíríà kẹ́lómi náà máa ṣe ní ọ̀rọ̀ wa a lè máa yíra wa. Èmi náà tẹ́ ń rí iṣẹ́ ọ̀nà lèmi náà kọ́ tẹ́ wá ní pé èmi náà ń ṣe kíní èmi náà kọ́ iṣẹ́ ọ̀nà Ifẹ̀ tèmi náà lọ ni mo tẹ́ tó ń gbé iṣẹ́ mo ń gbé òrìṣà wọnú iṣẹ́ ọ̀nà mi ìtẹ̀gbọ́dọ̀ sọ pé mo ń ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀nà tí mo ń gbóríṣà wọ láì tún dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Professor Móyọ Òkédíji tọ́wọ́ láwọn kan wà níta ní diaspora lẹ́ni tó ń gbé iṣẹ́ òrìṣà wọ iṣẹ́ ọ̀nà àwọn náà ni so oníkálukú náà mọ̀ bí ó ṣe ń gbé ìṣẹ̀ṣe lárugẹ lọ́nà kan méjì mẹ́ta. Mo fẹ́ kí gbogbo wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá wa ṣe sọ bàbá wa president Ifá Council ṣe sọ pé kí gbogbo àwọn tá bá lè ṣe ká máa gbìyànjú lójú méjèèjì ká má jẹ́ kó sú wa ká má jẹ́ kó rẹ̀ wá. Mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Àwíṣẹ Ifá bàbá mi inú mi dùn pa àpè yẹn tún jẹ́ wa lénìí ẹ pẹ́ fún wa o. Àwọn ti Brazil náà mi ráyè bá wọn sọ èdè àwọn náà ń tẹ̀lé wa.
Ẹ dákọ àràbá o.
Àràbà mo tún kí àràbà àgbáyé. Àràbà àgbáyé Awóre ni mo kí wọn wọ́n ní wọn lè wá mo kí wọn Ifá orí mi rèé o mo kí gbogbo yín o ẹ ṣeun o ọ̀mọ̀wé Olúgúnlẹ̀ mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o bàbá Òròṣòkí gbogbo yín tẹ lógbó ni gbogbo yín tẹ mú ọjọ́ òní wá kẹ́lẹ́ kó ṣeé ṣe mo dúpẹ́ o wọ́n ní kárìn dápọ̀ níyẹ ní o ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣọ̀kan o a máa jú wa ṣe o ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ o ẹ jẹ́ ká mú ètò yìí wá sí òpin. Para os brasileiros aqui presentes, por favor, Prof.Wandé Àbímbọ, Àwíṣẹ àgbáyé, ele está mandando saudações a todos. Embora não há como falar em português, né?
Mojuba o, aboru aboye, aboxexê.
Aboxexê, que vaxé.
Até amanhã.
Até amanhã. Muito obrigado, Babá. O professor Wandé agora está mandando saudações a vocês, todos aí que são do Brasil. Muito obrigado pela participação. É cheio, Amadu Acheu, o da bom. Babá, mi. Quer dar o alô? É mais fácil,
Ìpàdé wa bí oyin.
É cheio. É cheio. O da bom.
O da bom.
Dr. Lainka, Dr. Adeyinka. Dr. Adeyinka.
What, Mr. Wole?
Yes, sir.
The last, you were making it after that discussion, after that speech, the interaction between Òkédíji and myself, you were saying something, and my system went off.
Okay.
It really paid me.
I was just trying to kind of, because from my critical and close analysis of Professor Òkédíji's thought, you understand? Because in my own personal research, I am trying to bring in Ifá as a kind of literary theory,
We need it.